Part 9 of The Lady of the Shroud by Bram Stoker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Part 9. Book 6, The Pursuit in the Forest. Rupert's Journal continued. July 3rd, 1907. There is no anodyne but work to pain of the heart, and my pain is all of the heart. I sometimes feel that it is rather hard, that with so much to make me happy I cannot know happiness. How can I be happy when my wife, whom I fondly love, and who I know loves me, is suffering in horror and loneliness of a kind which is almost beyond human belief? However, what is my loss is my country's gain, for the land of the Blue Mountains is my country now, despite the fact that I am still a loyal subject of King Edward. Uncle Roger took care of that when he said I should have the consent of the Privy Council before I might be naturalized anywhere else. When I got home yesterday morning, I naturally could not sleep. The events of the night and the bitter disappointment that followed my exciting joy made such a thing impossible. When I drew the curtain over the window, the reflection of the sunrise was just beginning to tinge the high-sailing clouds in front of me. I laid down and tried to rest, but without avail. However, I schooled myself to lie still, and at last, if I did not sleep, was at least quiescent. Disturbed by a gentle tap at the door, I sprang up at once and threw on a dressing gown. Outside, when I opened the door, was Aunt Janet. She was holding a lighted candle in her hand, for though it was getting light in the open, the passages were still dark. When she saw me, she seemed to breathe more freely, and asked if she might come in. Whilst she sat on the edge of my bed, in her old-time way, she said in a hushed voice, "Oh, laddie, laddie, I trust your burden is not too heavy to bear." "My burden? What on earth do you mean, Aunt Janet?" I said in reply. I did not wish to commit myself by a definite answer, for it was evident that she had been dreaming or second-sighting again. She replied with the grim seriousness usual to her when she touched on occult matters. "I saw your hair bleeding, laddie. I kent it was yours, though how I kent it I don't know. It lay on a stone floor in the dark, save for a dim blue light, such as corpse lights are. On it was placed a great book, and close around were scattered many strange things, amongst them 2 crowns of flowers, the one bound with silver, the other with gold. There was also a golden cup, like a chalice, or turn. The red wine trickled from it and mingled with your heart's blood. For on the great book was some vast, dim weight, wrapped up in black, and on it stepped in turn many men, all swathed in black. And as the way to eat came on it, the blood gushed out afresh. And oh, your pure heart, my laddie, was quick and leaping, so that at every beat it raised the black-clad weight. And yet that was not all, for hard by stood a tall, imperial-shaped old woman, all arrayed in white, with a great veil of finest lace worn o'er Shroud, and she was whiter than the snow, and fairer than the morn for beauty, though a dark woman she was, with hair like the raven, and eyes black as the sea at night. And there were stars in it, and at each beat of your poor bleeding heart, she wrung her white hands, and the maiden o'er a sweet voice rent my heart in twain. Oh, laddie, laddie, what does it mean?" I managed to murmur, "I'm sure I don't know, Aunt Janet. I suppose it was all a dream." "A dream it was, my dear, a dream or a vision. Welcome marriage name, for all such are warned sent frae God." Suddenly she said in a different voice, "Laddie, ye been false to any lassie? I'm no blaming you, for ye men are different frae us women, and your regard on right and wrong differs from ours. But oh, laddie, a woman's tears fall heavy when her heart is for sair with a yielding to false words. 'Tis a heavy burden for ony man to carry wi' him as he goes, and may well cause pain to others that he fain would spare." She stopped, and in dead silence waited for me to speak. I thought it would be best to set her poor loving heart at rest, and as I could not divulge my special secret, spoke in general terms. And Janet, I am a man, and have led a man's life, such as it is. But I can tell you, who have always loved me and taught me to be true, that in all the world there is no woman who must weep for any falsity of mine. If there be any who, sleeping or waking, in dreams or visions or in reality, weeps because of me, it is surely not for my doing, but because of something outside me. It may be that her heart is sore because I must suffer, as all men must in some degree, but she does not weep for or through any act of mine. She sighed happily at my assurance and looked up through her tears, for she was much moved, and after tenderly kissing my forehead and blessing me, she stole away. She was more sweet and tender than I have words to say, and the only regret that I have in all that is gone is that I have not been able to bring my wife to her and let her share in the love she has for me. But that too will come, please God. In the morning I sent a message to Rook at Otranto, instructing him by code to bring the yacht to Rosario in the coming night. All day I spent in going about amongst the mountaineers, drilling them and looking after their arms. I could not stay still. My only chance of peace was to work, my only chance of sleep to tire myself out. Unhappily, I am very strong, so even when I came home at dark, I was quite fresh. However, I found a cable message from Rook that the yacht would arrive at midnight. There was no need to summon the mountaineers, as the men in the castle would be sufficient to make preparations for the yacht's coming. Later. The yacht has come. At 11:30, the lookout signaled that a steamer without lights was creeping in towards the creek. I ran out to the flagstaff and saw her steal in like a ghost. She is painted a steely blue-gray, and it is almost impossible to see her at any distance. She certainly goes wonderfully, although there was not enough throb from the engines to mar the absolute stillness. She came on at a fine speed, and within a few minutes was close to the boom. I had only time to run down to give orders to draw back the boom, when she glided in and stopped dead at the harbor wall. Rook steered her himself, and he says he never was on a boat that so well or so quickly answered her helm. She is certainly a beauty, and so far as I can see at night, perfect in every detail. I promised myself a few pleasant hours over her in the daylight. The men seem a splendid lot, but I do not feel sleepy. I despair of sleep tonight, but work demands that I be fit for whatever may come, and so I shall try to sleep, to rest at any rate. Rupert's journal continued. July 4th, 1907. I was up with the first ray of sunrise, so by the time I had my bath and was dressed, there was ample light. I went down to the dock at once and spent the morning looking over the vessel, which fully justifies Rook's enthusiasm about it. She is built on lovely lines, and I can quite understand that she is enormously fast. Her armor, I can only take on the specifications, but her armament is really wonderful, and there are not only all the very newest devices of aggressive warfare, indeed she has the newest up-to-date torpedoes and torpedo guns, but also the old-fashioned rocket tubes, which in certain occasions are so useful. She has electric guns and the latest Massillon water guns, and Reinhardt electro-pneumatic deliverers for paroxylene shells. She is even equipped with war balloons, easy of expansion, and with compressible kits and aeroplanes. I don't suppose that there is anything quite like her in the world. The crew are worthy of her. I can't imagine where Rook picked up such a splendid lot of men. They are nearly all man-of-warsmen, of various nationalities, but mostly British. All young men. The oldest of them hasn't got into the 40s. And, so far as I can learn, all experts of one kind or another in some special subject of warfare. It will go hard with me, but I shall keep them together. How I got through the rest of the day I know not. I tried hard not to create any domestic trouble by my manner, lest Aunt Janet should, after her lurid dream or vision of last night, attach some new importance to it. I think I succeeded, for she did not, so far as I could tell, take any special notice of me. We parted as usual at 10:30, and I came here and made this entry in my journal. I am more restless than ever tonight, and no wonder. I would give anything to be able to pay a visit to St. Salva's and see my wife again, if it were only sleeping in a tomb. But I dare not do even that, lest she should come to see me here, and I should miss her. So I have done what I can. The glass door to the terrace is open, so that she can enter at once if she comes. The fire is lit, and the room is warm. There is food ready in case she should care for it. I have plenty of light in the room, so that through an aperture where I have not fully drawn the curtain, there may be light to guide her. Oh, how the time drags! The clock has struck midnight. 1, 2. Thank goodness it will shortly be dawn, and the activity of the day may begin. Work may again prove in a way to be an anodyne. In the meantime, I must write on, lest despair overwhelm me. Once during the night, I thought I heard a footstep outside. I rushed to the window and looked out, but there was nothing to see, no sound to hear. That was a little after 1 o'clock. I feared to go outside, lest that should alarm her, so I came back to my table. I could not write, but I sat as if writing for a while, but I could not stand it, so rose and walked about the room. As I walked, I felt that my lady, it gives me a pang every time I remember that I do not know even her name, was not quite so far away from me. It made my heart beat to think that it might mean that she was coming to me. Could not I, as well as Aunt Janet, have a little second sight? I went towards the window, and standing behind the curtain, listened. Far away, I thought I heard a cry, and ran out on the terrace. But there was no sound to be heard, and no sign of any living thing anywhere. So I took it for granted that it was the cry of some night bird, and came back to my room, and wrote at my journal till I was calm. I think my nerves must be getting out of order, when every sound of the night seems to have a special meaning for me. Rupert's Journal continued. July 7, 1907. When the grey of the morning came, I gave up hope of my wife appearing, and made up my mind that so soon as I could get away without exciting Aunt Janet's attention, I would go to St. Salva's. I always eat a good breakfast, and did I forego it altogether, it would be sure to excite her curiosity, a thing I do not wish at present. As there was still time to wait, I lay down on my bed as I was, and, such is the way of fate, shortly fell asleep. I was awakened by a terrific clattering at my door. When I opened it, I found a little group of servants, very apologetic at awakening me without instructions. The chief of them explained that a young priest had come from the Vladika with a message so urgent that he insisted on seeing me immediately, at all hazards. I came out at once, and found him in the hall of the castle, standing before the great fire which was always lit in the early morning. He had a letter in his hand, but before giving it to me, he said, "I am sent by the Vladika, who pressed on me that I was not to lose a single instant in seeing you. That time is of golden price, nay, beyond price. This letter, amongst other things, vouches for me. A terrible misfortune has occurred. The daughter of our leader has disappeared during last night. The same he commanded me to remind you that he spoke of at the meeting when he would not let the mountaineers fire their guns. No sign of her can be found, and it is believed that she has been carried off by the emissaries of the Sultan of Turkey, who once before brought our nations to the verge of war by demanding her as a wife. I was also to say that the Vladika Plamenak would have come himself, but that it was necessary that he should at once consult with the Archbishop, Stephen Paleolog, as to what step is best to take in this dire calamity. He has sent out a search party under the Archimandrite of Spezad, Petrov Vlastimir, who is to come on here with any news he can get, as you have command of the signaling and can best spread the news. He knows that you, Gospodar, are in your great heart one of our compatriots, and that you have already proved your friendship by many efforts to strengthen our hands for war. And as a great compatriot, he calls on you to aid us in our need." He then handed me the letter and stood by respectfully whilst I broke the seal and read it. It was written in great haste and signed by the Vladika. Come with us now in our nation's peril. Help us to rescue what we most adore, and henceforth we shall hold you in our hearts. You shall learn how the men of the Blue Mountains can love faith and valor. Come." This was a task indeed, a duty worthy of any man. It thrilled me to the core to know that the men of the Blue Mountains had called on me in their dire need. It woke all the fighting instinct of my Viking forebears, and I vowed in my heart that they should be satisfied with my work. I called to me the corps of signalers who were in the house, and led them to the castle roof, taking with me the young messenger priest. "Come with me," I said to him, "and see how I answer the Vladika's command." The national flag was run up, the established signal that the nation was in need. Instantly, on every summit near and far, was seen the flutter of an answering flag. Quickly followed the signal that commanded the call to arms. One by one, I gave the signalers orders in quick succession, for the plan of search unfolded itself to me as I went on. The arms of the semaphore whirled in a way that made the young priest stare. One by one, as they took their orders, the signalers seemed to catch fire. Instinctively, they understood the plan and worked like demigods. They knew that so widespread a movement had its best chance in rapidity and in unity of action. From the forest which lay in sight of the castle came a wild cheering which seemed to interpret the former stillness of the hills. It was good to feel that those who saw the signals, types of many, were ready. I saw the look of expectation on the face of the messenger priest, and rejoiced at the glow that came as I turned to him to speak. Of course, he wanted to know something of what was going on. I saw the flashing of my own eyes reflected in his as I spoke. "Tell the Vladika that within a minute of his message being read, the land of the Blue Mountains was awake. The mountaineers are already marching, and before the sun is high, there will be a line of guards within hail of each other round the whole frontier, from Anguza to Ilsin, from Ilsin to Bahana, from Bahana to Ispazar, from Ispazar to Volok, from Volok to Tatra, from Tatra to Domatan, from Domatan to Gravaha, and from Gravaha back to Anguza. The line is double. The old men keep guard on the line, and the young men advance. These will close in at the advancing line, so that nothing can escape them. They will cover mountaintop and forest depth, and will close in finally on the castle here, which they can behold from afar. My own yacht is here, and will sweep the coast from end to end. It is the fastest boat afloat, and armed against a squadron. Here will all signals come. In an hour, where we stand will be a signal bureau, where trained eyes will watch night and day till the lost one has been found and the outrage has been avenged. The robbers are even now within a ring of steel and cannot escape. The young priest, all on fire, sprang on the battlements and shouted to the crowd which was massing round the castle and the gardens far below. The forest was giving up its units till they seemed like the nucleus of an army. The men cheered lustily till the sound swung high up to us like the roaring of a winter sea. With bared heads they were crying, "God and the Blue Mountains! God and the Blue Mountains!" I ran down to them as quickly as I could and began to issue their instructions. Within a time to be computed by minutes, the whole number, organized by sections, had started to scour the neighboring mountains. At first, they had only understood the call to arms for general safety, but when they learned that the daughter of a chief had been captured, they simply went mad. From something which the messenger first said, but which I could not catch or did not understand, the blow seemed to have for them some sort of personal significance which wrought them to a frenzy. When the bulk of the men had disappeared, I took with me a few of my own men and several of the mountaineers whom I had asked to remain, and together we went to the hidden ravine which I knew. We found the place empty, but there were unmistakable signs that a party of men had been encamped there for several days. Some of our men, who were skilled in woodcraft and in science generally, agreed that there must have been some 20 of them. As they could not find any trail either coming to or going from the place, they came to the conclusion that they must have come separately from different directions and gathered there, and that they must have departed in something of the same mysterious way. However, this was, at any rate, some sort of a beginning, and the men separated, having agreed amongst themselves to make a wide cast round the place in the search for tracks. Whoever should find a trail was to follow with at least one comrade, and when there was any definite news it was to be signalled to the castle. I myself returned at once and set the signallers to work to spread amongst our own people such news as we had. When presently such discoveries as had been made were signalled with flags to the castle, it was found that the marauders had in their flight followed a strangely zigzag course. It was evident that in trying to baffle pursuit they had tried to avoid places which they thought might be dangerous to them. This may have been simply a method to disconcert pursuit. If so, it was in a measure excellent, for none of those immediately following could possibly tell in what direction they were heading. It was only when we worked the course on the great map in the signaller's room, which was the old guard room of the castle, that we could get an inkling of the general direction of their flight. This gave added trouble to the pursuit, for the men who followed, being ignorant of their general intent, could not ever take chance to head them off, but had to be ready to follow in any or every direction. In this manner the pursuit was altogether a stern chase, and therefore bound to be a long one. As at present we could not do anything till the intended route was more marked, I left the signalling corps to the task of receiving and giving information to the moving bands, so that if occasion served, they might head off the marauders. I myself took rope as captain of the yacht and swept out of the creek. We ran up north to Deleri, then down south to Alesso, and came back to Visarion. We saw nothing suspicious, except far off to the extreme southward one warship which flew no flag. Rook, however, who seemed to know ships by instinct, said she was a Turk. So on our return we signalled along the whole shore to watch her. Rook held the Lady, which was the name I had given the armoured yacht, in readiness to dart out in case anything suspicious was reported. He was not to stand on any ceremony, but if necessary to attack. We did not intend to lose a point in this desperate struggle which we had undertaken. We had placed in different likely spots a couple of our own men to look after the signalling. When I got back, I found that the route of the fugitives, who had now joined into one party, had been definitely ascertained. They had gone south, but manifestly taking alarm from the advancing line of guards, had headed up again to the northeast, where the country was broader and the mountains wilder and less inhabited. Forthwith, leaving the signalling altogether in the hands of the fighting priests, I took a small chosen band of the mountaineers of our own district, and made with all the speed we could to cut across the track of the fugitives a little ahead of them. The archimandrite abbot of Spezia, who had just arrived, came with us. He is a splendid man, a real fighter as well as a holy cleric, as good with his hand-jar as with his Bible, and a runner to beat the band. The marauders were going at a fearful pace, considering that they were all afoot, so we had to go fast also. Amongst these mountains there is no other means of progressing. Our own men were so aflame with ardor that I could not but notice that they, more than any of the others whom I had seen, had some special cause for concern. When I mentioned it to the archimandrite, who moved by my side, he answered, "All natural enough. They are not only fighting for their country, but for their own." I did not quite understand his answer, and so began to ask him some questions, to the effect that I soon began to understand a good deal more than he did. Letter from Archbishop Stephen Paleolog, head of the Eastern Church of the Blue Mountains, to the Lady Janet McKelpie, Visarion. Written July 9th, 1907. Honored Lady, as you wish for an understanding regarding the late lamentable occurrence in which so much danger was incurred to this our land of the Blue Mountains, and one dear to us, I send these words by request of the Gospodar Lupa, beloved of our mountaineers. When the voivode Peter Visarion made his journey to the great nation to whom we looked in our hour of need, it was necessary that he should go in secret. The Turk was at our gates, and full of the malice of baffled greed. Already he had tried to arrange a marriage with the voivodin, so that in time to come he, as her husband, might have established a claim to the inheritance of the land. Well he knew, as do all men, that the Blue Mountaineers owe allegiance to none that they themselves do not appoint to rulership. This has been the history in the past. But now and again an individual has arisen or come to the front, adapted personally for such government as this land requires. And so the Lady Tuta, Voivodin of the Blue Mountains, was put, for her proper guarding, in the charge of myself, as head of the Eastern Church in the land of the Blue Mountains, steps being taken in such wise that no capture of her could be effected by unscrupulous enemies of this our land. This task and guardianship was gladly held as an honor by all concerned. For the Voivodin Tuta of Vissarion must be taken as representing in her own person the glory of the old Serb race, inasmuch as being the only child of the Voivode Vissarion, last male of his princely race, the race which ever during the 10 centuries of our history unflinchingly gave life and all they held for the protection, safety, and well-being of the land of the Blue Mountains. Never during those centuries had any one of the race been known to fail in patriotism or to draw back from any loss or hardship enjoined by high duty or stress of need. Moreover, this was the race of that first Voivode Vissarion, of whom in legend it was prophesied that he, once known as the Sword of Freedom, a giant amongst men, would some day, when the nation had need of him, come forth from his water tomb in the lost lake of Rio, and lead once more the men of the Blue Mountains to lasting victory. This noble race, then, had come to be known as the last hope of the land, so that when the voivode was away on his country's service, his daughter should be closely guarded. Soon after the voivode had gone, it was reported that he might be long delayed in his diplomacies, and also in studying the system of constitutional monarchy, for which it had been hoped to exchange our imperfect political system. I may say inter alia that he was mentioned as to be the first king when the new constitution should have been arranged. Then a great misfortune came on us. A terrible grief overshadowed the land. After a short illness, the Voivodin Tuta Vissarion died mysteriously of a mysterious ailment. The grief of the mountaineers was so great that it became necessary for the governing council to warn them not to allow their sorrow to be seen. It was imperatively necessary that the fact of her death should be kept secret, for there were dangers and difficulties of several kinds. In the first place, it was advisable that even her father should be kept in ignorance of his terrible loss. It was well known that he held her as the very core of his heart, and that if he should hear of her death, he would be too much prostrated to be able to do the intricate and delicate work which he had undertaken. Nay, more, he would never remain far off under the sad circumstances, but would straightway return, so as to be in the land where she lay. Then suspicions would crop up, and the truth must shortly be revealed, with the inevitable result that the land would become the very center of a war of many nations. In the second place, if the Turks were to know that the race of Vissarion was becoming extinct, such would encourage them to further aggression, which would become immediate should they find out that the voivode was himself away. It was well known that they were already only suspending hostilities until a fitting opportunity should arise. Their desire for aggression had become acute after the refusal of the nation, and of the girl herself, that she should become a wife of the Sultan. The dead girl had been buried in the crypt of the Church of St. Saba, and day after day and night after night, singly and in parties, the sorrowing mountaineers had come to pay devotion and reverence at her tomb. So many had wished to have a last glimpse of her face that the Vladika had, with my own consent as archbishop, arranged for a glass cover to be put over the stone coffin wherein her body lay. After a little time, however, there came a belief to all concerned in the guarding of the body, these, of course, being the priests of various degrees of dignity appointed to the task, that the voivodin was not really dead, but only in a strangely prolonged trance. Thereupon a new complication arose. Our mountaineers are, as perhaps you know, by nature deeply suspicious, a characteristic of all brave and self-sacrificing people who are jealous of their noble heritage. Having, as they believed, seen the girl dead, they might not be willing to accept the fact of her being alive. They might even imagine that there was on foot some deep, dark plot which was or might be a menace, now or hereafter, to their independence. In any case, there would be certain to be two parties on the subject, a dangerous and deplorable thing in the present condition of affairs. As the trance, or catalepsy, whatever it was, continued for many days, there had been ample time for the leaders of the council, the Vladika, the priesthood represented by the archimandrite of Spazak, myself as archbishop and guardian of Voivodin in our father's absence, to consult as to a policy to be observed in case of the girl awaking. For in such case, the difficulty of the situation would be multiplied indefinitely. In the secret chambers of St. Sava's, we had many secret meetings, and were finally converging on agreement when the end of the trance came. The girl awoke. She was, of course, terribly frightened when she found herself in a tomb in the crypt. It was truly fortunate that the great candles around her tomb had been kept lighted, for their light mitigated the horror of the place. Had she waked in darkness, her reason might have become unseated. She was, however, a very noble girl, brave, with extraordinary will and resolution and self-command and power of endurance. When she had been taken into one of the secret chambers of the church, where she was warmed and cared for, a hurried meeting was held by the Vladika, myself, and the chiefs of the National Council. Word had been at once sent to me of the joyful news of her recovery, and with the utmost haste I came, arriving in time to take a part in the council. At the meeting, the Voivodin was herself present, and full confidence of the situation was made to her. She herself proposed that the belief in her death should be allowed to prevail until the return of her father, when all could be effectively made clear. To this end, she undertook to submit to the terrific strain which such a proceeding would involve. At first, we men could not believe that any woman would go through with such a task, and some of us did not hesitate to voice our doubts, our disbelief. But she stood to her guns and actually down-faced us. At the last, we, remembering things that had been done, though long years ago, by others of her race, came to believe not merely in her self-belief and intention, but even in the feasibility of her plan. She took the most solemn oaths not to betray the secret under any possible stress. The priesthood undertook, through the Vladika and myself, to further a ghostly belief amongst the mountaineers, which would tend to prevent a too close or too persistent observation. The vampire legend was spread as a protection against partial discovery by any mischance, and other weird beliefs were set afoot and fostered. Arrangements were made that only on certain days were the mountaineers to be admitted to the crypt, she agreeing that for these occasions she was to take opiates or carry out any other aid to the preservation of the secret. She was willing, she impressed upon us, to make any personal sacrifice which might be deemed necessary for the carrying out of her father's task, for the good of the nation. Of course, she had at first terrible frights lying alone in the horror of the crypt, but after a time the terrors of the situation, if they did not cease, were mitigated. There are secret caverns off the crypt, wherein in troublous times the priests and others of high place have found safe retreat. One of these was prepared for the Balkan, and there she remained except for such times as she was on show, and certain other times of which I shall tell you. Provision was made for the possibility of any accidental visit to the church. At such times, warned by an automatic signal from the opening door, she was to take her place in the tomb. The mechanism was so arranged that the means to replace the glass cover and to take the opiate were there ready to her hand. There was to be always a watch of priests at night in the church to guard her from ghostly fears, as well as from more physical dangers, and if she was actually in the tomb, it was to be visited at certain intervals. Even the draperies which covered her in the sarcophagus were rested on a bridge placed from side to side just above her, so as to hide the rising and falling of her bosom as she slept under the narcotic. After a while, the prolonged strain began to tell so much on her that it was decided that she should take now and again exercise out of doors. This was not difficult, for when the vampire story which we had spread began to be widely known, her being seen would be accepted as a proof of its truth. Still, as there was a certain danger in her being seen at all, we thought it necessary to exact from her a solemn oath that so long as her sad task lasted, she should under no circumstances ever wear any dress but her shroud, this being the only way to ensure secrecy and to prevail against accident. There is a secret way from the crypt to a sea cavern, whose entrance is at high tide under the water line at the base of the cliff on which the church is built. A boat, shaped like a coffin, was provided for her, and in this she was accustomed to pass across the creek whenever she wished to make excursion. It was an excellent device, and most efficacious in disseminating the vampire belief. This state of things had now lasted from before the time when the Gospodar Rupert came to Vissarion up to the day of the arrival of the armored yacht. That night, the priest on duty, on going his round of the crypt just before dawn, found the tomb empty. He called the others, and they made full search. The boat was gone from the cavern, but on making search they found it on the farther side of the creek, close to the garden stairs. Beyond this they could discover nothing. She seemed to have disappeared without leaving a trace. Straightway they went to the Vladika and signaled to me by the fire signal at the monastery at Astrag, where I then was. I took a band of mountaineers with me and set out to scour the country. But before going, I sent an urgent message to the Gospodar Rupert, asking him, who showed so much interest and love to our land, to help us in our trouble. He, of course, knew nothing then of all I had now told him. Nevertheless, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to our needs, as doubtless you know. But the time had now come close when the Voivode Vissarion was about to return from his mission, and we of the council of his daughter's guardianship were beginning to arrange matters so that at his return the good news of her being still alive could be made public. With her father present to vouch for her, no question as to truth could arise. But by some means the Turkish Bureau of Spies must have got knowledge of the fact already. To steal a dead body for the purpose of later establishing a fictitious claim would have been an enterprise even more desperate than that already undertaken. We inferred from many signs, made known to us in an investigation, that a daring party of the Sultan's emissaries had made a secret incursion with the object of kidnapping the voivode. They must have been bold of heart and strong of resource to enter the land of the Blue Mountains on any errand, let alone such a desperate one as this. For centuries we have been teaching the Turk through bitter lessons that it is neither a safe task nor an easy one to make incursion here. How they did it we know not at present, but enter they did, and after waiting in some secret hiding place for a favorable opportunity, secured their prey. We know not even now whether they had found entrance to the crypt and stole, as they thought, the dead body, or whether by some dire mischance they found her abroad, under her disguise as a ghost. At any rate, they had captured her, and through devious ways amongst the mountains were bearing her back to Turkey. It was manifest that when she was on Turkish soil, the Sultan would force a marriage on her, so as eventually to secure for himself or his successors, as against all other nations, a claim for the suzerainty or guardianship of the Blue Mountains. Such was the state of affairs when the Gospodar Rupert threw himself into the pursuit with fiery zeal and the berserk passion which he inherited from Viking ancestors, whence of old came the Sword of Freedom himself. But at that very time was another possibility which the Gospodar was himself the first to realize. Failing the getting of the Voivodin safe to Turkish soil, the ravishers might kill her. Such would be entirely in accord with the base traditions and history of the Moslems. So, too, it would accord with Turkish customs and the Sultan's present desires. It would, in its way, benefit the ultimate strategic ends of Turkey. For, were once the Vissarion race at an end, the subjection of the land of the Blue Mountains might, in their view, be an easier task than it had yet been found to be. Such, illustrious lady, were the conditions of affairs when the Gospodar Rupert first drew his handjar for the Blue Mountains, and what it held most dear. Paleolog, Archbishop of the Eastern Church in the land of the Blue Mountains. Rupert's Journal continued, July 8, 1907. I wonder if ever in the long, strange history of the world had there come to any other such glad tidings as came to me, and even then rather inferentially than directly, from the Archimandrite's answers to my questioning. Happily, I was able to restrain myself, or I should have created some strange confusion which might have evoked distrust, and would certainly have hampered us in our pursuit. For a little, I could hardly accept the truth which wove itself through my brain, as the true inwardness of each fact came home to me and took its place in the whole fabric. But even the most welcome truth has to be accepted sometime by even a doubting heart. My heart, whatever it may have been, was not then a doubting heart, but a very, very grateful one. It was only the splendid magnitude of the truth which forbade its immediate acceptance. I could have shouted for joy, and only stilled myself by keeping my thoughts fixed on the danger which my wife was in. My wife. Not a vampire, not a poor, harassed creature doomed to terrible woe, but a splendid woman, brave beyond belief, patriotic in a way which has but few peers, even in the wide history of bravery. I began to understand the true meaning of the strange occurrences that have come into my life. Even the origin and purpose of that first strange visit to my room became clear. No wonder that the girl could move about the castle in so mysterious a manner. She had lived there all her life, and was familiar with the secret ways of entrance and exit. I had always believed that the place must have been honeycombed with secret passages. No wonder that she could find the way to the battlements, mysterious to everybody else. No wonder that she could meet me at the flagstaff when she so desired. To say that I was in a tumult would be to but faintly express my condition. I was wrapped into a heaven of delight, which had no measure in all my adventurous life. The lifting of the veil which showed that my wife, mine, one in all sincerity in the very teeth of appalling difficulties and dangers, was no vampire, no corpse, no ghost or phantom, but a real woman of flesh and blood, of affection and love and passion. Now at last would my love be crowned indeed, when, having rescued her from the marauders, I should bear her to my own home, where she would live and reign in peace and comfort and honor, and in love and wifely happiness, if I could achieve such a blessing for her and for myself. But here a dreadful thought flashed across me, which in an instant turned my joy to despair, my throbbing heart to ice. As she is a real woman, she is in greater danger than ever in the hands of Turkish ruffians. To them, a woman is in any case no more than a sheep, and if they cannot bring her to the harem of the Sultan, they may deem it the next wisest step to kill her. In that way, too, they might find a better chance of escape. Once rid of her, the party could separate, and there might be a chance of some of them finding escape as individuals that would not exist for a party. But even if they did not kill her, to escape with her would be to condemn her to the worst fate of all, the harem of the Turk. Lifelong misery and despair, however long that life might be, must be the lot of a Christian woman doomed to such a lot. And to her, just happily wedded, and after she had served her country in such a noble way as she had done, that dreadful life of shameful slavery would be a misery beyond belief. She must be rescued, and quickly. The marauders must be caught soon and suddenly, so that they may have neither time nor opportunity to harm her, as they would be certain to do if they have warning of immediate danger. On! On! And on it was, through all that terrible night, as well as we could through the forest. It was a race between the mountaineers and myself as to who should be first. I understood now the feeling that animated them, and which singled them out even from amongst their fiery comrades. When the danger of the Voivodin became known, these men were no mean contestants, even in such a race, and strong as I am, it took my utmost effort to keep ahead of them. They were keen as leopards and as swift. Their lives had been spent among the mountains, and their hearts and souls were in the chase. I doubt not that if the death of any one of us could have, through any means, effected my wife's release, we should, if necessary, have fought amongst ourselves for the honour. From the nature of the work before us, our party had to keep to the top of the hills. We had not only to keep observation on the flying party whom we followed, and to prevent them making discovery of us, but we had to be always in a position to receive and answer signals made to us from the castle, or sent to us from other eminences. End of Part 9. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Part 10 of The Lady of the Shroud by Bram Stoker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Part 10. Letter from Petrov Vlastimir, Archimandrite of Spezak, to the Lady Janet McKelvey of Visari, July 8, 1907. Great Lady, I am asked to write by the Vladika, and have permission of the Archbishop. I have the honor of transmitting to you the record of the pursuit of the Turkish spies who carried off the Voivodin Tuta of the noble house of Visari. The pursuit was undertaken by the Gospodar Rupert, who asked that I would come with his party, since what he was so good as to call my great knowledge of the country and its people might serve much. It is true that I have had much knowledge of the land of the Blue Mountains and its people, amongst which and whom my whole life has been passed. But in such a cause no reason is required. There was not a man in the Blue Mountains who would not have given his life for the Voivodin Tuta, and when they heard that she had not been dead as they thought, but only in a trance, and that it was she whom the marauders had carried off, they were in a frenzy. So why should I, to whom has been given the great trust of the monastery of Spezak, hesitate at such a time? For myself, I wanted to hurry on and to come at once to the fight with my country's foes, and well I knew that the Gospodar Rupert, with a lion's heart meet for his giant body, would press on with a matchless speed. We of the Blue Mountains do not lag when our foes are in front of us. Most of all do we of the Eastern Church press on when the Crescent wars against the Cross. We took with us no gear or hamper of any kind, no coverings except what we stood in, no food, nothing but our handjars and our rifles, with a sufficiency of ammunition. Before starting, the Gospodar gave hurried orders by signal from the castle to have food and ammunition sent to us, as we might signal, by the nearest hamlet. It was high noon when we started, only 10 strong, for our leader would take none but approved runners who could shoot straight and use the handjars that should be used. So, as we went light, we expected to go fast. By this time, we knew from the reports signaled to Visarion that the enemies were chosen men of no despicable prowess. The keeper of the green flag of Islam is well served, and though the Turk is an infidel and a dog, he is sometimes brave and strong. Indeed, except when he passes the confines of the Blue Mountains, he has been known to do stirring deeds. But as none who have dared to wander in amongst our hills ever return to their own land, we may not know of how they speak at home of their battles here. Still, these men were evidently not to be despised, and our Gospodar, who is a wise man as well as a valiant, warned us to be prudent and not to despise our foes overmuch. We did as he counseled, and in proof we only took 10 men, as we had only 20 against us. But then there was at stake much beyond life, and we took no risks. So, as the great clock at Visarion clanged of noon, the 8 fastest runners of the Blue Mountains, together with the Gospodar Rupert and myself, swept out on our journey. It had been signaled to us that the course which the marauders had as yet taken in their flight was a zigzag one, running eccentrically at all sorts of angles and in all sorts of directions. But our leader had marked out a course where we might intercept our foes across the main line of their flight, and till we had reached that region, we paused not a second, but went as fast as we could all night long. Indeed, it was amongst us a race, as was the Olympic race of old Greece, each one vying with his fellows, though not in jealous emulation, but in high spirit, to best serve his country and the Voivodin Tuta. Foremost among us went the Gospodar, bearing himself as a paladin of old, his mighty form pausing for no obstacle. Perpetually did he urge us on. He would not stop or pause for a moment, but often, as he and I ran together, for, lady, in my youth I was the fleetest of all in the race, and even now can head a battalion when duty calls. He would ask me certain questions as to the Lady Tuta and of the strange manner of her reputed death, as it was gradually unfolded in my answers to his questioning. And as each new phase of knowledge came to him, he would rush on as one possessed of fiends, whereat our mountaineers, who seemed to respect even fiends for their thoroughness, would strive to keep pace with him till they too seemed worked into diabolic possession. And I myself, left alone in the calmness of sacerdotal office, forgot even that. With surging ears and eyes that saw blood, I rushed along with the best of them. Then truly the spirit of a great captain showed itself in the Gospodar, for when others were charged with fury, he began to force himself into calm, so that out of his present self-command and the memory of his exalted position came a worthy strategy and thought for every contingency that might arise, so that when some new direction was required for our guidance, there was no hesitation in its coming. We, 9 men of varying kinds, all felt that we had a master, and so, being willing to limit ourselves to strict obedience, we were free to use such thoughts as well as powers as we had, to the best advantage of the doing. We came across the trail of the flying marauders on the second morning after the abduction, a little before noon. It was easy enough to see, for by this time the miscreants were all together, and our people, who were all woodlanders, were able to tell much of the party that passed. These were evidently in a terrified hurry, for they had taken no precautions such as are necessary to baffle pursuit, and all of which take time. Our foresters said that 2 went ahead and 2 behind. In the center went the mass, moving close together, as though surrounding their prisoner. We caught not even a single glimpse of her, could not have, they encompassed her so closely. But our foresters saw other than the mass. The ground that had been passed was before them. They knew that the prisoner had gone unwillingly, nay, more. One of them said, as he rose from his knees, where he had been examining the ground, "The misbegotten dogs have been urging her on with their yatagans. There are drops of blood, though there are no blood marks on her feet." Whereupon the Gospodar flamed with passion, his teeth ground together, and with a deep-breathed "On! On!" he sprang off again, handjar in hand, on the track. Before long, we saw the party in the distance. They were far below us in a deep valley, although the track of their going passed away to the right hand. They were making for the base of the great cliff which rose before us all. The reason was twofold, as we soon knew. Far off, down the valley which they were crossing, we saw signs of persons coming in haste, who must be of the search party coming from the north. Though the trees hid them, we could not mistake the signs. I was myself forester enough to have no doubt. Again, it was evident that the young Voivodin could travel no longer at the dreadful pace at which they had been going. Those blood marks told their own tale. They meant to make a last stand here in case they should be discovered. Then it was that he, who amongst us all had been most fierce and most bent on rapid pursuit, became the most calm. Raising his hand for silence, though God knows we were and had been silent enough during that long rush through the forest, he said in a low, keen whisper, which cut the silence like a knife, "My friends, the time has come for action. God be thanked, who has now brought us face to face with our foes. But we must be careful here, not on our own account, for we wish nothing more than to rush on and conquer or die, but for the sake of her whom you love, and whom I, too, love. She is in danger from anything which may give warning to those fiends. If they know or even suspect for an instant that we are near, they will murder her." Here his voice broke for an instant with the extremity of his passion or the depth of his feeling. I hardly know which. I think both acted on him. "We know from those blood marks what they can do, even to her." His teeth ground together again, but he went on without stopping further. "Let us now arrange the battle. Though we are but little distance from them as the crow flies, the way is far to travel. There is, I can see, but one path down to the valley from this side. That they have gone by, and that they will be sure to guard, to watch at any rate. Let us divide. As to surround them, the cliff towards which they make runs far to the left without a break. That to the right we cannot see from this spot, but from the nature of the ground it is not unlikely that it turns round in this direction, making the hither end of the valley like a vast pocket or amphitheatre. As they have studied the ground in other places, they may have done so in this, and have come hither as to a known refuge. Let one man, a marksman, stay here. As he spoke, a man stepped to the front. He was, I knew, an excellent shot. Let two others go to the left and try to find a way down the cliff before us. When they have descended to the level of the valley, path or no path, let them advance cautiously and secretly, keeping their guns in readiness. But they must not fire till need. Remember, my brothers, he said, turning to those who stepped out a pace or two to the left, that the first shot gives the warning which will be the signal for the Voivoden's death. These men will not hesitate. You must judge yourselves of the time to shoot. The others of us will move to the right and try to find a path on that side. If the valley be indeed a pocket between the cliffs, we must find a way down that is not a path. As he spoke thus, there was a blaze in his eyes that betokened no good to aught that might stand in his way. I ran by his side as we moved to the right. It was as he surmised about the cliff. When we got a little on our way, we saw how the rocky formation trended to our right, till finally, with a wide curve, it came round to the other side. It was a fearful valley, that, with its narrow girth and its towering walls that seemed to topple over. On the farther side from us, the great trees that clothed the slope of the mountain over it grew down to the very edge of the rock, so that their spreading branches hung far over the chasm. And so far as we could understand, the same condition existed on our own side. Below us, the valley was dark even in the daylight. We could best tell the movement of the flying marauders by the flashes of the white shroud of their captive in the midst of them. From where we were grouped, amid the great tree trunks on the very brow of the cliff, we could, when our eyes were accustomed to the shadow, see them quite well. In great haste, and half dragging, half carrying the Voivode, they crossed the open space and took refuge in a little grassy alcove surrounded, save for its tortuous entrance, by undergrowth. From the valley level it was manifestly impossible to see them, though we from our altitude could see over the stunted undergrowth. When within the glade, they took their hands from her. She, shuddering instinctively, withdrew to a remote corner of the dell. And then, oh, shame on their manhood, Turks and heathens though they were, we could see that they had submitted her to the indignity of gagging her and binding her hands. Our Voivoden tutor, bound! To one and all of us it was like lashing us across the face. I heard the Gospodar's teeth grind again, but once more he schooled himself to calmness ere he said, "It is perhaps as well, great though the indignity be. They are seeking their own doom, which is coming quickly. Moreover, they are thwarting their own base plans. Now that she is bound, they will trust to their binding, so that they will delay their murderous alternative to the very last moment. Such is our chance of rescuing her alive." For a few moments he stood as still as a stone, as though revolving something in his mind whilst he watched. I could see that some grim resolution was forming in his mind, for his eyes ranged to the top of the trees above the cliff, and down again, very slowly this time, as though measuring and studying the detail of what was in front of him. Then he spoke. "They are in hopes that the other pursuing party may not come across them. To know that, they are waiting. If those others do not come up the valley, they will proceed on their way. They will return up the path the way they came. There we can wait them, charge into the middle of them when she is opposite, and cut down those around her. Then the others will open fire, and we shall be rid of them." Whilst he was speaking, two of the men of our party, who I knew to be good sharpshooters, and who had just before lain on their faces and had steadied their rifles to shoot, rose to their feet. "Command us, Gospodar," they said simply as they stood to attention. "Shall we go to the head of the ravine road, and there take hiding?" He thought for perhaps a minute, whilst we all stood as silent as images. I could hear our hearts beating. Then he said, "No, not yet. There is time for that yet. They cannot stir or make plans in any way till they know whether the other party is coming towards them or not. From our height here, we can see what course the others are taking long before those villains do. Then we can make our plans and be ready in time." We waited many minutes, but could see no further signs of the other pursuing party. These had evidently adopted greater caution in their movements as they came closer to where they expected to find the enemy. The marauders began to grow anxious. Even at our distance, we could gather as much from their attitude and movements. Presently, when the suspense of their ignorance grew too much for them, they drew to the entrance of the glade, which was the farthest place to which, without exposing themselves to anyone who might come to the valley, they could withdraw from their captive. Here they consulted together. We could follow from their gestures what they were saying, for as they did not wish their prisoner to hear, their gesticulation was enlightening to us as to each other. Our people, like all mountaineers, have good eyes, and the Gospodar is himself an eagle in this as in other ways. 3 men stood back from the rest. They stacked their rifles so that they could seize them easily. Then they drew their scimitars and stood ready as though on guard. These were evidently the appointed murderers. Well they knew their work, for though they stood in a desert place with none within long distance except the pursuing party, of whose approach they would have good notice, they stood so close to their prisoner that no marksman in the world, now or that ever had been, not William Tell himself, could have harmed any of them without at least endangering her. 2 of them turned the voivodin round so that her face was towards the precipice, in which position she could not see what was going on, whilst he who was evidently leader of the gang explained in gesture that the others were going to spy upon the pursuing party. When they had located them, he or one of his men would come out of the opening of the wood wherein they had had evidence of them, and hold up his hand. That was to be the signal for the cutting of the victim's throat, such being the chosen method, villainous even for heathen murderers, of her death. There was not one of our men who did not grind his teeth when we witnessed the grim action, only too expressive of the Turk, as he drew his right hand, clenched as though he held a yataghan in it, across his throat. At the opening of the glade, all the spying party halted, whilst the leader appointed to each his place of entry of the wood, the front of which extended in an almost straight line across the valley from cliff to cliff. The men, stooping low when in the open, and taking instant advantage of every little obstacle on the ground, seemed to fade like spectres with incredible swiftness across the level mead, and were swallowed up in the wood. When they had disappeared, the Gospodar Rupert revealed to us the details of the plan of action which he had revolving in his mind. He motioned us to follow him. We threaded a way between the tree trunks, keeping all the while on the very edge of the cliff, so that the space below was all visible to us. When we had got round the curve sufficiently to see the whole of the wood on the valley level, without losing sight of the voivodin and her appointed assassins, we halted under his direction. There was an added advantage of this point over the other, for we could see directly the rising of the hill road, up which farther side ran the continuation of the mountain path which the marauders had followed. It was somewhere on that path that the other pursuing party had hoped to intercept the fugitives. The Gospodar spoke quickly, though in a voice of command which true soldiers love to hear. "Brothers, the time has come when we can strike a blow for Tuta and the land. Do you 2 marksmen take position here facing the wood." The 2 men here lay down and got their rifles ready. "Divide the frontage of the wood between you. Arrange between yourselves the limits of your positions. The very instant one of the marauders appears, cover him. Drop him before he emerges from the wood. Even then, still watch and treat similarly whoever else may take his place. Do this if they come singly, till not a man is left. Remember, brothers, that brave hearts alone will not suffice at this grim crisis. In this hour, the best safety of the Voivodin is in the calm spirit and the steady eye. Then he turned to the rest of us and spoke to me. Archimandrite of Plazat, you who are interpreter to God of the prayers of so many souls, my own hour has come. If I do not return, convey my love to my Aunt Janet, Miss McKelvey, at Vasari. There is but one thing left to us if we wish to save the Voivodin. Do you, when the time comes, take these men and join the watcher at the top of the ravine road. When the shots are fired, draw your handjar and rush the ravine and across the valley. Brothers, you may be in time to avenge the Voivodin if you cannot save her. For me, there must be a quicker way, and to it I go. As there is not and will not be time to traverse the path, I must take a quicker way. Nature finds me a path that man has made it necessary for me to travel. See that giant beech tree that towers above the glade where the Voivodin is held? There is my path. When you, from here, have marked the return of the spies, give me a signal with your hat. Do not use a handkerchief, as others might see its white and take warning. Then rush that ravine. I shall take that as the signal for my descent by the leafy road. If I can do naught else, I can crush the murderers with my falling weight, even if I have to kill her too. At least we shall die together, and free. Lay us together in the tomb at St. Sabas. Farewell, if it be the last. He threw down the scabbard in which he carried his handjar, adjusted the naked weapon in his belt behind his back, and was gone. We who were not watching the wood kept our eyes fixed on the great beech tree, and with new interest noticed the long trailing branches which hung low and swayed even in the gentle breeze. For a few minutes, which seemed amazingly long, we saw no sign of them. Then, high up on one of the great branches, which stood clear of obscuring leaves, we saw something crawling flat against the bark. He was well out on the branch, hanging far over the precipice. He was looking over at us, and I waved my hand so that he should know we saw him. He was clad in green, his usual forest dress, so that there was not any likelihood of any other eyes noticing him. I took off my hat and held it ready to signal with when the time should come. I glanced down at the glade and saw the Voivodin standing still safe with their guards so close to her as to touch. Then I too fixed my eyes on the wood. Suddenly, the man standing beside me seized my arm and pointed. I could just see through the trees, which were lower than elsewhere in the front of the wood, a Turk moving stealthily. So I waved my hat. At the same time, a rifle underneath me cracked. A second or two later, the spy pitched forward on his face and lay still. At the same instant, my eyes sought the beech tree, and I saw the close-lying figure raise itself and slide forward to a joint of the branch. Then the gospodar, as he rose, hurled himself forward amid the mass of the trailing branches. He dropped like a stone, and my heart sank. But an instant later, he seemed in poise. He had clutched the thin trailing branches as he fell, and as he sank, a number of leaves which his motion had torn off floated out round him. Again the rifle below me cracked, and then again, and again, and again. The marauders had taken warning and were coming out en masse. But my own eyes were fixed on the tree. Almost as a thunderbolt falls fell the giant body of the gospodar, his size lost in the immensity of his surroundings. He fell in a series of jerks as he kept clutching the trailing beech branches whilst they lasted, and then other lesser verdure growing out from the fissures in the rock after the lengthening branches had with all their elasticity reached their last point. At length, for though this all took place in a very few seconds, the gravity of the crisis prolonged them immeasurably, there came a large space of rock some 3 times his own length. He did not pause, but swung himself to one side so that he should fall close to the Voivodin and her guards. These men did not seem to notice, for their attention was fixed on the wood whence they expected their messenger to signal, but they raised their yatagans in readiness. The shots had alarmed them, and they meant to do the murder now, messenger or no messenger. But though the men did not see the danger from above, the Voivodin did. She raised her eyes quickly at the first sound, and even from where we were, Before we began to run towards the ravine path, I could see the triumphant look in her glorious eyes when she recognized the identity of the man who was seemingly coming straight down from heaven itself to help her, as indeed she and we too can very well imagine that he did. For if ever heaven had a hand in a rescue on earth, it was now. Even during the last drop from the rocky foliage, the gospodar kept his head. As he fell, he pulled his handjar free, and almost as he was falling, its swoop took off the head of one of the assassins. As he touched ground, he stumbled for an instant, but it was towards his enemies. Twice, with lightning rapidity, the handjar swept the air, and at each sweep a head rolled on the sward. The voivodin held up her tied hands. Again the handjar flashed, this time downwards, and the lady was free. Without an instant's pause, the gospodar tore off the gag, and with his left arm round her and the handjar in right hand, stood, face towards his living foes. The voivodin stooped suddenly, and then, raising the yataghan which had fallen from the hand of one of the dead marauders, stood armed beside him. The rifles were now cracking fast, as the marauders, those that were left of them, came rushing out into the open. But well the marksmen knew their work. Well they bore in mind the gospodar's command regarding calmness. They kept picking off the foremost men only, so that the onward rush never seemed to get more forward. As we rushed down the ravine, we could see clearly all before us. But now, just as we were beginning to fear lest some mischance might allow some of them to reach the glade, there was another cause of surprise, of rejoicing. From the face of the wood seemed to burst all at once a body of men, all wearing the national cap, so we knew them as our own. They were all armed with the handjar only, and they came like tigers. They swept on the rushing Turks as though, for all their swiftness, they were standing still, literally wiping them out as a child wipes a lesson from its slate. A few seconds later, these were followed by a tall figure with long hair and beard of black mingled with gray. Instinctively we all, as did those in the valley, shouted with joy, for this was the Vladika Miloš Plamenak himself. I confess that, knowing what I knew, I was for a short space of time anxious, lest in the terrific excitement at which we were all lapped, someone might say or do something which might make for trouble later on. The gospodar's splendid achievement, which was worthy of any hero of old romance, had set us all on fire. He himself must have been wrought to a high pitch of excitement to dare such an act, and it is not at such a time that discretion must be expected from any man. Most of all did I fear danger from the womanhood of the voivodin. Had I not assisted at her marriage, I might not have understood then what it must have been to her to be saved from such a doom at such a time by such a man who was so much to her, and in such a way. It would have been only natural if at such a moment of gratitude and triumph she had proclaimed the secret which we of the Council of the Nation and her father's commissioners had so religiously kept. But none of us knew then either the voivodin or the gospodar Rupert as we do now. It was well that they were as they are, for the jealousy and suspicion of our mountaineers might, even at such a moment, and even whilst they throbbed at such a deed, have so manifested themselves as to have left a legacy of distrust. The Vladika and I, who of all, save the two immediately concerned, alone knew, looked at each other apprehensively. But at that instant the voivodin, with a swift glance at her husband, laid a finger on her lip, and he, with quick understanding, gave assurance by a similar sign. Then she sank before him on one knee, and raising his hand to her lips, kissed it and spoke. Gospodar Rupert, I owe you all that a woman may owe, except to God. You have given me life and honor. I cannot thank you adequately for what you have done. My father will try to do so when he returns. But I am right sure that the men of the Blue Mountains, who so value honor and freedom and liberty and bravery, will hold you in their hearts forever. This was so sweetly spoken, with lips that trembled and eyes that swam in tears, so truly womanly, and so in accord with the custom of our nation regarding the reverence that women owe to men, that the hearts of our mountaineers were touched to the quick. Their noble simplicity found expression in tears. But if the gallant Gospodar could have for a moment thought that so to weep was unmanly, his error would have had instant correction. When the Voivodin had risen to her feet, which she did with queenly dignity, the men around closed in on the Gospodar like a wave of the sea, and in a second held him above their heads, tossing on their lifted hands as if on stormy breakers. It was as though the old Vikings of whom we have heard, and whose blood flows in Rupert's veins, were choosing a chief in old fashion. I was myself glad that the men were so taken up with the Gospodar that they did not see the glory of the moment in the Voivodin's starry eyes, for else they might have guessed the secret. I knew from the Vladika's look that he shared my own satisfaction, even as he had shared my anxiety. As the Gospodar Rupert was tossed high on the lifted hands of the mountaineers, their shouts rose to such a sudden volume that around us, as far as I could see, the frightened birds rose from the forest, and their noisy alarm swelled the tumult. The Gospodar, ever thoughtful for others, was the first to calm himself. "Come, brothers," he said, "let us gain the hilltop, where we can signal to the castle. It is right that the whole nation should share in the glad tidings that the Voivodin Tuta of Bessarion is free. But before we go, let us remove the arms and clothing of these carrion marauders. We may have use for them later on." The mountaineers set him down, gently enough, and he, taking the Voivodin by the hand and calling the Vladika and myself close to them, led the way up the ravine path which the marauders had descended, and thence through the forest to the top of the hill that dominated the valley. Here we could, from an opening amongst the trees, catch a glimpse far off of the battlements of Bessarion. Forthwith the Gospodar signaled, and on the moment a reply of their awaiting was given. Then the Gospodar signaled the glad news. It was received with manifest rejoicing. We could not hear any sound so far away, but we could see the movement of lifted faces and waving hands, and knew that it was well. But an instant after came a calm so dread that we knew before the semaphore had begun to work that there was bad news in store for us. When the news did come, a bitter wailing arose amongst us, for the news that was signaled ran, "The Voivode has been captured by the Turks on his return, and is held by them at Ilsen." In an instant the temper of the mountaineers changed. It was as though by a flash summer had changed to winter, as though the yellow glory of the standing corn had been obliterated by the dreary waste of snow. Nay, more, it was as when one beholds the track of the whirlwind, when the giants of the forest are levelled with the sword. For a few seconds there was silence, and then, with an angry roar, as when God speaks in the thunder, came the fierce determination of the men of the Blue Mountains. "To Ilsen! To Ilsen!" And a stampede in the direction of the south began. For, illustrious lady, you perhaps, who have been for so short a time at Bessarion, may not know that at the extreme southern point of the land of the Blue Mountains lies the little port of Ilsen, which long ago we wrested from the Turk. The stampede was checked by the command, "Halt!" spoken in a thunderous voice by the Gospodar. Instinctively, all stopped. The Gospodar Rupert spoke again. "Had we not better know a little more before we start on our journey? I shall get by semaphore what details are known. Do you all proceed in silence and as swiftly as possible. The Vladika and I shall await here till we have received the news and have sent some instructions, when we shall follow, and, if we can, overtake you. One thing, be absolutely silent on what has been. Be secret of every detail, even as to the rescue of the Voivodin, except what I send." Without a word, thus showing immeasurable trust, the whole body, not a very large one, it was true, moved on, and the Gospodar began signaling. As I was myself expert in code, I did not require any explanation, but followed question and answer on either side. The first words the Gospodar Rupert signal were, "Silence, absolute and profound, as to everything which has been." Then he asked for details of the capture of the voivode. The answer ran, he was following from Flushing, and his enemies advised by the spies all along the route. At Ragusa, quite a number of strangers, travelers seemingly, went on board the packet. When he got out, the strangers debarked too, and evidently followed him, though as yet we have no details. He disappeared at Ilse from the Hotel Rio, whither he had gone. All possible steps are being taken to trace his movements, and strictest silence and secrecy are observed. His answer was, good. Keep silent and secret. Am hurrying back. Signal request to Archbishop and all members of National Council to come to Gadar with all speed. There, the yacht will meet him. Tell Rook, take yacht all speed to Gadar. There, meet Archbishop and Council. Give him list of names, and return, full speed. Have ready plenty arms, 6 flying artillery. 200 men, provisions 3 days. Silence, silence. All depends on that. All to go on as usual at Castle, except to those in secret. When the receipt of his message had been signaled, we 3, before of course the Voivodin was with us, she had refused to leave the Gospodar, set out hot foot after our comrades. But by the time we had descended the hill, it was evident that the Voivodin could not keep up the terrific pace at which we were going. She struggled heroically, for the long journey she had already taken, and the hardship and anxiety she had suffered, had told on her. The Gospodar stopped, and said that it would be better that he should press on. It was perhaps her father's life, and said he would carry her. No, no, she answered, go on. I shall follow with the Vladica, and then you can have things ready to get on soon after the Archbishop and Council arrive. They kissed each other after, on her part a shy glance at me, and he went on the track of our comrades at a great pace. I could see him shortly after catch them up, though they too were going fast. For a few minutes they ran together, he speaking. I could note it from the way they kept turning their heads towards him. Then he broke away from them hurriedly. He went like a stag, breaking cover, and was soon out of sight. They halted a moment or two. Then some few ran on, and all the rest came back towards us. Quickly they improvised a litter with cords and branches, and insisted that the Voivodin should use it. In an incredibly short time we were underway again, and proceeding with great rapidity towards Visarion. The men took it in turns to help with the litter. I had the honor of taking a hand in the work myself. About a third of the way out from Visarion, a number of our people met us. They were fresh, and as they carried the litter, we who were relieved were free for speed. So we soon arrived at the castle. Here we found all humming like a hive of bees. The yacht, which Captain Rook had kept fired ever since the pursuing party under the Gospodar had left Visarion, was already away, and tearing up the coast at a fearful rate. The rifles and ammunition were stacked on the quay. The field guns, too, were equipped, and the cases of ammunition ready to ship. The men, 200 of them, were paraded in full kit, ready to start at a moment's notice. The provision for 3 days was all ready to put aboard, and barrels of fresh water to trundle aboard when the yacht should return. At one end of the quay, ready to lift on board, stood also the Gospodar's aeroplane, fully equipped, and ready, if need were, for immediate flight. I was glad to see that the Voivodin seemed none the worse for her terrible experience. She still wore her shroud, but no one seemed to notice it as anything strange. The whisper had evidently gone round of what had been, but discretion ruled the day. She and the Gospodar met as two who had served and suffered in common, but I was glad to notice that both kept themselves under such control that none of those not already in the secret even suspected that there was any love between them, let alone marriage. We all waited with what patience we could, till word was signaled from the castle tower that the yacht had appeared over the northern horizon and was coming down fast, keeping inshore as she came. When she arrived, we heard to our joy that all concerned had done their work well. The Archbishop was aboard, and of the National Council not one was missing. The Gospodar hurried them all into the great hall of the castle, which had in the meantime been got ready. I too went with him, but the Voivodin remained without. When all were seated, he rose and said, "My Lord Archbishop, Vladika, and lords of the council all, I have dared to summon you in this way because time presses, and the life of one you all love, the Voivode Vissarion, is at stake. This audacious attempt of the Turk is the old aggression under a new form. It is a new and more daring step than ever to try to capture your chief and his daughter, the Voivodin, whom you love. Happily, the latter part of the scheme is frustrated. The Voivodin is safe and amongst us, but the Voivode is held prisoner, if indeed he be still alive. He must be somewhere near Ilsen, but where exactly we know not as yet. We have an expedition ready to start the moment we receive your sanction, your commands. We shall obey your wishes with our lives. But as the matter is instant, I would venture to ask one question and one only. Shall we rescue the Voivode at any cost that may present itself? I ask this, for the matter has now become an international one, and if our enemies are as earnest as we are, the issue is war. Having so spoken, and with a dignity and force which is inexpressible, he withdrew, and the council, having appointed a scribe, the monk Christophoros, whom I had suggested, began its work. The archbishop spoke. Lords of the Council of the Blue Mountain, I venture to ask you that the answer to the Gospodar Rupert be an instant yes, together with thanks and honor to that gallant Englisher, who has made our cause his own, and who has so valiantly rescued our beloved Voivodin from the ruthless hands of our enemies. Forthwith, the oldest member of the council, Nicholas of Volok, rose, and after throwing a searching look round the faces of all, and seeing grave nods of assent, for not a word was spoken, said to him who held the door, Summon the Gospodar Rupert forthwith. When Rupert entered, he spoke with him. Gospodar Rupert, the Council of the Blue Mountains has only one answer to give. Proceed. Rescue the Voivode Vissarion, whatever the cost may be. You hold henceforth in your hand the handjar of our nation, as already, for what you have done in your valiant rescue of our beloved Voivodin, your breast holds the heart of our people. Proceed at once. We give you, I fear, little time, but we know that such is your own wish. Later, we shall issue formal authorization so that if war may ensue, our allies may understand that you have acted for the nation, and also such letters credential as may be required by you in this exceptional service. These shall follow you within an hour. For our enemies we take no account. See, we draw the handjar that we offer you. As one man, all in the hall drew their handjars, which flashed as a blaze of lightning. There did not seem to be an instant's delay. The council broke up, and its members, mingling with the people without, took active part in the preparations. Not many minutes had elapsed when the yacht, manned and armed and stored as arranged, was rushing out of the creek. On the bridge, beside Captain Rook, stood the Gospodar Rupert and the still shrouded form of the Voivodin tutor. I myself was on the lower deck with the soldiers, explaining to certain of them the special duties which they might be called on to fulfill. I held the list which the Gospodar Rupert had prepared whilst we were waiting for the yacht to arrive from Gadar. Petrov, Vlastimir. End of Part 10. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Part 11 of The Lady of the Shroud by Bram Stoker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Part 11. From Rupert's Journal, continued. July 9th, 1907. We went at a terrific pace down the coast, keeping well inshore so as to avoid, if possible, being seen from the south. Just north of Ilsen, a rocky headland juts out, and that was our cover. On the north of the peninsula is a small landlocked bay with deep water. It is large enough to take the yacht, though a much larger vessel could not safely enter. We ran in and anchored close to the shore, which has a rocky frontage, a natural shelf of rock, which is practically the same as a quay. Here we met the men who had come from Ilsen and the neighborhood in answer to our signaling earlier in the day. They gave us the latest information regarding the kidnapping of the Voivode, and informed us that every man in that section of the country was simply aflame about it. They assured us that we could rely on them not merely to fight to the death, but to keep silence absolutely. Whilst the seamen, under the direction of Rook, took the aeroplane on shore and found a suitable place for it, where it was hidden from casual view, but from which it could be easily launched, the Vladika and I, and of course my wife, were hearing such details as were known of the disappearance of her father. It seems that he travelled secretly in order to avoid just such a possibility as had happened. No one knew of his coming till he came to Fiume, whence he sent a guarded message to the Archbishop, which the latter alone would understand. But the Turkish agents were evidently on his track all the time, and doubtless the Bureau of Spies was kept well advised. He landed at Ilsen from a coasting steamer from Ragusa to the Levant. For 2 days before his coming, there had been quite an unusual number of arrivals at the little port, of which arrivals are rare, and it turned out that the little hotel, the only fairly good one in Ilsen, was almost filled up. Indeed, only one room was left, which the voivode took for the night. The innkeeper did not know the voivode in his disguise, but suspected who it was from the description. He dined quietly and went to bed. His room was at the back, on the ground floor, looking out on the bank of the little river Silva, which here runs into the harbor. No disturbance was heard in the night. Late in the morning, when the elderly stranger had not made his appearance, inquiry was made at his door. He did not answer, so presently the landlord forced the door and found the room empty. His luggage was seemingly intact, only the clothes which he had worn were gone. A strange thing was that, though the bed had been slept in and his clothes were gone, his night-clothes were not to be found, from which it was argued by the local authorities, when they came to make inquiry, that he had gone or been taken from the room in his night-gear, and that his clothes had been taken with him. There was evidently some grim suspicion on the part of the authorities, for they had commanded absolute silence on all in the house. When they came to make inquiry as to the other guests, it was found that one and all had gone in the course of the morning, after paying their bills. None of them had any heavy luggage, and there was nothing remaining by which they might be traced, or which would afford any clue to their identity. The authorities, having sent a confidential report to the seat of government, continued their inquiries, and even now all available hands were at work on the investigation. When I had signaled to the Sarian before my arrival there, word had been sent through the priesthood to enlist in the investigation the services of all good men, so that every foot of ground in that section of the Blue Mountains was being investigated. The portmaster was assured by his watchman that no vessel, large or small, had left the harbor during the night. The inference, therefore, was that the voivode's captors had made inland with him, if indeed they were not already secreted in or near the town. Whilst we were receiving the various reports, a hurried message came that it was now believed that the whole party were in the Silent Tower. This was a well-chosen place for such an enterprise. It was a massive tower of immense strength, built as a memorial, and also as a keep, after one of the massacres of the invading Turks. It stood on the summit of a rocky knoll some 10 miles inland from the port of Ilsen. It was a place shunned as a rule, and the country all around it was so arid and desolate that there were no residents near it. As it was kept for state use and might be serviceable in time of war, it was closed with massive iron doors, which were kept locked except upon certain occasions. The keys were at the seat of government in Plaza. If, therefore, it had been possible to the Turkish marauders to gain entrance and exit, it might be a difficult as well as a dangerous task to try to cut the voivode out. His presence with them was a dangerous menace to any force attacking them, for they would hold his life as a threat. I consulted with the Vladika at once as to what was best to be done, and we decided that though we should put a cordon of guards around it at a safe distance to prevent them receiving warning, we should at present make no attack. We made further inquiry as to whether there had been any vessels seen in the neighborhood during the past few days, and were informed that once or twice a warship had been seen on the near side of the southern horizon. This was evidently the ship which Rook had seen on his rush down the coast after the abduction of the voivode, and which he had identified as a Turkish vessel. The glimpses of her which had been had were all in full daylight. There was no proof that she had not stood them up during the night-time without lights. But the Vladika and I were satisfied that the Turkish vessel was in league with both parties of marauders, and was intended to take off any of the strangers or their prey who might reach Ilsa undetected. It was evidently with this view that the kidnappers of Tuta had, in the first instance, made with all speed for the south. It was only when disappointed there that they headed up north, seeking in desperation for some chance of crossing the border. That ring of steel had so far well served its purpose. I sent for Rook and put the matter before him. He had thought it out for himself to the same end as we had. His deduction was, "Let us keep the cordon and watch for any signal from the silent tower. The Turks will tire before we shall. I undertake to watch the Turkish warship. During the night I shall run down south without lights and have a look at her, even if I have to wait till the grey of the dawn to do so. She may see us, but if she does, I shall crawl away at such pace that she shall not get any idea of our speed. She will certainly come nearer before the day is over, for be sure the Bureau of Spies is kept advised, and they know that when the country is awake, each day increases the hazard of them and their plant being discovered. From their caution, I gather that they do not court discovery, and from that they do not wish for an open declaration of war. If this be so, why should we not come out to them and force an issue if need be?" When Tuta and I got a chance to be alone, we discussed the situation in every phase. The poor girl was in a dreadful state of anxiety regarding her father's safety. At first, she was hardly able to speak or even to think coherently. Her utterance was choked, and her reason palsied with indignation. But presently the fighting blood of her race restored her faculties, and then her woman's quick wit was worth the reasoning of a camp full of men. Seeing that she was all on fire with the subject, I sat still and waited, taking care not to interrupt her. For quite a long time she sat still, whilst the coming night thickened. When she spoke, the whole plan of action, based on subtle thinking, had mapped itself out in her mind. "We must act quickly. Every hour increases the risk to my father." Here her voice broke for an instant, but she recovered herself and went on. "If you go to the ship, I must not go with you. It would not do for me to be seen. The captain doubtless knows of both attempts, that to carry me off as well as that against my father. As yet, he is in ignorance of what has happened. You and your party of brave, loyal men did their work so well that no news could go forth. So long, therefore, as the naval captain is ignorant, he must delay to the last. But if he saw me, he would know that that branch of the venture had miscarried. He would gather from our being here that we had news of my father's capture, and as he would know that the marauders would fail unless they were relieved by force, he would order the captive to be slain. Yes, dear, tomorrow you had perhaps better see the captain, but tonight we must try to rescue my father. Here I think I see a way. You have your aeroplane. Please, take me with you into the silent tower." "Not for a world of chrysolite," said I, horrified. She took my hand and held it tight whilst she went on. "Dear, I know. Be satisfied, but it is the only way. You can, I know, get there, and in the dark. But if you were to go in it would give warning to the enemies, and besides, my father would not understand. Remember, he does not know you. He has never seen you, and does not, I suppose, even know as yet of your existence. But he would know me at once, and in any dress. You can manage to lower me into the tower by a rope from the aeroplane. The Turks as yet do not know about this you, and doubtless rely, at all events in part, on the strength and security of the tower. Therefore their guard will be less active than it would at first or later on. I shall post father in all details, and we shall be ready quickly. Now, dear, let us think out the scheme together. Let your man's wit and experience help my ignorance, and we shall save my father." How could I have resisted such pleading, even had it not seemed wise? But wise it was, and I, who knew what the aeroplane could do under my own guidance, saw at once the practicabilities of the scheme. Of course, there was a dreadful risk in case anything should go wrong. But we are at present living in a world of risks, and her father's life was at stake. So I took my dear wife in my arms and told her that my mind was hers for this, as my soul and body already were, and I cheered her by saying that I thought it might be done. I sent for Rook and told him of the new adventure, and he quite agreed with me in the wisdom of it. I then told him that he would have to go and interview the captain of the Turkish warship in the morning if I did not turn up. I am going to see the Vladika, I said. He will lead our own troops in the attack on the silent tower, but it will rest with you to deal with the warship. Ask the captain to whom or what nation the ship belongs. He is sure to refuse to tell. In such case, mention to him that if he flies no nation's flag, his vessel is a pirate ship, and that you, who are in command of the navy of the Blue Mountains, will deal with him as a pirate is dealt with. No quarter, no mercy. He will temporize, and perhaps try a bluff, but when things get serious with him, he will land a force, or try to, and may even prepare to shell the town. He will threaten to, at any rate. In such case, deal with him as you think best, or as near to it as you can. He answered, I shall carry out your wishes with my life. It is a righteous task, not that anything of that sort would ever stand in my way. If he attacks our nation, either as a Turk or a pirate, I shall wipe him out. We shall see what our own little packet can do. Moreover, any of the marauders who have entered the Blue Mountains, from sea or otherwise, shall never get out by sea. I take it that we of my contingent shall cover the attacking party. It will be a sorry time for us all if that happens without our seeing you and the Voivodin, for in such case we shall understand the worst. Iron as he was, the man trembled. That is so, Rook, I said. We are taking a desperate chance, we know. But the case is desperate, but we all have our duty to do, whatever happens. Ours and yours is stern, but when we have done it, the result will be that life will be easier for others, for those that are left. Before he left, I asked him to send up to me 3 suits of the masterman bulletproof clothes, of which we had a supply on the yacht. 2 are for the Voivodin and myself, I said. The 3rd is for the Voivod to put on. The Voivodin will take it with her when she descends from the aeroplane into the tower. Whilst any daylight was left, I went out to survey the ground. My wife wanted to come with me, but I would not let her. No, I said, you will have at the best a fearful tax on your strength and your nerves. You will want to be as fresh as is possible when you get on the aeroplane. Like a good wife, she obeyed, and lay down to rest in the little tent provided for her. I took with me a local man who knew the ground, and who was trusted to be silent. We made a long detour when we had got as near the silent tower as we could without being noticed. I made notes from my compass as to directions, and took good notice of anything that could possibly serve as a landmark. By the time we got home, I was pretty well satisfied that if all should go well, I could easily sail over the tower in the dark. Then I had a talk with my wife and gave her full instructions. When we arrive over the tower, I said, I shall lower you with a long rope. You will have a parcel of food and spirit for your father in case he is fatigued or faint, and, of course, the bulletproof suit, which you must put on at once. You will also have a short rope with a belt at either end, one for your father, the other for you. When I turn the aeroplane and come back again, you will have ready the ring which lies midway between the belts. This you will catch into the hook at the end of the lowered rope. When all is secure, and I have pulled you both up by the windlass so as to clear the top, I shall throw out ballast, which we shall carry on purpose, and away we go. I am sorry it must be so uncomfortable for you both, but there is no other way. When we get well clear of the tower, I shall take you both up on the platform. If necessary, I shall descend to do it, and then we shall steer for Ilse. When all is safe, our men will attack the tower. We must let them do it, for they expect it. A few men in the clothes and arms which we took from your captors will be pursued by some of ours. It is all arranged. They will ask the Turks to admit them, and if the latter have not learned of their father's escape, perhaps they will do so. Once in, our men will try to open the gate. The chances are against them, poor fellows, but they are all volunteers and will die fighting. If they win out, great glory will be theirs. The moon does not rise tonight till just before midnight, so we have plenty of time. We shall start from here at 10. If all be well, I shall place you in the tower with your father in less than a quarter hour from that. A few minutes will suffice to clothe him in bulletproof and get on his bell. I shall not be away from the tower for more than a very few minutes, and please God, long before 11 we shall be safe. Then the tower can be won in an attack by our mountaineers. Perhaps, when the guns are heard on the ship of war, for there is sure to be firing, the captain may try to land a shore part, but Brooke will stand in the way, and if I know the man and the lady, we shall not be troubled with many Turks tonight. By midnight, you and your father can be on the way to Vissaria. I can interview the naval captain in the morning. My wife's marvelous courage and self-possession stood to her. At half an hour before the time fixed, she was ready for our adventure. She had improved the scheme in one detail. She had put on her own belt and coiled the rope round her waist, so the only delay would be in bringing her father's belt. She would keep the bulletproof dress intended to be his strapped in a packet on her back, so that if occasion should be favorable, he would not want to put it on till he and she should have reached the platform of the aeroplane. In such a case, I should not steer away from the tower at all, but would pass slowly across it and take up the captive and his brave daughter before leaving. I had learned from local sources that the tower was in several stories. Entrance was by the foot, where the great ironclad door was. Then came living rooms and storage, and an open space at the top. This would probably be thought the best place for the prisoner, for it was deep sunk within the massive walls, wherein was no loophole of any kind. This, if it should so happen, would be the disposition of things best for our plan. The guards would at this time be all inside the tower, probably resting, most of them, so that it was possible that no one might notice the coming of the airship. I was afraid to think that all might turn out so well, for in such a case our task would be a simple enough one, and would in all human probability be crowned with success. At 10 o'clock we started. Tuta did not show the smallest sign of fear or even uneasiness, though this was the first time she had ever even seen an aeroplane at work. She proved to be an admirable passenger for an airship. She stayed quite still, holding herself rigidly in the position arranged by the cords which I had fixed for her. When I had trued my course by the landmarks and with the compass, lit by the tiny, my electric light in the dark box, I had time to look about me. All seemed quite dark wherever I looked, to land or sea or sky. But darkness is relative, and though each quarter and spot looked dark in turn, there was not such absolute darkness as a whole. I could tell the difference, for instance, between land and sea, no matter how far off we might be from either. Looking upward, the sky was dark, yet there was light enough to see and even distinguish broad effects. I had no difficulty in distinguishing the tower towards which we were moving, and that, after all, was the main thing. We drifted slowly, very slowly, as the air was still, and I only used the minimum pressure necessary for the engine. I think I now understood for the first time the extraordinary value of the engine with which my Kitson was equipped. It was noiseless, it was practically of no weight, and it allowed the machine to progress as easily as the old-fashioned balloon used to drift before a breeze. Tuta, who had naturally very fine sight, seemed to see even better than I did, for as we drew nearer to the tower, and its round open top began to articulate itself, she commenced to prepare for her part of the task. She it was who uncoiled the long drag rope ready for her lowering. We were proceeding so gently that she, as well as I, had hopes that I might be able to actually balance the machine on the top of the curving wall, a thing manifestly impossible on a straight surface, though it might have been possible on an angle. On we crept, on and on. There was no sign of light about the tower, and not the faintest sound to be heard till we were almost close to the line of the rising wall. Then we heard a sound of something like mirth, but muffled by distance and thick walls. From it we took fresh heart, for it told us that our enemies were gathered in the lower chambers. If only the voivode should be on the upper stage, all would be well. Slowly, almost inch by inch, and with a suspense that was agonizing, we crossed some 20 or 30 feet above the top of the wall. I could see as we came near the jagged line of white patches where the heads of the massacred Turks, placed there on spikes in old days, seemed to give still their grim warning. Seeing that they made in themselves a difficulty of landing on the wall, wall, I deflected the plane so that as we crept over the wall, we might, if they became displaced, brush them to the outside of the wall. A few seconds more, and I was able to bring the machine to rest, with the front of the platform jutting out beyond the tower wall. Here I anchored her fore and aft with clamps which had been already prepared. Whilst I was doing so, Tuta had leaned over the inner edge of the platform and whispered as softly as the sigh of a gentle breeze, "Hist! Hist!" The answer came in a similar sound from some 20 feet below us, and we knew that the prisoner was alone. Forthwith, having fixed the hook of the rope in the ring to which was attached her belt, I lowered my wife. Her father evidently knew her whisper and was ready. The hollow tower, a smooth cylinder within, sent up the voices from it, faint as were the whispers.
"Father, it is I, Tuta."
"My child, my brave daughter."
"Quick, father, strap the belt round you. See that it is secure. We have to be lifted into the air if necessary. Hold together. It will be easier for Rupert to lift us to the airship."
"Rupert?"
"Yes, I shall explain later. Quick, quick, there is not a moment to lose. He is enormously strong and can lift us together. But we must help him by being still, so he won't have to use the windlass, which might creak."
As she spoke, she jerked slightly at the rope, which was our preconcerted signal that I was to lift. I was afraid the windlass might creak, and her thoughtful hint decided me. I bent my back to the task, and in a few seconds they were on the platform on which they, at Tuta's suggestion, lay flat, one at each side of my seat, so as to keep the best balance possible. I took off the clamps, lifted the bags of ballast to the top of the wall so that there should be no sound of falling, and started the engine. The machine moved forward a few inches so that it tilted towards the outside of the wall. I threw my weight on the front part of the platform, and we commenced our downward fall at a sharp angle, a second enlarged angle, and without further ado we slid away into the darkness. Then, ascending as we went, when the engine began to work at its strength, we turned and presently made straight for Ilse. The journey was short, not many minutes. It almost seemed as if no time whatever had elapsed till we saw below us the gleam of lights, and by them a great body of men gathered in military array. We slackened and descended. The crowd kept deathly silence, but when we were amongst them, we needed no telling that it was not due to lack of heart or absence of joy. The pressure of their hands as they surrounded us, and the devotion with which they kissed the hands and feet of both the voivode and his daughter, were evidence enough for me, even had I not had my own share of their grateful rejoicing. In the midst of it all, the low, stern voice of Rope, who had burst away to the front beside the Vladika, said, "Now is the time to attack the tower. Forward, brothers, but in silence. Let there not be a sound till you are near the gate. Then play your little comedy of the escaping marauders, and will be no comedy for them in the tower. The yacht is all ready for the morning, Mr. St. Ledger, in case I do not come out of the scrimmage if the bluejackets arrive. In such case, you will have to handle yourself. God keep you, my lady, and you too, voivode. Forward!" In a ghostly silence, the grim little army moved forwards. Rope and his men with him disappeared into the darkness in the direction of the harbor of Ilse. From the script of the Voivode, Peter Vissarion, July 7, 1907. I had little idea when I started on my homeward journey that it would have such a strange termination. Even I, who, ever since my boyhood, have lived in a world of adventure, intrigue, or diplomacy, whichever it may be called, statecraft, and war, had reason to be surprised. I certainly thought that when I locked myself into my room in the hotel at Ilsen, that I would have at last a spell, however short, of quiet. All the time of my prolonged negotiations with the various nationalities, I had to be at tension. So, too, on my homeward journey, lest something at the last moment should happen adversely to my mission. But when I was safe on my own land of the Blue Mountains, and laid my head on my pillow, where only friends could be around me, I thought I might forget care. But to wake with a rude hand over my mouth, and to feel myself grasped tight by so many hands that I could not move a limb, was a dreadful shock. All after that was like a dreadful dream. I was rolled into a great rug, so tightly that I could hardly breathe, let alone cry out. Lifted by many hands through the window, which I could hear was softly opened and shut for the purpose, and carried to a boat. Again lifted into some sort of litter on which I was borne a long distance, but with considerable rapidity. Again lifted out and dragged through a doorway opened on purpose. I could hear the clang as it was shut behind me. Then the rug was removed, and I found myself still in my night gear in the midst of a ring of men. There were 20 of them, all Turks, all strong-looking, resolute men, armed to the teeth. My clothes, which had been taken from my room, were thrown down beside me, and I was told to dress. As the Turks were going from the room, shaped like a vault, where we then were, the last of them, who seemed to be some sort of officer, said, "If you cry out or make any noise whatever whilst you are in the tower, you shall die before your time." Presently some food and water were brought me, and a couple of blankets. I wrapped myself up and slept till early in the morning. Breakfast was brought, and the same men filed in. In the presence of them all, the same officer said, "I have given instructions that if you make any noise or betray your presence to anyone outside this tower, the nearest man is to restore you to immediate quiet with this yatagha. If you promise me that you will remain quiet whilst you are within the tower, I can enlarge your liberties somewhat. Do you promise?" I promised, as he wished. There was no need to make necessary any stricter measure of confinement. Any chance of escape lay in having the utmost freedom allowed to me. Although I had been taken away with such secrecy, I knew that before long there would be pursuit. So I waited with what patience I could. I was allowed to go to the upper platform, a consideration due, I am convinced, by my captors' wish for their own comfort rather than for mine. In the evening I was allowed to remain on the upper platform. It was not very cheering, for during the daytime I had satisfied myself that it would be quite impossible for even a younger and more active man than I am to climb the walls. They were built for prison purposes, and a cat could not find entry for its claws between the stones. I resigned myself to my fate as well as I could. Wrapping my blanket round me, I lay down and looked up at the sky. I wished to see it whilst I could. I was just dropping to sleep. The unutterable silence of the place, broken only now and again by some remark by my captors in rooms below me, when there was a strange appearance just over me, an appearance so strange that I sat up and gazed with distended eyes. Across the top of the tower, some height above, drifted, slowly and silently, a great platform. Although the night was dark, it was so much darker where I was within the hollow of the tower that I could actually see what was above me. I knew it was an aeroplane, one of which I had seen in Washington. A man was seated in the center, steering, and beside him was a silent figure of a woman all wrapped in white. It made my heart beat to see her, for she was figured something like my tutor, but broader, less shapely. She leaned over, and a whispered "shh" crept down to me. I answered in similar way, whereupon she rose, and the man lowered her down into the tower. Then I saw that it was my dear daughter who had come in this wonderful way to save me. With infinite haste, she helped me to fasten round my waist a belt attached to a rope which was coiled round her. And then the man, who was a giant in strength as well as stature, raised us both to the platform of the aeroplane, which he set in motion without an instant's delay. Within a few seconds, and without any discovery being made of my escape, we were speeding towards the sea. The lights of Ilsen were in front of us. Before reaching the town, however, we descended in the midst of a little army of my own people, who were gathered ready to advance upon the silent tower, there to effect, if necessary, my rescue by force. Small chance would there have been of my life in case of such a struggle. Happily, however, the devotion and courage of my dear daughter and of her gallant companion prevented such a necessity. It was strange to me to find such joyous reception amongst my friends, expressed in such a whispered silence. There was no time for comment or understanding, or the asking of questions. I was fain to take things as they stood, and wait for later explanation. This came later, when my daughter and I were able to converse alone. When the expedition went out against the silent tower, Tuta and I went to her tent, and with us came her gigantic companion, who seemed not wearied, but almost overcome with sleep. When we came into the tent, over which, at a little distance, a cordon of our mountaineers stood on guard, he said to me, "May I ask you, sir, to pardon me for a time, and allow the Voivodin to explain matters to you? She will, I know, so far assist me, for there is so much work still to be done before we are free of the present peril. For myself, I am almost overcome with sleep. For 3 nights I have had no sleep, but all during that time much labor and more anxiety. I could hold on longer, but at daybreak I must go out to the Turkish warship that lies in the offing. She is a Turk, though she does not confess to it, and she it is who has brought hither the marauders who captured both your daughter and yourself. It is needful that I go, for I hold a personal authority from the National Council to take whatever step may be necessary for our protection, and when I go, I should be clear-headed, for war may rest on that meeting. I shall be in the adjoining tent, and shall come at once if I am summoned, in case you wish for me before dawn." Here my daughter struck in. "Father, ask him to remain here. We shall not disturb him, I am sure, in our talking. And moreover, if you knew how much I owe to him, to his own bravery and his strength, you would understand how much safer I feel when he is close to me, though we are surrounded by an army of our brave mountaineers." "But, my daughter," I said, for I was as yet all in ignorance, "there are confidences between father and daughter which none other may share. Some of what has been I know, but I want to know all, and it might be better that no stranger, however valiant he may be, or no matter in what measure we are due to him, should be present." To my astonishment, she who had always been amenable to my lightest wish actually argued with me. "Father, there are other confidences which have to be respected in likewise. Bear with me, dear, till I have told you all, and I am right sure that you shall agree with me. I ask it, Father." That settled the matter, and as I could see that the gallant gentleman who had rescued me was swaying on his feet as he waited respectfully, I said to him, "Rest with us, sir. We shall watch over your sleep." Then I had to help him, for almost on the instant he sank down, and I had to guide him to the rug spread on the ground. In a few seconds he was in a deep sleep. As I stood looking at him, till I had realized that he was really asleep, I could not help marveling at the bounty of nature that could uphold even such a man as this to the last moment of work to be done, and then allow so swift a lapse when all was over, and he could rest peacefully. He was certainly a splendid fellow. I think I never saw so fine a man physically in my life. And if the lesson of his physiognomy be true, he is as sterling inwardly as his external is fair. "Now," said I to Tuta, "we are to all intents quite alone. Tell me all that has been, so that I may understand." Whereupon my daughter, making me sit down, knelt beside me, and told me from end to end the most marvelous story I had ever heard or read of. Something of it I had already known from the Archbishop Paleologue's later letters, but of all else I was ignorant. Far away in the great West beyond the Atlantic, and again on the fringe of the eastern seas, I had been thrilled to my heart's core by the heroic devotion and fortitude of my daughter in yielding herself for her country's sake to that fearful ordeal of the crypt. At the grief of the nation at her reported death, news of which was so mercifully and wisely withheld from me as long as possible. Of the supernatural rumors that took root so deep, but no word or hint had come to me of a man who had come across the orbit of her life, much less of all that has resulted from it. Neither had I known of her being carried off, or of the thrice gallant rescue of her by Rupert. Little wonder that I thought so highly of him, even at the first moment I had a clear view of him when he sank down to sleep before me. Why, the man must be a marvel. Even our mountaineers could not match such endurance as his. In the course of her narrative, my daughter told me of how, being wearied with her long waiting in the tomb, and waking to find herself alone when the floods were out, and even the crypt submerged, she sought safety and warmth elsewhere, and how she came to the castle in the night and found the strange man alone. I said, "That was dangerous, daughter, if not wrong. The man, brave and devoted as he is, must answer me, your father." At that she was greatly upset, and before going on with her narrative, drew me close in her arms and whispered to me, "Be gentle to me, father, for I have had much to bear, and be good to him, for he holds my heart in his breast." I reassured her with a gentle pressure. There was no need to speak. She then went on to tell me about her marriage, and how her husband, who had fallen into the belief that she was a vampire, had determined to give even his soul for her, and how she had on the night of the marriage left him and gone back to the tomb to play to the end the grim comedy which she had undertaken to perform till my return, and how, on the second night after her marriage, as she was in the garden of the castle, going, as she shyly told me, to see if all was well with her husband, she was seized secretly, muffled up, bound, and carried off. Here she made a pause and a digression. Evidently some fear lest her husband and myself should quarrel assailed her, for she said, "Do understand, father, that Rupert's marriage to me was in all ways regular, and quite in accord with our customs. Before we were married, I told the Archbishop of my wish. He, as your representative during your absence, consented himself, and brought the matter to the notice of the Vladika and the Archimandrites. All these concurred, having exacted from me, very properly I think, a sacred promise to adhere to my self-appointed task. The marriage itself was orthodox in all ways, though so far unusual that it was held at night and in darkness, save for the lights appointed by the ritual. As to that, the Archbishop himself, or the Archimandrite of Spazak, who assisted him, or the Vladika, who acted as paranymph, will all or any of them give you full details. Your representative made all inquiries as to Rupert St. Ledger, who lived in Bessarion, though he did not know who I was, or from his point of view who I had been. But I must tell you of my rescue. And so she went on to tell me of that unavailing journey south by her captors, of their bafflement by the cordon which Rupert had established at the first word of danger to the daughter of our leader, though he little knew who the leader was, or who was his daughter. Of how the brutal marauders tortured her to speed with their daggers, and how her wounds left blood marks on the ground as she passed along. Then of the halt in the valley, when the marauders came to know that their road north was menaced, if not already blocked. Of the choosing of the murderers, and their keeping ward over her whilst their companions went to survey the situation. And of her gallant rescue by that noble fellow, her husband, my son, I shall call him henceforth, and thank God that I may have that happiness and that honor. Then my daughter went on to tell me of the race back to Bessarion, when Rupert went ahead of all, as a leader should do, of the summoning of the Archbishop and the National Council, and of their placing the nation's handjar in Rupert's hand, of the journey to Ilsen, and the flight of my daughter and my son on the aeroplane. The rest I knew. As she finished, the sleeping man stirred and woke, broad awake in a second, sure sign of a man accustomed to campaigning adventure. At a glance he recalled everything that had been and sprang to his feet. He stood respectfully before me for a few seconds before speaking. Then he said, with an open, engaging smile, "I see, sir, you know all. Am I forgiven, for Tuta's sake as well as my own?" By this time I was also on my feet. A man like that walked straight into my heart. My daughter, too, had risen and stood by my side. I put out my hand and grasped his, which seemed to leap to meet me, as only the hand of a swordsman can do. "I am glad you are my son," I said. It was all I could say, and I meant it and all it implied. We shook hands warmly. Tuta was pleased. She kissed me, and then stood holding my arm with one hand, whilst she linked her other hand in the arm of her husband. He summoned one of the sentries without, and told him to ask Captain Rook to come to him. The latter had been ready for a call, and came at once. When through the open flap of the tent we saw him coming, Rupert, as I must call him now because Tuta wishes it, and I like to do it myself, said, "I must be off to board the Turkish vessel before it comes in shore. Goodbye, sir, in case we do not meet again." He said the last few words in so low a voice that I only could hear them. Then he kissed his wife and told her he expected to be back in time for breakfast, and was gone. He met Rook, I am hardly accustomed to call him captain as yet, though indeed he well deserves it, at the edge of the cordon of sentries, and they went quickly together towards the port, where the yacht was lying with steam up. End of Part 11. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Part 12 of The Lady of the Shroud by Bram Stoker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Part 12. Book 7. The Empire of the Air. From the Report of Christopherus, War Scribe to the National Council. July 7, 1907. When the Gospodar Rupert and Captain Rook came within hailing distance of the strange ship, the former hailed her, using one after another the languages of England, Germany, France, Russia, Turkey, Greece, Spain, Portugal, and another which I did not know. I think it must have been America. By this time, the whole line of the bulwark was covered by a row of Turkish faces. When, in Turkish, the Gospodar asked for the captain, the latter came to the gangway, which had been opened, and stood there. His uniform was that of the Turkish Navy, of that I am prepared to swear, but he made signs of not understanding what had been said, whereupon the Gospodar spoke again, but in French this time. I append the exact conversation which took place, none other joining in it. I took down in shorthand the words of both as they were spoken. The Gospodar: Are you the captain of this ship? The captain: I am. Gospodar: To what nationality do you belong? Captain: It matters not. I am captain of this ship. Gospodar: I alluded to your ship. What national flag is she under? Captain, throwing his eye over the top hamper: I do not see that any flag is flying. Gospodar: I take it that as commander you can allow me on board with my two companions? Captain: I can, upon proper request being made. Gospodar, taking off his cap: I ask your courtesy, Captain. I am the representative and accredited officer of the National Council of the Land of Blue Mountains, in whose waters you now are, and on their account I ask for a formal interview on urgent matters. The Turk, who was, I am bound to say, in manner most courteous as yet, gave some command to his officers, whereupon the companion ladders and stage were lowered, and the gangway manned, as is usual for the reception on a ship of war of an honored guest. Captain: You are welcome, sir. You and your two companions, as you request. The Gospodar bowed. Our companion ladder was rigged on the instant, and a launch lowered. The Gospodar and Captain Rook, taking me with them, entered and rowed to the warship, where we were all honorably received. There were an immense number of men on board, soldiers as well as seamen. It looked more like a warlike expedition than a fighting ship in time of peace. As we stepped on the deck, the seamen and marines, who were all armed as at drill, presented arms. The Gospodar went first towards the captain, and Captain Rook and I followed close behind him. The Gospodar spoke: I am Rupert St. Leger, a subject of His Britannic Majesty, presently residing at Bessarion, in the Land of the Blue Mountains. I am at present empowered to act for the National Council in all matters. Here is my credential. As he spoke, he handed to the captain a letter. It was written in 5 different languages: Balkan, Turkish, Greek, English, and French. The captain read it carefully all through, forgetful for the moment that he had seemingly been unable to understand the Gospodar's questions spoken in the Turkish tongue. Then he answered: I see the document is complete. May I ask on what subject you wish to see me? Gospodar: You are here in a ship of war in Blue Mountain waters, yet you fly no flag of any nation. You have sent armed men ashore in your boats, thus committing an act of war. The National Council of the Land of the Blue Mountains requires to know what nation you serve, and why the obligations of international law are thus broken. The captain seemed to wait for further speech, but the Gospodar remained silent, whereupon the former spoke. Captain: I am responsible to my own chiefs. I refuse to answer your question. The Gospodar spoke at once in reply. Gospodar: Then, sir, you, as commander of a ship, and especially a ship of war, must know that in thus violating national and maritime laws, you and all on board this ship are guilty of an act of piracy. This is not even piracy on the high seas. You are not merely within territorial waters, but you have invaded a national port. As you refuse to disclose the nationality of your ship, I accept, as you seem to do, your status as that of a pirate, and shall in due season act accordingly. Captain, with manifest hostility. I accept the responsibility of my own acts. Without admitting your contention, I tell you now that whatever action you take shall be at your own peril and that of your national council. Moreover, I have reason to believe that my men who were sent ashore on special service have been beleaguered in a tower which can be seen from this ship. Before dawn this morning, firing was heard from that direction, from which I gathered that attack was made on them. They, being only a small party, may have been murdered. If such be so, I tell you that you and your miserable little nation, as you call it, shall pay such blood money as you never thought of. I am responsible for this, and by Allah there shall be a great revenge. You have not in all your navy, if navy you have at all, power to cope with even one ship like this, which is but one of many. My guns shall be trained on Ilsen, to which end I have come in shore. You and your companions have free conduct back to port. Such is due to the white flag which you fly. 15 minutes will bring you back whence you came. Go, and remember that whatever you may do amongst your mountain defiles, at sea you cannot even defend yourselves. Gospodar, slowly and in a ringing voice. The land of the Blue Mountains has its own defenses on sea and land. Its people know how to defend themselves. Captain, taking out his watch. It is now close on 5 bells. At the first stroke of 6 bells, our guns shall open fire. Gospodar, calmly. It is my last duty to warn you, sir, and to warn all on this ship, that much may happen before even the first stroke of 6 bells. Be warned in time, and give over this piratical attack, the very threat of which may be the cause of much bloodshed. Captain, violently. Do you dare to threaten me, and moreover my ship's company? We are one, I tell you, in this ship, and the last man shall perish like the first, ere this enterprise fail. Go. With a bow, the Gospodar turned and went down the ladder, we following him. In a couple of minutes, the yacht was on her way to the port. From Rupert's Journal, July 10th, 1907. When we turned shoreward after my stormy interview with the pirate captain, I can call him nothing else at present, Rook gave orders to a quartermaster on the bridge, and the lady began to make to a little northward of Ilsen port. Rook himself went aft to the wheelhouse, taking several men with him. When we were quite near the rocks, the water is so deep here that there is no danger, we slowed down, merely drifting along southwards towards the port. I was myself on the bridge, and could see all over the decks. I could also see preparations going on upon the warship. Ports were opened, and the great guns on the turrets were lowered for action. When we were starboard broadside onto the ship, I saw the port side of the steering house open, and Rook's men sliding out what looked like a huge grey crab, which by tackle from within the wheelhouse was lowered softly into the sea. The position of the yacht hid the operation from sight of the warship. The doors were shut again, and the yacht's pace began to quicken. We ran into the port. I had a vague idea that Rook had some desperate project on hand. Not for nothing had he kept the wheelhouse locked on that mysterious crab. All along the frontage was a great crowd of eager men, but they had considerably left the little mole at the southern entrance, whereon was a little tower, on whose round top a signal gun was placed, free for my own use. When I was landed on this pier, I went along to the end, and climbing the narrow stair within, went out on the sloping roof. I stood up, for I was determined to show the Turks that I was not afraid for myself, as they would understand when the bombardment should begin. It was now but a very few minutes before the fatal hour, 6 bells. But all the same, I was almost in a state of despair. It was terrible to think of all those poor souls in the town who had done nothing wrong, and who were to be wiped out in the coming bloodthirsty, wanton attack. I raised my glasses to see how preparations were going on upon the warship. As I looked, I had a momentary fear that my eyesight was giving way. At one moment I had the deck of the warship focused with my glasses, and could see every detail as the gunners waited for the word to begin the bombardment with the great guns of the barbettes. The next, I saw nothing but the empty sea. Then, in another instant, there was the ship as before, but the details were blurred. I steadied myself against the signal gun and looked again. Not more than 2 or at the most 3 seconds had elapsed. The ship was, for the moment, full in view. As I looked, she gave a queer kind of quick shiver, prow and stern, and then sideways. It was for all the world like a rat shaken in the mouth of a skilled terrier. Then she remained still, the one placid thing to be seen, for all around her the sea seemed to shiver in little independent eddies, as when water is broken without a current to guide it. I continued to look, and when the deck was, or seemed, quite still, for the shivering water round the ship kept catching my eyes through the outer rays of the lenses, I noticed that nothing was stirring. The men who had been at the guns were all lying down. The men in the fighting tops had leaned forward or backward, and their arms hung down helplessly. Everywhere was desolation, insofar as life was concerned. Even a little brown bear, which had been seated on the cannon, which was being put into range position, had jumped or fallen on deck, and lay there stretched out and still. It was evident that some terrible shock had been given to the mighty war vessel. Without a doubt, or thought why I did so, I turned my eyes towards where the lady lay, port broadside now to the inside in the harbour mouth. I had the key now to the mystery of Rook's proceedings with the great grey crab. As I looked, I saw just outside the harbour a thin line of cleaving water. This became more marked each instant, till a steel disk with glass eyes that shone in the light of the sun rose above the water. It was about the size of a beehive, and was shaped like one. It made a straight line for the aft of the yacht. At the same moment, in obedience to some command, given so quietly that I did not hear it, the men went below, all save some few who began to open outdoors in the port side of the wheelhouse. The tackle was run out through an opened gangway on that side, and a man stood on the great hook at the lower end, balancing himself by hanging on the chain. In a few seconds he came up again. The chain tightened, and the great grey crab rose over the edge of the deck and was drawn into the wheelhouse, the doors of which were closed, shutting in a few only of the men. I waited, quite quiet. After a space of a few minutes, Captain Roke in his uniform walked out of the wheelhouse. He entered a small boat, which had been in the meantime lowered for the purpose, and was rowed to the steps on the mole. Ascending these, he came directly towards the signal tower. When he had ascended and stood beside me, he saluted. "Well?" I asked. "All well, sir," he answered. "We shan't have any more trouble with that lot, I think. You warned that pirate—" I wish he had been, in truth, a clean, honest, straightforward pirate, instead of the measly Turkish swab he was, "that something might occur before the first stroke of 6 bells. Well, something has occurred, and for him and all his crew, that 6 bells will never sound. So the Lord fights for the cross against the crescent. Bismillah. Amen." He said this in a manifestly formal way, as though declaiming a ritual. The next instant he went on in the thoroughly practical, conventional way which was usual to him. "May I ask a favour, Mr. St. Ledger?" "1,000, my dear Rook," I said. "You can't ask me anything which I shall not freely grant, and I speak within my brief from the National Council. You have saved Ilsen this day, and the Council will thank you for it in due time." "Me, sir?" he said, with a look of surprise on his face, which seemed quite genuine. "If you think that, I am well out of it. I was afraid when I woke that you might court-martial me." "Court-martial you? What for?" I asked, surprised in my turn. "For going to sleep on duty, sir. And the fact is, I was worn out in the attack on the Silent Tower last night, and when you had your interview with the pirate— all good pirates forgive me for the blasphemy, amen— and I knew that everything was going smoothly, I went into the wheelhouse and took 40 winks. He said all this without moving so much as an eyelid, from which I gathered that he wished absolute silence to be observed on my part. Whilst I was revolving this in my mind, he went on. Touching that request, sir, when I have left you and the voivode, and the voivodin, of course, at Vissarion, together with such others as you may choose to bring there with you, may I bring the yacht back here for a spell? I rather think that there is a good deal of cleaning up to be done, and the crew of the lady with myself are the men to do it. We shall be back by nightfall at the creek. Do as you think best, Admirable, I said. Admiral? Yes, Admiral. At present, I can only say that tentatively, but by tomorrow, I am sure the National Council will have confirmed it. I am afraid, old friend, that your squadron will be only your flagship for the present, but later we may do better. So long as I am Admiral, Your Honor, I shall have no other flagship than the lady. I am not a young man, but young or old, my pennon shall float over no other deck. Now, one other favor, Mr. St. Ledger. It is a corollary of the first, so I do not hesitate to ask. May I appoint Lieutenant Desmond, my present first officer, to the command of the battleship? Of course, he will at first only command the prize crew, but in such case he will fairly expect the confirmation of his rank later. I had better perhaps tell you, sir, that he is a very capable seaman, learned in all the sciences that pertain to a battleship, and bred in the first navy in the world. By all means, Admiral, your nomination shall, I think I may promise you, be confirmed. Not another word we spoke. I returned with him in his boat to the lady, which was brought to the dock wall, where we were received with tumultuous cheering. I hurried off to my wife and the voivode. Rook, calling Desmond to him, went on the bridge of the lady, which turned and went out at terrific speed to the battleship, which was already drifting up northward on the tide. From the report of Christophorus, scribe of the National Council of the Land of the Blue Mountains, July 8, 1907. The meeting of the National Council, July 6th, was but a continuation of that held before the rescue of the voivode in Vissarion, the members of the council having been, during the intervening night, housed in the castle of Vissarion. When in the early morning they met, all were jubilant, for late at night the fire signal had flamed up from Ilsen with the glad news that the voivode Peter Vissarion was safe, having been rescued with great daring on an aeroplane by his daughter and the Gospodar Rupert, as the people called him, Mr. Rupert St. Ledger, as he is in his British name and degree. Whilst the council was sitting, word came that a great peril to the town of Ilsen had been averted. A war vessel, acknowledging no nationality and therefore to be deemed a pirate, had threatened to bombard the town, but just before the time fixed for the fulfillment of her threat, she was shaken to such an extent by some subaqueous means that though she herself was seemingly uninjured, nothing was left alive on board. Thus the Lord preserves his own. The consideration of this, as well as the other incident, was postponed until the coming of the voivode and the Gospodar Rupert, together with others who were already on their way hither. The same, later in the same day. The council resumed its sitting at 4 o'clock. The voivode Peter Vissarion and the voivodin Tuta had arrived with the Gospodar Rupert, as the mountaineers call him, Mr. Rupert St. Ledger, on the armored yacht he calls the Lady. The National Council showed great pleasure when the voivode entered the hall in which the council met. He seemed much gratified by the reception given to him. Mr. Rupert St. Ledger, by the express desire of the council, was asked to be present at the meeting. He took a seat at the bottom of the hall and seemed to prefer to remain there, though asked by the president of the council to sit at the top of the table with himself and the voivode. When the formalities of such councils had been completed, the voivode handed to the president a memorandum of his report on his secret mission to foreign courts on behalf of the National Council. He then explained at length, for the benefit of the various members of the council, the broad results of his mission. The result was, he said, absolutely satisfactory. Everywhere he had been received with distinguished courtesy and given a sympathetic hearing. Several of the powers consulted had made delay in giving final answers, but such, he explained, were necessarily due to new considerations arising from the international complications which were universally dealt with throughout the world as the Balkan crisis. In time, however, the voivode went on, these matters became so far declared as to allow the waiting powers to form definite judgment, which of course they did not declare to him as to their own ultimate action. The final result, if at this initial stage such tentative setting forth of their own attitude in each case can be so named, was that he returned full of hope, founded, he might say, upon a justifiable personal belief that the great powers throughout the world, north, south, east, and west, were in thorough sympathy with the land of the Blue Mountains in its aspirations for the continuance of its freedom. I also am honored, he continued, to bring to you, the great council of the nation, the assurance of protection against unworthy aggression on the part of neighboring nations of present greater strength. Whilst he was speaking, the Gospodar Rupert was writing a few words on a strip of paper, which he sent up to the president. When the voivode had finished speaking, there was a prolonged silence. The president rose, and in a hush said that the council would like to hear Mr. Rupert St. Ledger, who had a communication to make regarding certain recent events. Mr. Rupert St. Ledger rose and reported how, since he had been entrusted by the council with the rescue of the voivode Peter Vissarion, he had, by aid of the voivodin, effected the escape of the voivode from the silent tower. Also, that following this happy event, the mountaineers, who had made a great cordon round the tower so soon as it was known that the voivode had been imprisoned within it, had stormed it in the night. As a determined resistance was offered by the marauders, who had used it as a place of refuge, none of these escaped. He then went on to tell how he sought interview with the captain of the strange warship, which, without flying any flag, invaded our waters. He asked the president to call on me to read the report of that meeting. This, in obedience to his direction, I did. The acquiescent murmuring of the council showed how thoroughly they endorsed Mr. St. Ledger's words and acts. When I resumed my seat, Mr. St. Ledger described how, just before the time fixed by the pirate captain, so he designated him, as did every speaker thereafter, the warship met with some undersea accident, which had a destructive effect on all on board her. Then he added certain words which I give verbatim, as I am sure that others will sometime wish to remember them in their exactness. By the way, President and Boards of the Council, I trust I may ask you to confirm Captain Rook of the armored yacht the Lady to be Admiral of the Squadron of the Land of the Blue Mountains, and also Captain, tentatively, Desmond, late First Lieutenant of the Lady, to the command of the second warship of our fleet, the as yet unnamed vessel whose former captain threatened to bombard Ilsen. My lords, Admiral Rook has done great service to the Land of the Blue Mountains, and deserves well at your hands. You will have in him, I am sure, a great official, one who will, till his last breath, give you good and loyal service. When he had sat down, the President put to the Council the two resolutions, which were passed by acclamation. Admiral Rook was given the command of the Navy, and Captain Desmond confirmed in his appointment to the captaincy of the new ship, which was, by a further resolution, named the Gospodar Rupert. In thanking the Council for acceding to his request, and for the great honor done him in the naming of the ship, Mr. St. Ledger said, "May I ask that the armored yacht the Lady be accepted by you, the National Council, on behalf of the nation, as a gift, on behalf of the cause of freedom, from the Voivodin Teuton." In response to the mighty cheer of the council, with which the splendid gift was accepted, the Gospodar Rupert, Mr. St. Ledger, bowed and went quietly out of the room. As no agenda of the meeting had been prepared, there was, for a time, not silence, but much individual conversation. In the midst of it, the voivode rose up, whereupon there was a strict silence. All listened with an intensity of eagerness whilst he spoke. "President and Lords of the Council, Archbishop, and Vladika, I should but ill show my respect did I hesitate to tell you at this the first opportunity I have had of certain matters personal primarily to myself, but which in the progress of recent events have come to impinge on the affairs of the nation. Until I have done so, I shall not feel that I have done a duty long due to you and your predecessors in office, and which I hope you will allow me to say that I have only kept back for purposes of statecraft. May I ask that you will come back with me in memory to the year 1890, when our struggle against Ottoman aggression, later on so successfully brought to a close, was begun. We were then in a desperate condition. Our finances had run so low that we could not purchase even the bread which we required. Nay, more, we could not procure through the national exchequer what we wanted more than bread, arms of modern effectiveness. For men may endure hunger and yet fight well, as the glorious past of our country has proved again and again and again. But when our foes are better armed than we are, the penalty is dreadful to a nation small as our own is in number, no matter how brave their hearts. In this strait I myself had to secretly raise a sufficient sum of money to procure the weapons we needed. To this end I sought the assistance of a great merchant prince, to whom our nation, as well as myself, was known. He met me in the same generous spirit which he had shown to the other struggling nationalities throughout a long and honorable career. When I pledged to him as security my own estates, he wished to tear up the bond, and only under pressure would he meet my wishes in this respect. Lords of the Council, it was his money, thus generously advanced, which procured for us the arms with which we hewed out our freedom. Not long ago that noble merchant, and here I trust you will pardon me that I am so moved as to perhaps appear to suffer in want of respect to this great council, this noble merchant passed to his account, leaving to a near kinsman of his own the royal fortune which he had amassed. Only a few hours ago that worthy kinsman of the benefactor of our nation made it known to me that in his last will he had bequeathed to me, by secret trust, the whole of those estates which long ago I had forfeited by effluxion of time, inasmuch as I had been unable to fulfill the terms of my voluntary bond. It grieves me to think that I have had to keep you so long in ignorance of the good thought and wishes and acts of this great man. But it was by his wise counsel, fortified by my own judgment, that I was silent. For indeed, I feared, as he did, lest in our troublous times some doubting spirit without our boundaries, or even within it, might mistrust the honesty of my purposes for public good, because I was no longer one whose whole fortune was invested within our confines. This prince merchant, the great English Roger Melton, let his name be forever graven on the hearts of our people, kept silent during his own life, and enjoined on others to come after him to keep secret from the men of the Blue Mountains that secret loan made to me on their behalf, lest in their eyes I, who had striven to be their friend and helper, should suffer wrong repute. But happily he has left me free to clear myself in your eyes. Moreover, by arranging to have, under certain contingencies which have come to pass, the estates which were originally my own retransferred to me, I have no longer the honor of having given what I could to the national cause. All such now belongs to him, for it was his money, and his only, which purchased our national armament. His worthy kinsman you already know, for he has not only been amongst you for many months, but has already done you good service in his own person. He it was who, as a mighty warrior, answered the summons of the Vladika when misfortune came upon my house in the capture by enemies of my dear daughter, the Voivodin Tuta, whom you hold in your hearts, who, with a chosen band of our brothers, pursued the marauders, and himself, by a deed of daring and prowess, of which poets shall hereafter sing, saved her, when hope itself seemed to be dead, from their ruthless hands, and brought her back to us, who administered condign punishment to the miscreants who had dared to so wrong her. He it was who later took me, your servant, out of the prison wherein another band of Turkish miscreants held me captive, rescued me with help of my dear daughter, whom he had already freed, whilst I had on my person the documents of international secrecy of which I have already advised you, rescued me whilst I had been as yet unsubjected to the indignity of search. Beyond this, you know now that of which I was in partial ignorance, how he had, through the skill and devotion of your new admiral, wrought destruction on a hecatomb of your malignant foes. You who have received for the nation the splendid gift of the little warship, which already represents a new era in naval armament, can understand the great souled generosity of the man who has restored the vast possessions of my house. On our way hither from Ilson, Rupert St. Ledger made known to me the terms of the trust of his noble uncle, Roger Melton, and believe me that he did so generously, with a joy that transcended my own, restored to the last male of the Visarian race the whole inheritance of a noble line. And now, my lords of the council, I come to another matter in which I find myself in something of a difficulty. For I am aware that in certain ways you actually know more of it than even I myself do. It is regarding the marriage of my daughter to Rupert St. Ledger. It is known to me that the matter having been brought before you by the Archbishop, who, as guardian of my daughter during my absence on the service of the nation, wished to obtain your sanction, as till my return they held her safety in trust. This was so, not from any merit of mine, but because she in her own person had undertaken for the service of our nation a task of almost incredible difficulty. My lords, were she the child of another father, I should extol to the skies her bravery, her self-devotion, her loyalty to the land she loves. Why, then, should I hesitate to speak of her deeds in fitting terms, since it is my duty, my glory, to hold them in higher honor than can any in this land? I shall not shame her, or even myself, to be silent when such a duty urges me to speak, as voivode, as trusted envoy of our nation, as father. Ages hence, loyal men and women of our land of the Blue Mountains will sing her deeds in song and tell them in story. Her name, Tuta, already sacred in these regions, where it was held by a great queen and honored by all men, will hereafter be held as a symbol and type of woman's devotion. O my lords, we pass along the path of life, the best of us but a little time marching in the sunlight between gloom and gloom, and it is during that march that we must be judged for the future. This brave woman has won knightly spurs as well as any paladin of old. So it is meet that ere she might mate with one worthy of her, you, who hold in your hands the safety and honor of the state, should give your approval. To you was it given to sit in judgment on the worth of this gallant Englisher, now my son. You judged him then before you had seen his valor, his strength and skill exercised on behalf of a national cause. You judged wisely, O my brothers, and out of a grateful heart I thank you, one and all, for it. Well has he justified your trust by his later acts, when, in obedience to the summons of the Vladika, he put the nation in a blaze and ranged our boundaries with a ring of steel. He did so unknowing that what was dearest to him in the world was at stake. He saved my daughter's honor and happiness, and won her safety by an act of valor that outvies any told in history. He took my daughter with him to bring me out from the silent tower on the wings of the air, when earth had for me no possibility of freedom. I, that had even then in my possession the documents involving other nations which the Soldan would fain have purchased with the half of his empire. Henceforth, to me, lords of the council, this brave man must ever be as a son of my heart, and I trust that in his name grandsons of my own may keep in bright honor the name which in glorious days of old my fathers made illustrious. Did I know how adequately to thank you for your interest in my child, I would yield up to you my very soul in thanks. The speech of the voivode was received with the honor of the Blue Mountains, the drawing and raising of hand-jars. From Rupert's Journal, July 14th, 1907. For nearly a week we waited for some message from Constantinople, fully expecting either a declaration of war or else some inquiry so couched as to make war an inevitable result. The National Council remained on at Bessarion as the guests of the voivode, to whom, in accordance with my uncle's will, I had prepared to retransfer all his estates. He was, by the way, unwilling at first to accept, and it was only when I showed him Uncle Roger's letter and made him read the deed of transfer prepared in anticipation by Mr. Trent that he allowed me to persuade him. Finally he said, "As you, my good friends, have so arranged, I must accept, be it only an honor to the wishes of the dead. But remember, I only do so but for the present, reserving to myself the freedom to withdraw later if I so desire." But Constantinople was silent. The whole nefarious scheme was one of the put-up jobs which are a part of the dirty work of a certain order of statecraft, to be accepted if successful, to be denied in case of failure. The matter stood thus. Turkey had thrown the dice and lost. Her men were dead. Her ship was forfeit. It was only some 10 days after the warship was left derelict with every living thing, that is, everything that had been living, with its neck broken, as Rook informed me when he brought the ship down the creek and housed it in the dock behind the armored gates, that we saw an item in the Roma copied from the Constantinople Journal of July 9th. Loss of an Ottoman ironclad with all hands. News has been received at Constantinople of the total loss with all hands of one of the newest and finest warships in the Turkish fleet, the Mahmud, Captain Ali, which foundered in a storm on the night of July 5th, some distance off Cabrera in the Balearic Isles. There were no survivors, and no wreckage was discovered by the ships which went in relief, the Pera and the Mustafa, or reported from anywhere along the shores of the islands, of which exhaustive search was made. The Mahmud was double-manned, as she carried a full extra crew sent on an educational cruise on the most perfectly scientifically equipped warship on service in the Mediterranean waters. When the voivode and I talked over the matter, he said, "After all, Turkey is a shrewd power. She certainly seems to know when she is beaten, and does not intend to make a bad thing seem worse in the eyes of the world. Well, 'tis a bad wind that blows good to nobody. As the Mahmud was lost off the Balearics, it cannot have been her that put the marauders on shore and trained her big guns on Ilse. We take it, therefore, that the latter must have been a pirate, and as we have taken her derelict in our waters, she is now ours in all ways. Anyhow, she is ours, and is the first ship of her class in the navy of the Blue Mountains. I am inclined to think that even if she was, or is still, a Turkish ship, Admiral Rook would not be inclined to let her go. As for Captain Desmond, I think he would go straight out of his mind if such a thing were to be even suggested to him. It will be a pity if we have any more trouble, for life here is very happy with us all now. The voivode is, I think, like a man in a dream. Tuta is ideally happy, and the real affection which sprang up between them when she and Aunt Janet met is a joy to think of. I had posted Tuta about her, so that when they should meet, my wife might not by any inadvertence receive or cause any pain. But the moment Tuta saw her, she ran straight over to her and lifted her in her strong young arms, and raising her up as one would lift a child, kissed her. Then, when we had put her sitting in the chair from which she had arisen when we entered the room, she knelt down before her and put her face down in her lap. Aunt Janet's face was a study. I myself could hardly say whether at the first moment surprise or joy predominated, but there could be no doubt about it. The instant after, she seemed to beam with happiness. When Tuta knelt to her, she could only say, my dear, I am glad. Rupert's wife, you and I must love each other very much." Seeing that they were laughing and crying in each other's arms, I I thought it best to come away and leave them alone, and I didn't feel a bit lonely either when I was out of sight of them. I knew that where those two dear women were, there was a place for my own heart. When I came back, Tutor was sitting on Aunt Janet's knee. It seemed rather stupendous for the old lady, for Tutor is such a splendid creature that even when she sits on my own knee, and I catch a glimpse of us in some mirror, I cannot but notice what a nobly built girl she is. My wife was jumping up as soon as I was seen, but Aunt Janet held her tight to her and said, "Don't stir, dear. It is such happiness to me to have you there. Rupert has always been my little boy, and in spite of all his being such a giant, he is so still, and so you that he loves must be my little girl, in spite of all your beauty and your strength, and sit on my knee, till you can place there a little one that shall be dear to us all, and that shall let me feel my youth again. When first I saw you, I was surprised, for somehow, though I had never seen you, nor even heard of you, I seemed to know your face. Sit where you are, dear. It's only Rupert, and we both love him." Tutor looked at me, flushing rosily, but she sat quiet and drew the old lady's white head on her young breast. Janet McKelpie's Notes, July 8th, 1907. I used to think that whenever Rupert should get married, or start on the way to it by getting engaged, I would meet his future wife with something of the same affection that I have always had for himself. But I know now that what was really in my mind was jealousy, and that I was really fighting against my own instincts, and pretending to myself that I was not jealous. Had I ever had the faintest idea that she would be anything the least like Tutor, that sort of feeling should never have had even a foothold. No wonder my dear boy is in love with her. For truth to tell, I am in love with her myself. I don't think I ever met a creature, a woman creature of course I mean, with so many splendid qualities. I almost fear to say it, lest it should seem to myself wrong. But I think she is as good as a woman, and Rupert is as a man. And what more than that can I say? I thought I loved her and trusted her and knew her all I could until this morning. I was in my own room, as it is still called, for though Rupert tells me in confidence that under his uncle's will the whole estate of Vissarion, castle and all, really belongs to the voivode, and though the voivode has been persuaded to accept the position, the voivode, will not allow anything to be changed. He will not even hear a word of my going, or changing my room, or anything. And Rupert backs him up in it, and Tutor too. So what am I to do but let the dears have their way? Well, this morning, when Rupert was with the voivode at a meeting of the National Council in the Great Hall, Tutor came to me, and after closing the door and bolting it, which surprised me a little, came and knelt down beside me and put her face in my lap. I stroked her beautiful black hair and said, "What is it, Tutor darling? Is there any trouble? And why do you bolt the door? Has anything happened to Rupert?" When she looked up, I saw that her beautiful black eyes, with the stars in them, were overflowing with tears not yet shed. But she smiled through them, and the tears did not fall. When I saw her smile, my heart was eased, and I said without thinking, "Thank God, darling, Rupert is all right." "I thank God too, dear Aunt Janet," she said softly, and I took her in my arms and laid her head on my breast. "Go on, dear," I said. "Tell me what it is that troubles you." This time I saw the tears drop as she lowered her head and hid her face from me. "I am afraid I have deceived you, Aunt Janet, and that you will not, cannot forgive me." "Lord save you, child," I said. "There is nothing that you could do that I could not and would not forgive. Not that you would ever do anything base, for that is the only thing that is hard to forgive. Tell me now what troubles you." She looked up in my eyes fearlessly, this time with only the signs of tears that had been, and said, proudly. Nothing base, Aunt Janet. My father's daughter would not willingly be base. I do not think she could. Moreover, had I ever done anything base, I should not be here, for I should never have been Rupert's wife. Then what is it? Tell your old Aunt Janet, dearie. She answered me with another question. Aunt Janet, do you know who I am, and how I first met Rupert? You are the Vivident Duke of Vissarion, the doctor of the Voivode, or rather you were. You are now Mrs. Rupert St. Ledger, for he is still an Englishman, and a good subject of our noble king. Yes, Aunt Janet, she said, I am that, and proud to be it. Prouder than I would be were I my namesake, who was queen in the old days. But how and where did I see Rupert first? I did not know, and frankly told her so. So she answered a question herself. I saw him first in his own room at night. I knew in my heart that in whatever she did had been nothing wrong. So I sat silent, waiting for her to go on. I was in danger and in deadly fear. I was afraid I might die. Not that I feared death, and I wanted help and warmth. I was not dressed as I am now. On the instant it came to me how I knew her face, even the first time I had seen it. I wished to help her out of the embarrassing part of the confidence. So I said, Dearie, I think I know. Tell me, child, will you put on the frock, the dress, the costume you wore that night, and let me see you in it? It is not mere idle curiosity, my child, but something far, far above such idle folly. Wait for me a minute, Aunt Janet, she said as she rose up. I shall not be long. Then she left the room. In a very few minutes she was back. Her appearance might have frightened some people, for she was clad only in a shroud. Her feet were bare, and she walked across the room with the gait of an empress, and stood before me with her eyes modestly cast down. But when presently she looked up and caught my eyes, a smile rippled over her face. She threw herself once more before me on her knees and embraced me as she said, I was afraid I might frighten you, dear. I knew I could truthfully reassure her as to that, so I proceeded to do so. Do not worry yourself, my dear. I am not by nature timid. I come of a fighting stock, which has sent out heroes, and I belong to a family wherein is the gift of second sight. Why should we fear? We know. Moreover, I saw you in that dress before. Duta, I saw you and Rupert married. This time, she herself it was that seemed disconcerted. Saw us married? How on earth did you manage to be there? I was not there. My seeing was long before. Tell me, dear, what day, or rather what night was it that you first saw Rupert? She answered sadly, I do not know. Alas, I lost count of the days as I lay in the tomb in that dreary crypt. Was your clothing wet that night? I asked. Yes, I had to leave the crypt, for a great flood was out, and the church was flooded. I had to seek help, warmth, for I feared I might die. Oh, I was not, as I have told you, afraid of death, but I had undertaken a terrible task to which I had pledged myself. It was for my father's sake, and for sake of the land, and I felt that it was a part of my duty to live, and so I lived on when death would have been a relief. It was to tell you all about this that I came to your room today. But how did you see me, us, married? Ah, my child, I answered, that was before the marriage took place. The morn after the night that you came in the wet, when, having been troubled in uncanny dreaming, I came to see if Rupert was arrived, I lost remembrance of my dreaming, for the floor was all wet, and that took off my attention. But later, The morn after Rupert used his fire in his room for the first time, I told him what I had dreamt. For lassie, my dear, I saw ye as bride at that wedding in fine lace or your shroud, and orange flowers and leathers in your black hair. And I saw the stars in your body e'en I loved. But oh, my dear, when I saw the shroud and kent what it might be, I expected to see the worms crawl round your feet. But do ye ask your man to tell you what I tell him that morn? 'Twill interest ye to know how the heart of men can learn by dreams. Has he ever told ye aught of this? No, dear, she said simply. I think that perhaps he was afraid that one or other of us, if not both, might be upset by it if he did. You see, he did not tell you anything at all of our meeting, though I am sure that he will be glad when he knows that we both know all about it and have told each other everything. That was very sweet of her, and very thoughtful in all ways, so I said that which I thought would please her best, that is, the truth. Ah, lassie, that is what a wife should be, what a wife should do. Rupert is blessed and happy to have his heart in your keeping. I knew from the added warmth of her kiss what I had said had pleased her. End of Part 12. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Letter from Ernest Roger Halbert Melton, Humcroft, Salop, to Rupert St. Leger, Visarion, Land of the Blue Mountains. July 29, 1907. My dear cousin Rupert, we have heard such glowing accounts of Visarion that I am coming out to see you. As you are yourself now a landowner, you will understand that my coming is not altogether a pleasure. Indeed, it is a duty first. When my father dies, I shall be head of the family of which Uncle Roger, to whom we are related, was a member. It is therefore meet and fitting that I should know something of our family branches and their seats. I am not giving you time for much warning, so am coming on immediately. In fact, I shall arrive almost as soon as this letter. But I want to catch you in the middle of your tricks. I hear that the Blue Mountaineer girls are peaches, so don't send them all away when you hear I'm coming. And do send the yacht up to Fiume to meet me. I hear you have all sorts of craft at Visarion. The McSkelpie, I hear, said you received her as a queen. So I hope you will do the decent by one of your own flesh and blood, and the future head of the house at that. I shan't bring much of a retinue with me. I wasn't made a billionaire by old Roger, so can only take my modest man Friday, whose name is Jenkins, and a cockney at that. So don't have too much gold lace and diamond-hilted scimitars about, like a good chap, or else he'll want the very worst. His wages raised. That old image Rook that came over with Miss McS, and whom by chance I saw at the attorney man's, might pilot me down from Fiume. The old gentleman, by Act of Parliament, Mr. Bingham Trent, I suppose he has hyphenated it by this time, told me that Miss McS said he did her proud when she went over under his charge. I shall be at Fiume on the evening of Wednesday, and shall stay at the Europa, which is, I am told, the least indecent hotel in the place. So you know where to find me, or any of your attendant demons can know, in case I am to suffer substituted service. Your affectionate cousin, Ernest Roger Halbert Melton. Letter from Admiral Rook to the Gospodar Rupert, August 1st, 1907. Sir, in obedience to your explicit direction that I should meet Mr. Ernest R.H. Melton at Fiume and report to you exactly what occurred, without keeping anything back, as you will remember you said, I beg to report. I brought the steam yacht Trent to Fiume, arriving there on the morning of Thursday. At 11:30 p.m., I went to meet the train from St. Peter, due 11:40. It was something late, arriving just as the clock was beginning to strike midnight. Mr. Melton was on board, and with him his valet, Jenkinson. I am bound to say that he did not seem very pleased with his journey, and expressed much disappointment at not seeing your honour awaiting him. I explained, as you directed, that you had to attend with the Voivode of Vissarion and the Vladica the National Council, which met at Plazak, or that otherwise you would have done yourself the pleasure of coming to meet him. I had, of course, reserved rooms, the Prince of Wales' suite, for him at the Redungaria, and had waiting the carriage which the proprietor had provided for the Prince of Wales when he stayed there. Mr. Melton took his valet with him on the box seat, and I followed him stadtwagen with the luggage. When I arrived, I found the maître d'hôtel in a stupor of concern. The English nobleman, he said, had found fault with everything, and used to him language to which he was not accustomed. I quieted him, telling him that the stranger was probably unused to foreign ways, and assuring him that your honour had every faith in him. He announced himself satisfied and happy at that assurance, but I noticed that he promptly put everything in the hands of the head waiter, telling him to satisfy the milord at any cost, and then went away to some urgent business in Vienna. Clever man. I took Mr. Melton's orders for our journey in the morning, and asked if there was anything for which he wished. He simply said to me, "Everything is rotten. Go to hell and shut the door after you." His man, who seems a very decent little fellow, though he is as vain as a peacock and speaks with a Cockney accent which is simply terrible, came down the passage after me and explained on his own, as he expressed it, that his master, Mr. Ernest, was upset by the long journey and that I was not to mind. I did not wish to make him uncomfortable, so I explained that I minded nothing except what your honour wished, that the steam yacht would be ready at 7 a.m., and that I should be waiting in the hotel from that time on till Mr. Melton cared to start, to bring him aboard. In the morning, I waited till the man Jenkinson came and told me that Mr. Ernest would start at 10. I asked if he would breakfast on board. He answered that he would take his café complet at the hotel, but breakfast on board. We left at 10 and took the electric pinnace out to the Trent, which lay with steam up in the roads. Breakfast was served on board by his orders, and presently he came up on the bridge where I was in command. He brought his man Jenkinson with him. Seeing me there, and not, I suppose, understanding that I was in command, he unceremoniously ordered me to go on the deck. Indeed, he named a place much lower. I made a sign of silence to the quartermaster at the wheel, who had released the spokes and was going, I feared, to make some impertinent remark. Jenkinson joined me presently and said, as some sort of explanation of his master's discourtesy, of which he was manifestly ashamed, if not as an amend, "The governor is in a hell of a wax this morning." When we got in sight of Melida, Mr. Melton sent for me and asked me where we were to land. I told him that unless he wished to the contrary, we were to run to Vissarion, but that my instructions were to land at whatever port he wished. Whereupon he told me that he wished to stay the night at some place where he might be able to see some life. He was pleased to add something, which I presume he thought jocular, about my being able to coach him in such matters, as doubtless even an old has-been like you had still some sort of an eye for a pretty girl. I told him as respectfully as I could that I had no knowledge whatever on such subjects, which were possibly of some interest to younger men, but of none to me. He said no more. So, after waiting for further orders, but without receiving any, I said, "I suppose, sir, we shall run to Vissarion?" "Run to the devil if you like," was his reply, as he turned away. When we arrived at the creek at Vissarion, he seemed much milder, and less aggressive in his manner, but when he heard that you were detained at Plazak, he got rather fresh. I use the American term again. I greatly feared there would be a serious misfortune before we got into the castle, for on the dock was Julia, the wife of Michael, the master of the wine, who is, as you know, very beautiful. Mr. Melton seemed much taken with her, and she, being flattered by the attention of a strange gentleman, and your honour's kinsman, put aside the standoffishness of most of the Blue Mountain women. Whereupon Mr. Melton, forgetting himself, took her in his arms and kissed her. Instantly there was a hubbub, The mountaineers present drew their hand-jars, and almost on the instant sudden death appeared to be amongst us. Happily the men waited, as Michael, who had just arrived on the quay wall as the outrage took place, ran forward, wheeling his hand-jar round his head and manifestly intending to decapitate Mr. Melton. On the instant, I am sorry to say it, for it created a terribly bad effect, Mr. Melton dropped on his knees in a state of panic. There was just this good use in it, that there was a pause of a few seconds. During that time, the little Cockney valet, who has the heart of a man in him, literally burst his way forward and stood in front of his master in boxing attitude, calling out, "Here, come on, old lot of ye. You ain't done no harm. You only kissed the girl, as any man would. If you want to cut off somebody's head, cut off mine. I ain't afraid." There was such genuine pluck in this, and it formed so fine a contrast to the other's craven attitude, forgive me, Your Honor, but you want the truth, that I was glad he was an Englishman too. The mountaineers recognized his spirit and saluted with their hand-jars, even Michael amongst the number. Half turning his head, the little man said in a fierce whisper, "Buck up, Governor. Get up, or they'll slice you. Here's Mr. Rook. He'll see you through it." By this time the men were amenable to reason, and when I reminded them that Mr. Melton was Your Honor's cousin, they put aside their hand-jars and went about their work. I asked Mr. Melton to follow, and led the way to the castle. When we got close to the great entrance within the walled courtyard, we found a large number of the servants gathered, and with them many of the mountaineers who have kept an organized guard all round the castle ever since the abducting of the voivode. As both Your Honor and the voivode were away at Plazap, the guard had for the time been doubled. When the steward came and stood in the doorway, the servants stood off somewhat, and the mountaineers drew back to the farther sides and angles of the courtyard. The voivode had, of course, been informed of the guest's, your cousin, coming, and made to meet him in the old custom of the Blue Mountains. As Your Honor only came to the Blue Mountains recently, and as no occasion has been since then of illustrating the custom since the voivode was away, and the voivode then believed to be dead, perhaps I, who have lived here so long, may explain. When to an old Blue Mountain house a guest comes whom it is wished to do honor, the lady, as in the vernacular the mistress of the house is called, comes herself to meet the guest at the door, or rather outside the door, so that she can herself conduct him within. It is a pretty ceremony, and it is said that of old in kingly days the monarch always set much store by it. The custom is that when she approaches the honored guest, he need not be royal, she bends, or more properly kneels, before him and kisses his hand. It has been explained by historians that the symbolism is that the woman, showing obedience to her husband, as the married woman of the Blue Mountains always does, emphasizes that obedience to her husband's guest. The custom is always observed in its largest formality when a young wife receives for the first time a guest, and especially one whom her husband wishes to honor. The voivode was, of course, aware that Mr. Melton was your kinsman, and naturally wished to make the ceremony of honor as marked as possible, so as to show overtly her sense of her husband's worth. When we came into the courtyard, I held back, of course, for the honor is entirely individual, and is never extended to any other, no matter how worthy he may be. Naturally, Mr. Melton did not know the etiquette of the situation, and so for that is not to be blamed. He took his valet with him when, seeing someone coming to the door, he went forward. I thought he was going to rush to his welcomer. Such, though not in the ritual, would have been natural in a young kinsman wishing to do honor to the bride of his host, and would to anyone have been both understandable and forgivable. It did not occur to me at the time, but I have since thought that perhaps he had not then heard of your honor's marriage, which I trust you will in justice to the young gentleman bear in mind when considering the matter. Unhappily, however, he did not show any such eagerness. On the contrary, he seemed to make a point of showing indifference. It seemed to me myself that he, seeing somebody wishing to make much of him, took what he considered a safe opportunity of restoring to himself his own good opinion, which must have been considerably lowered in the episode of the wine merchant's wife. The voivode, thinking doubtless, Your Honor, to add a fresh lustre to her welcome, had donned the costume which all her nation has now come to love and to accept as a dress of ceremonial honor. She wore her shroud. It moved the hearts of all of us who looked on to see it, and we appreciated its being worn for such a cause. But Mr. Melton did not seem to care. As he had been approaching, she had begun to kneel, and was already on her knees, whilst he was several yards away. There he stopped, and turned to speak to his valet, put a glass in his eye, and looked all round him, and up and down, indeed everywhere except at the great lady, who was on her knees before him, waiting to bid him welcome. I could see in the eyes of such of the mountaineers as were within my range of vision a growing animosity, so, hoping to keep down any such expression, which I knew would cause harm to your honour and the Vorpiden, I looked all round them, straight in their faces, with a fixed frown, which, indeed, they seemed to understand, for they regained, and for the time maintained, their usual dignified calm. The Vorpiden, may I say, bore the trial wonderfully. No human being could see that she was in any degree pained or even surprised. Mr. Melton stood looking round him so long that I had full time to regain my own attitude of calm. At last he seemed to come back to the knowledge that someone was waiting for him, and sauntered leisurely forward. There was so much insolence, mind you, not insolence that was intended to appear as such, in his movement, that the mountaineers began to steal forward. When he was close up to the Vorpiden, and she put out her hand to take his, he put forward one finger. I could hear the intake of the breath of the men, now close around, for I had moved forward too. I thought it would be as well to be close to your guest, lest something should happen to him. The Vorpiden still kept her splendid self-control, raising the finger put forward by the guest, with the same deference as though it had been the hand of the king. She bent her head down and kissed it. Her duty of courtesy now done, she was preparing to rise, when he put his hand into his pocket, and pulling out a sovereign, offered it to her. His valet moved his hand forward as if to pull back his arm, but it was too late. I am sure, your honour, that no affront was intended. He doubtless thought that he was doing a kindness of the sort usual in England when one tips a housekeeper. But all the same, to one in her position, it was an affront, an insult, open and unmistakable. So it was received by the mountaineers, whose hand jars flashed out as one. For a second it was so received even by the Vorpiden, who, with face flushing scarlet, and the stars in her eyes flaming red, sprang to her feet. But in that second she had regained herself, and, to all appearances, her righteous anger passed away. Stooping, she took the hand of her guest and raised it. You know how strong she is, and, holding it in hers, led him into the doorway, saying, "You are welcome, kinsman of my husband, to the house of my father, which is presently my husband's also. Both are grieved that, duty having called them away for the time, they are unable to be here to help me to greet you. I tell you, your honour, that it was a lesson in self-respect, which anyone who saw it can never forget. As to me, it makes my flesh quiver, old as I am, with delight, and my heart leap. May I, as a faithful servant who has had many years of experience, suggest that your honour should seem, for the present at any rate, not to know any of these things which I have reported, as you wished me to do. Be sure that the Vorpiden will tell you her gracious self aught that she would wish you to know, and such reticence on your part must make for her happiness, even if it did not for your own. So that you may know all, as you desired, and that you may have time to school yourself to whatever attitude you think best to adopt, I send this off to you at once by fleet messenger. Were the aeroplane here, I should take it myself. I leave here shortly to await the arrival of Sir Colin at Otranto. Your honour's faithful servant, Will. Janet McKelpie's Notes, August 9th, 1907. To me, it seems very providential that Rupert was not at home when that dreadful young man, Ernest Melton, arrived. Though it is possible that if Rupert had been present, he would not have dared to conduct himself so badly. Of course, I heard all about it from the maids. Tuta never opened her lips to me on the subject. It was bad enough and stupid enough for him to try to kiss a decent young woman like Julia, who is really as good at gold and as modest as one of our own private lasses. But to think of him insulting Tutor, that little beast! One would think that a champion idiot out of an equatorial asylum would know better. If Michael the winemaster wanted to kill him, I wonder what my Rupert and hers would have done. I am truly thankful that he was not present. And I am thankful, too, that I was not present either, for I should have made an exhibition of myself, and Rupert would not have liked that. He, the little beast, might have seen from the very dress that the dear girl wore that there was something exceptional about her, but on one account I should have liked to see her. They tell me that she was in her true dignity like a queen, and that her humility in receiving her husband's kinsman was a lesson to every woman in the land. I must be careful not to let Rupert know that I have heard of the incident. Later on, when it is all blown over and the young man has been got safely away, I shall tell him of it. Mr. Lord High Admirable, I should say, must be a really wonderful man to have so held himself in check, for from what I have heard of him, he must in his younger days have been worse than old Morgan of Panama. Mr. Ernest Roger Halbert Melton of Huncroft Salop little knows how near he was to being cleft of the kine also. Fortunately, I had heard of his meeting with Tutor before he came to see me, for I did not get back from my walk till after he had arrived. Tutor's noble example was before me, and I determined that I too would show good manners under any circumstances. But I didn't know how mean he is. Think of his saying to me that Rupert's position here must be a great source of pride to me, who had been his nursery governess. He said nursemaid first, but then stumbled in his words, seeming to remember something. I did not turn a hair, I'm glad to say. It is a mercy Uncle Colin was not here, for I honestly believe that if he had been, he would have done the cleaving to the kine himself. It has been a narrow escape for Master Ernest, for only this morning Rupert had a message sent on from Gibraltar, saying that he was arriving with his clansmen, and that they would not be far behind his letter. He would call at Otranto, in case someone should come across to pilot him to Visaria. Uncle told me all about that young cad having offered him one finger in Mr. Trent's office, though of course he didn't let the cad see that he noticed it. I have no doubt that when he does arrive, that young man, if he is here still, will find that he will have to behave himself, if it be only on Sir Colin's account alone. The same later. I had hardly finished writing when the lookout on the tower announced that the Tutor, as Rupert calls his aeroplane, was sighted crossing the mountains from Plezant. I hurried up to see him arrive, for I had not as yet seen him on his aero. Mr. Ernest Melton came up too. Tutor was, of course, before any of us. She seems to know by instinct when Rupert is coming. It was certainly a wonderful sight to see the little aeroplane, with outspread wings like a bird in flight, come sailing high over the mountains. There was a headwind, and they were beaten against it. Otherwise, we should not have had time to get to the tower before the arrival. When once the aero had begun to drop on the near side of the mountains, however, and had got a nearer shelter from them, her pace was extraordinary. We could not tell, of course, what sort of pace she came at from looking at herself, but we gathered some idea from the rate at which the mountains and hills seemed to slide away from under her. When she got over the foothills, which are about 10 miles away, she came on at a swift glide that seemed to throw the distance behind her. When quite close, she rose up a little, till she was something higher than the tower, to which she came as straight as an arrow from the bow, and glided to her moorings, stopping dead as with it pulled a lever, which seemed to turn a barrier to the wind. The voivode sat beside Rupert, and I must say that he seemed to hold on to the bar in front of him even more firmly than Rupert held his steering wheel. When they had alighted, Rupert greeted his cousin with the utmost kindness and bade him welcome to Visaria. "I see," he said, "you have met Tutor. Now you may congratulate me if you wish." Mr. Milton made a long rhodomontade about her beauty, but presently stumbling about in his speech said something regarding it being unlucky to appear in grave clothes. Rupert laughed and clapped him on the shoulder as he answered, "That pattern of frock is likely to become a national dress for loyal women of the Blue Mountains. When you know something of what that dress means to us all at present, you will understand. In the meantime, take it that there is not a soul in the nation that does not love it and honor her for wearing it." To which the cat replied, "Oh, indeed. I thought it was some preparation for a fancy dress ball." Rupert's comment on this ill-natured speech was, for him, quite grumpily given. "I should not advise you to think such things whilst you are in this part of the world, Ernest. They bury men here for much less." The cat seemed struck with something, either what Rupert had said, or his manner of saying it, for he was silent for several seconds before he spoke. "I'm very tired with that long journey, Rupert. Would you and Mrs. St. Ledger mind if I go to my room and turn in? My man can ask for a cup of tea and a sandwich for me." Rupert's Journal, August 10, 1907. When Ernest said he wished to retire, it was about the wisest thing he could have said or done, and it suited Tutor and me down to the ground. I could see that the dear girl was agitated about something, so thought it would be best for her to be quiet and not worried with being civil to the bounder. Though he is my cousin, I can't think of him as anything else. The Voivode and I had certain matters to attend to arising out of the meeting of the council, and when we were through, the night was closing in. When I saw Tutor in our own room, she said at once, "Do you mind, dear, if I stay with Aunt Janet tonight? She is very upset and nervous, and when I offered to come to her, she clung to me and cried with relief." And so, when I had had some supper, which I took with the Voivode, I came down to my old quarters in the garden and turned in early. I was awakened a little before dawn by the coming of the fighting monk Theophrastus, a notable runner, who had an urgent message for me. This was the letter to me given to him by Rook. He had been cautioned to give it into no other hand, but to find me wherever I might be and convey it personally. When he had arrived at Plazac, I had left on the aeroplane, so he had turned back to the Sarian. When I read Rook's report of Ernest Melton's abominable conduct, I was more angry with him than I can say. Indeed, I did not think before that I could be angry with him, for I have always despised him. But this was too much. However, I realized the wisdom of Rook's advice, and went away by myself to get over my anger and reacquire my self-mastery. The aeroplane Tuta was still housed on the tower, so I went up alone and took it out. When I had had a spin of about 100 miles, I felt better. The bracing of the wind and the quick, exhilarating motion restored me to myself, and I felt able to cope with Master Ernest, or whatever else chagrinable might come along, without giving myself away. As Tuta had thought it better to keep silence as to Ernest's affront, I felt I must not acknowledge it. But all the same, I determined to get rid of him before the day was much older. When I had had my breakfast, I sent word to him by a servant that I was coming to his rooms, and followed not long behind the messenger. He was in a suit of silk pajamas, such as not even Solomon in all his glory was arrayed in. I closed the door behind me before I began to speak. He listened, at first amazed, then disconcerted, then angry, and then cowering down like a whipped hound. I felt that it was a case for speaking out. A bumptious ass like him, who deliberately insulted everyone he came across, for if all or any of his efforts in that way were due to mere elemental ignorance, he was not fit to live, but should be silenced on sight as a modern Caliban, deserved neither pity nor mercy. To extend to him fine feeling, tolerance, and such like gentlenesses would be to deprive the world of them without benefit to any. So well as I can remember, what I said was something like this: "Ernest, as you say, you've got to go, and to go quick, you understand? I dare say you look on this as a land of barbarians, and think that any of your high-toned refinements are thrown away on people here. Well, perhaps it is so. Undoubtedly, the structure of the country is rough. The mountains may only represent the glacial epoch, But so far as I can gather from some of your exploits, for I have only learned a small part as yet, you represent a period a good deal farther back. You seem to have given our folk here an exhibition of the playfulness of the hooligan, of the saurian age of development. But the Blue Mountains, rough as they are, have come up out of the primeval slime, and even now the people aim at better manners. They may be rough, primitive, barbarian, elemental if you will, but they are not low down enough to tolerate either your ethics or your taste. My dear cousin, your life is not safe here. I am told that yesterday, only for the restraint exercised by certain offended mountaineers on other grounds than your own worth, you would have been abbreviated by the head. Another day of your fascinating presence would do away with this restraint, and then we should have a scandal. I am a newcomer here myself, too new a comer to be able to afford a scandal of that kind, and so I shall not delay your going. Believe me, my dear cousin Ernest Roger Halbert Melton of Humcroft, Salop, that I am inconsolable about your resolution of immediate departure, but I cannot shut my eyes to its wisdom. At present, the matter is altogether amongst ourselves, and when you have gone, if it be immediately, silence will be observed on all hands for the sake of the house wherein you are a guest. But if there be time for scandal to spread, you will be made, whether you be alive or dead, a European laughing-stock. Accordingly, I have anticipated your wishes and have ordered a fast steam yacht to take you to Ancona, or to whatever other port you may desire. The yacht will be under the command of Captain Desmond, of one of our battleships, a most determined officer who will carry out any directions which may be given to him. This will ensure your safety so far as Italian territory. Some of his officials will arrange a special carriage for you up to Flushing, and a cabin on the steamer to Queensway. A man of mine will travel on the train and steamer with you, and will see that whatever you may wish in the way of food or comfort will be provided. Of course, you understand, my dear cousin, that you are my guest until you arrive in London. I have not asked Rook to accompany you, as when he went to meet you, it was a mistake. Indeed, there might have been a danger to you which I never contemplated, a quite unnecessary danger, I assure you, but happily Admiral Rook, though a man of strong passions, has wonderful self-control. Admiral Rook? He queried. Admiral? Admiral, certainly, I replied, but not an ordinary admiral, one of many. He is the admiral, the Lord High Admiral of the land of Blue Mountains, with sole control of his expanding navy. When such a man is treated as a valet, there may be... But why go into this? It is all over. I only mention it lest anything of a similar kind should occur with Captain Desmond, who is a younger man, and therefore with probably less self-repression. I saw that he had learned his lesson, and so said no more on the subject. There was another reason for his going which I did not speak of. Sir Colin McKelvey was coming with his clansmen, and I knew he did not like Ernest Melton. I well remembered that episode of his offering one finger to the old gentleman in Mr. Trent's office, and moreover I had my suspicions that Aunt Janet's being upset was probably in some measure due to some rudeness of his that she did not wish to speak about. He is really an impossible young man, and is far better out of this country than in it. If he remained here, there would be some sort of a tragedy for certain. I must say that it was with a feeling of considerable relief that I saw the yacht steam out of the creek, with Captain Desmond on the bridge and my cousin beside him. Quite other were my feelings when, an hour after, the lady came flying into the creek with the Lord High Admiral on the bridge, and beside him, more splendid and soldier-like than ever, Sir Colin McKelvey. Mr. Bingham Trent was also on the bridge. The general was full of enthusiasm regarding his regiment, for in all, those he brought with him and those finishing their training at home, the force is near the number of a full regiment. When we were alone, he explained to me that all was arranged regarding the non-commissioned officers, but that he had held over the question of officers until we should have had a suitable opportunity of talking the matter over together. He explained to me his reasons, which were certainly simple and cogent. Officers, according to him, are a different class, and accustomed to a different standard altogether of life and living, of duties and pleasures. They are harder to deal with and more difficult to obtain. There was no use, he said, in getting a lot of failures with old crusted ways of their own importance. We must have young men for our purpose, that is, men not old, but with some experience, men, of course, who know how to behave themselves, or else, from what little I have seen of the Blue Mountaineers, such would last long here if they went on as some of them do elsewhere. I shall start things here as you wish me to, for I am here, my dear boy, to stay with you and Janet, and we shall, if it be given to us by the Almighty, help to build up together a new nation, an ally of Britain, who will stand at least as an outpost of our own nation, and a guardian of our eastern road. When things are organized here on the military side, and are going strong, I shall, if you can spare me, run back to London for a few weeks. Whilst I am there, I shall pick up a lot of the sort of officers we want. I know that there are loads of them to be had. I shall go slowly, however, and carefully too, and every man I bring back will be recommended to me by some old soldier whom I know, and who knows the man he recommends, and has seen him work. We shall have, I dare say, an army for its size, second to none in the world, and the day may come when your old country will be proud of your new one. Now I'm off to see that all is ready for my people, your people now. I had had arrangements made for the comfort of the clansmen and the women, but I knew that the good old soldier would see for himself that his men would be comfortable. It was not for nothing that he is looked on as perhaps the general most beloved by his men in the whole British army. When he had gone, and I was alone, Mr. Trent, who had evidently been waiting for the opportunity, came to me. When we had spoken of my marriage and of Tita, who seems to have made an immense impression on him, he said suddenly, "I suppose we are quite alone, and that we shall not be interrupted?" I summoned the man outside. There is always a sentry on guard outside my door, or near me, wherever I may be, and gave orders that I was not to be disturbed until I gave fresh orders. "If," I said, "there be anything pressing or important, let the Voivodin or Miss McKelvey know. If either of them brings anyone to me, it will be all right." When we were quite alone, Mr. Trent took a slip of paper and some documents from a bag which was beside him. He then read out items from the slip, placing as he did so the documents so checked over before him. 1. New will made on marriage to be signed presently. 2. Copy of the reconveyance of Vissarion estates to Peter Vissarion, as directed by will of Roger Melton. 3. Report of correspondence with Privy Council and proceedings following. Taking up the last name, he untied the red tape and, holding the bundle in his hand, went on. As you may later on wish to examine the details of the proceedings, I have copied out the various letters, the originals of which are put safely away in my strong room, where, of course, they are always available in case you may want them. For your present information, I shall give you a rough synopsis of the proceedings, referring where advisable to this paper. On receipt of your letter of instructions regarding the consent of the Privy Council to your changing your nationality in accordance with the terms of Roger Melton's will, I put myself in communication with the clerk of the Privy Council, informing him of your wish to be naturalized in due time to the land of the Blue Mountains. After some letters between us, I got a summons to attend a meeting of the council. I attended as required, taking with me all necessary documents, and such as I conceived might be advisable to produce if wanted. The Lord President informed me that the present meeting of the council was specially summoned in obedience to the suggestion of the king, who had been consulted as to his personal wishes on the subject, should he have any. The President then proceeded to inform me officially that all proceedings of the Privy Council were altogether confidential, and were not to be made public under any circumstances. He was gracious enough to add, "The circumstances of this case, however, are unique, and as you act for another, we have thought it advisable to enlarge your permission in the matter, so as to allow you to communicate freely with your principal." As that gentleman was settling himself in a part of the world which has been in the past, and may be again, united to this nation by some common interest, His Majesty wishes Mr. St. Ledger to feel assured of the goodwill of Great Britain to the land of the Blue Mountains, and even of his own personal satisfaction that a gentleman of so distinguished a lineage and such approved personal character is about to be, within his own scope, a connecting link between the nations. To which end, he has graciously announced that should the Privy Council acquiesce in the request of denaturalization, he will himself sign the patent therefore. The Privy Council has therefore held private session, at which the matter has been discussed in its many bearings, and it is content that the change can do no harm, but may be of some service to the two nations. We have therefore agreed to grant the prayer of the applicant, and the officials of the Council have the matter of the form of grant in hand. So you, sir, may rest satisfied that as soon as the formalities, which will of course require the formal signing of certain documents by the applicant, can be complied with, the grant and patent will obtain. Having made this statement of formal style, my old friend went on in a more familiar way. And so, my dear Rupert, all is in hand, and before very long you will have the freedom required under the will, and shall be at liberty to take whatever steps may be necessary to be naturalized in your new country. I may tell you, by the way, that several members of the Council made very complimentary remarks regarding you. I am forbidden to give names, but I may tell you facts. One old field marshal, whose name is familiar to the whole world, said that he had served in many places with your father, who was a very valiant soldier, and that he was glad that Great Britain was to have in the future the benefit of your father's son in a friendly land now beyond the outposts of our empire, but which had been one with her in the past and might be again. So much for the Privy Council. We can do no more at present until you sign and have attested the documents which I have brought with me. We can now formally complete the settlement of the Fissarian estates, which must be done whilst you are a British citizen. So too with the will, the more formal and complete document, which is to take the place of that short one which you forwarded to me the day after your marriage. It may be perhaps necessary or advisable that later on, when you are naturalized here, you shall make a new will in strictest accordance with local law. Due to St. Ledger's Diary, August 19, 1907. We had a journey today that was simply glorious. We had been waiting to take it for more than a week. Rupert not only wanted the weather suitable, but he had to wait till a new aeroplane came home. It is more than twice as big as our biggest up to now. None of the others could take all the party which Rupert wanted to go. When he heard that the aero was coming from Whitby, where it was sent from Leeds, he directed by cable that it should be unshipped at Otranto, whence he took it here all by himself. I wanted to come with him, but he thought it better not. He says that Brindisi is too busy a place to keep anything quiet, if not secret, and he wants to be very dark indeed about this, as it is worked by the new radium engine. Ever since they found radium in our own hills, he has been obsessed by the idea of an aerial navy for our protection. And after today's experiences, I think he is right. As he wanted to survey the whole country at a glimpse, so that the general scheme of defense might be put in hand, we had to have an aero big enough to take the party, as well as fast enough to do it rapidly, and all at once. We had, in addition to Rupert, my father, and myself, Sir Colin and Lord High Admiral Rooke. I do like to give that splendid old fellow his old title. The military and naval experts had with them scientific apparatus of various kinds, also cameras and range-finders, so that they could mark their maps as they required. Rupert, of course, drove, and I acted as his assistant. Father, who has not yet become accustomed to aerial travel, took a seat in the center, which Rupert had thoughtfully prepared for him, where there is very little motion. I must say I was amazed to see the way that splendid old soldier Sir Colin bore himself. He had never been on an aeroplane before, but all the same, he was as calm as if he was on a rock. Height or motion did not trouble him. Indeed, he seemed to enjoy himself all the time. The Admiral is himself almost an expert, but in any case I am sure he would have been unconcerned, just as he was in the craft, as Rupert has told me. We left just after daylight and ran down south. When we got to the east of Ilsen, we kept slightly within the borderline and went north or east as it ran, making occasional loops inland over the mountains and back again. When we got up to our farthest point north, we began to go much slower. Sir Colin explained that for the rest, all would be comparatively plain sailing in the way of defence, but that as any foreign power other than the Turk must attack from seaward, he would like to examine the seaboard very carefully in conjunction with the Admiral, whose advice as to sea defence would be invaluable. Rupert was fine. No one could help admiring him as he sat working his lever and making the great machine obey every touch. He was wrapped up in his work. I don't believe that whilst he was working, he ever thought of even me. He is splendid. We got back just as the sun was dropping down over the Calabrian mountains. It is quite wonderful how the horizon changes when you are sailing away up high on an aeroplane. Rupert is going to teach me how to manage one all by myself, and when I am fit, he will give me one, which he is to have specially built for me. I think I too have done some good work, at least I have got some good ideas from our journey today. Mine are not of war, but of peace, and I think I see a way by which we shall be able to develop our country in a wonderful way. I shall talk the idea over with Rupert tonight, when we are alone. In the meantime, Sir Colin and Admiral Rooke will think their plans over individually, and tomorrow morning together. Then, the next day they too are to go over their idea with Rupert and my father, and something may be decided then. Rupert's Journal. Continued. August 21st, 1907. Our meeting on the subject of national defense, held this afternoon, went off well. We were 5 in all, for with permission of the voivode and the 2 fighting men, naval and military, I brought Judah with me. She sat beside me quite quietly, and never made a remark of any kind till the defence business had been gone through. Both Sir Colin and Admiral Rooke were in perfect agreement as to the immediate steps to be taken for defence. In the first instance, the seaboard was to be properly fortified in the necessary places, and the navy largely strengthened. When we had got thus far, I asked Rooke to tell of the navy increase already in hand, whereupon he explained that as we had found the small battleship the Lady of an excellent type for coast defence, acting only in home waters, and of a size to take cover where necessary at many places on our own shores, we had ordered 9 others of the same pattern. Of these, the first 4 were already in hand, and were proceeding with the greatest expedition. The General then supplemented this by saying that big guns could be used from points judiciously chosen on the seaboard, which was in all so short a length that no very great quantity of armament would be required. "We can have," he said, "the biggest guns of the most perfect kind yet accomplished, and use them from land batteries of the most up-to-date pattern. The one serious proposition we have to deal with is the defence of the harbour, as yet quite undeveloped, which is known as the Blue Mouth. Since our aerial journey, I have been to it by sea with Admiral Rooke in the Lady, and then on land with the Vladika, who was born on its shores and who knows every inch of it. It is worth fortifying, and fortifying well, for as a port it is peerless in Mediterranean seas. The navies of the world might ride in it, landlocked and even hidden from view seawards. The mountains which enclose it are in themselves absolute protection. In addition, these can only be assailed from our own territory. Of course, Voivode, you understand, when I say our, I mean the land of the Blue Mountains, for whose safety and well-being I am alone concerned. Any ship anchoring in the roads of the Blue Mouth would have only one need, sufficient length of cable for its magnificent depth. When proper guns are properly placed on the steep cliffs to north and south of the entrance, and when the rock islet between has been armored and armed, as will be necessary, the mouth will be impregnable. But we should not depend on the arming of the entrance alone. At certain salient points, which I have marked upon this map, armor-plated sunken forts within earthworks should be established. There should be covering forts on the hillsides, and of course the final summits protected. Thus we could resist attack on any side or all sides, from sea or land. That port will yet mean the wealth as well as the strength of this nation, so it will be well to have it properly protected. This should be done soon, and the utmost secrecy observed in the doing of it, lest the so doing should become a matter of international concern. Here Rook smote the table hard. By God, that is true. It has been the dream of my own life for this many a year. In the silence which followed, the sweet, gentle voice of Tuta came clear as a bell. May I say a word? I am emboldened to, as Sir Colin has spoken so splendidly, and as the Lord High Admiral has not hesitated to mention his dreaming. I too have had a dream, a daydream, which came in a flash, but no less a dream for all that. It was when we hung on the aeroplane over the Blue Mouth. It seemed to me, in an instant, that I saw that beautiful spot as it will sometime be, typical, as Sir Colin said, of the wealth as well as the strength of this nation, a mart for the world, whence will come, for barter, some of the great wealth of the Blue Mountains. That wealth is as yet undeveloped, but the day is at hand when we may begin to use it, and through that very port. Our mountains and their valleys are clad with trees of splendid growth, virgin forests of priceless worth, hardwoods of all kinds which have no superior throughout the world. In the rocks, though hidden as yet, is vast mineral wealth of many kinds. I have been looking through the reports of the geological exports of the Commission of Investigation which my husband organized soon after he came to live here, and according to them, our whole mountain ranges simply teem with vast quantities of minerals, almost more precious for industry than gold and silver are for commerce, though indeed gold is not altogether lacking as a mineral. When once our work on the harbor is done, and the place has been made secure against any attempt at foreign aggression, we must try to find a way to bring this wealth of woods and ores down to the sea. And then, perhaps, may begin the great prosperity of our land, of which we have all dreamt. She stopped, all vibrating, almost choked with emotion. We were all moved. For myself, I was thrilled to the core. Her enthusiasm was all-sweeping, and under its influence I found my own imagination expanding. Out of his experiences I spoke. And there is a way, I can see it. Whilst our dear Vorviden was speaking, the way seemed to clear. I saw at the back of the Blue Mouth, where it goes deepest into the heart of the cliffs, the opening of a great tunnel, which ran upward over a steep slope till it debouched on the first plateau beyond the range of the encompassing cliffs. Thither came, by various rails of steep gradient, by timber chutes and cable rails, by aerial cables and precipitating tubes, wealth from overground and under it. For as our land is all mountains, and as these tower up to the clouds, transport to the sea shall be easy, and of little cost when once the machinery is established. As everything of much weight goes downward, the cars of the main tunnel of the port shall return upward without cost. We can have from the mountains a head of water, under good control, which will allow of endless hydraulic power, so that the whole port and the mechanism of the town to which it will grow can be worked by it. This work can be put in hand at once. So soon as the place shall be perfectly surveyed and the engineering plans got ready, we can start on the main tunnel, working from the sea level up, so that the cost of the transport of material will be almost nil. This work can go on whilst the forts are building. No time need be lost. Moreover, may I add a word on national defense? We are, though old in honor, a young nation as to our place amongst great powers, and so we must show the courage and energy of a young nation. The empire of the air is not yet won. Why should not we make a bid for it? As our mountains are lofty, so shall we have initial power of attack or defense. We can have, in chosen spots amongst the clouds, depots of war aeroplanes, with which we can descend and smite our enemies quickly on land or sea. We shall hope to live for peace, but woe to those who drive us to war. There is no doubt that the Sarians are a warlike race. As I spoke, Tuta took one of my hands and held it hard. The old voivode, his eyes blazing, rose and stood beside me and took the other. the two old fighting men of the land and the sea stood up and saluted. This was the beginning of what ultimately became the National Committee of Defense and Development. I had other and perhaps greater plans for the future in my mind, but the time had not come for their utterance. To me, it seems not only advisable but necessary that the utmost discretion be observed by all our little group, at all events for the present. There seems to be some new uneasiness in the Blue Mountains. There are constant meetings of members of the council, but no formal meeting of the council as such, since the last one at which I was present. There is constant coming and going amongst the mountaineers, always in groups, small or large. Tuta and I, who have been about very much on the aeroplane, have both noticed it. But somehow we, that is the voivode and myself, are left out of everything. But we have not said as yet a word on the subject to any of the others. The voivode notices, but he says nothing, so I am silent and Tuta does whatever I ask. Sir Colin does not notice anything except the work he is engaged on, the planning the defenses of the Blue Mouth. His old scientific training as an engineer, and his enormous experience of wars and sieges, for he was for nearly 50 years sent as military representative to all the great wars, seem to have become directed on that point. He is certainly planning it all out in a wonderful way. He consults Rook almost hourly on the maritime side of the question. The Lord High Admiral has been a watcher all his life, and very few important points have ever escaped him, so that he can add greatly to the wisdom of the defensive construction. He notices, I think, that something is going on outside ourselves, but he keeps a resolute silence. What the movement going on is, I cannot guess. It is not like the uneasiness that went before the abduction of Tuta and the voivode, but it is even more pronounced. That was an uneasiness founded on some suspicion. This is a positive thing, and has a definite meaning, of some sort. We shall, I suppose, know all about it in good time. In the meantime, we go on with our work. Happily, the whole Blue Mouth and the mountains round it are on my own property, the portion acquired long ago by Uncle Roger, exclusive of the Bessarian estate. I asked the voivode to allow me to transfer it to him, but he sternly refused and forbade me quite peremptorily to ever open the subject to him again. "You have done enough already," he said. "Were I to allow you to go further, I should feel mean, and I do not think you would like your wife's father to suffer that feeling after a long life, which he has tried to live in honor." I bowed and said no more. So there the matter rests, and I have to take my own course. I have had a survey made, and on the head of it, the tunnel to the harbor is begun. End of Part 13. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Part 14 of The Lady of the Shroud by Bram Stoker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Part 14. Book 8. The Flashing of the Handjaw. Private memorandum of the meeting of various members of the National Council held at the State House of the Blue Mountains at Plazak on Monday, August 26, 1907. Written by Christophorus, scribe of the Council, by instruction of those present. When the private meeting of various members of the National Council had assembled in the Council Hall of the State House at Plazak, it was, as a preliminary, decided unanimously that now or hereafter no names of those present were to be mentioned, and that officials appointed for the purposes of this meeting should be designated by office only, the names of all being withheld. The proceedings assumed the shape of a general conversation, quite informal, and therefore not to be recorded. The net outcome was the unanimous expression of an opinion that the time long contemplated by very many persons throughout the nation had now come when the constitution and machinery of the state should be changed, that the present form of ruling by an irregular council was not sufficient, and that a method more in accord with the spirit of the times should be adopted. To this end, constitutional monarchy, such as that holding in Great Britain, seemed best adapted. Finally, it was decided that each member of the council should make a personal canvass of his district, talk over the matter with his electors, and bring back to another meeting, or rather, as it was amended, to this meeting postponed for a week until September 2nd, the opinions and wishes received. Before separating, the individual to be appointed king, in case the new idea should prove grateful to the nation, was discussed. The consensus of opinion was entirely to the effect that the voivode Peter Vissarion should, if he would accept the high office, be appointed. It was urged that as his daughter, the voivoden Teuta, was now married to the Englishman Rupert St. Leger, called generally by the mountaineers the Gospodar Rupert, the successor to follow the voivode when God should call him would be at hand, a successor worthy in every way to succeed to so illustrious a post. It was urged by several speakers, with general acquiescence, that already Mr. St. Leger's services to the state were such that he would be in himself a worthy person to begin the new dynasty, but that as he was now allied to the voivode Peter Vissarion, it was becoming that the elder, born of the nation, should receive the first honor. The same continued. The adjourned meeting of certain members of the National Council was resumed in the hall of the State House at Plazat on Monday, September 2nd, 1907. By motion, the same chairman was appointed, and the rule regarding the record renewed. Reports were made by the various members of the council in turn, according to the state roll. Every district was represented. The reports were unanimously in favor of the new constitution, and it was reported by each and all of the councillors that the utmost enthusiasm marked in every case the suggestion of the voivode Peter Vissarion as the first king to be crowned under the new constitution, and that remainder should be settled on the Gospodar Rupert. The mountaineers would only receive his lawful name as an alternative. One and all said that he would be Rupert to them and to the nation forever. The above matter having been satisfactorily settled, it was decided that a formal meeting of the National Council should be held at the State House, Plazat, in 1 week from today, and that the voivode Peter Vissarion should be asked to be in the State House in readiness to attend. It was also decided that instruction should be given to the High Court of National Law to prepare and have ready in skeleton form the script of the new Constitution to be adopted, the same to be founded on the Constitution and procedure of Great Britain, so far as the same may be applicable to the traditional ideas of free government in the land of the Blue Mountains. By unanimous vote, this private and irregular meeting of various national councillors was then dissolved. Record of the first meeting of the National Council of the Land of the Blue Mountains, held at Plazat on Monday, September 9th, 1907, to consider the adoption of the new Constitution and to give permanent effect to the same if and when decided upon. Kept by the monk Christophoros, scribe to the National Council. The adjourned meeting duly took place as arranged. There was a full attendance of members of the council, together with the Vladika, the Archbishop, the Archimandrites of Spazar, of Ispazar, of Domaton, and Astra, the Chancellor, the Lord of the Exchequer, the President of the High Court of National Law, the President of the Council of Justice, and such other high officials as it is customary to summon to meetings of the National Council on occasions of great importance. The names of all present will be found in the full report, wherein are given the ipsissima verba of the various utterances made during the consideration of the questions discussed, the same having been taken down in shorthand by the humble scribe of this précis, which has been made for the convenience of members of the council and others. The voivode Peter Vissarion, obedient to the request of the council, was in attendance at the State House, waiting in the chamber of the high officers until such time as he should be asked to come before the council. The President put before the National Council the matter of the new Constitution, outlining the headings of it as drawn up by the High Court of National Law, and the Constitution having been formally accepted, nemo contra, by the National Council on behalf of the people, he proposed that the crown should be offered to the voivode Peter Vissarion, with the remainder to the Gospodar Rupert, legally Rupert St. Leger, husband of his only child, the voivode Teuta. This also was received with enthusiasm and passed nem con. Thereupon the President of Council, the Archbishop, and the Vladika acting together as a deputation, went to pray the attention of the voivode Peter Vasari. When the voivode entered, the whole council and officials stood up, and for a few seconds waited in respectful silence with heads bowed down. Then, as if by a common impulse, for no word was spoken, nor any signal given, they all drew their hand jars and stood to attention with points raised and edges of the hand jars to the front. The voivode stood very still. He seemed much moved, but controlled himself admirably. The only time when he seemed to lose his self-control was when, once again with a strange spontaneity, all present raised their hand jars on high and shouted, "Hail, Peter, King!" Then, lowering their points until these almost touched the ground, they once again stood with bowed heads. When he had quite mastered himself, the voivode Peter Vasari spoke. "How can I, my brothers, sufficiently thank you, and through you the people of the Blue Mountains, for the honor done to me this day? In very truth it is not possible, and therefore I pray you to consider it as done, measuring my gratitude in the greatness of your own hearts. Such honor as you offer to me is not contemplated by any man in whose mind a wholesome sanity rules, nor is it even the dream of fervid imagination. So great is it that I pray you, men with hearts and minds like my own, to extend to me as a further measure of your generosity a little time to think it over. I shall not want long, for even already with the blaze of honor fresh upon me, I see the cool shadow of duty, though his substance is yet hardly visible. Give me but an hour of solitude, an hour at most, if it do not prolong this your session unduly. It may be that a lesser time will serve, but in any case I promise you that when I can see a just and fitting issue to my thought, I shall at once return." The president of the council looked around him, and seeing everywhere the bowing heads of acquiescence, spoke with a reverent gravity. "We shall wait in patience whatsoever time you will, and may the God who rules all worthy hearts guide you to his will." And so, in silence, the voivode passed out of the hall. From my seat near a window, I could watch him go, as with measured steps he passed up the hill which rises behind the State House, and disappeared into the shadow of the forest. Then my work claimed me, for I wished to record the proceedings so far, whilst all was fresh in my mind. In silence, as of the dead, the council waited, no man challenging opinion of his neighbor, even by a glance. Almost a full hour had elapsed when the voivode came again to the council, moving with slow and stately gravity, as has always been his one since age began to hamper the movement, which in youth had been so notable. The members of the council all stood up uncovered, and so remained while he made announcement of his conclusion. He spoke slowly, and as his answer was to be a valued record of this land and its race, I wrote down every word as uttered, leaving here and there space for description or comment, which spaces I have since then filled in. Lords of the National Council, Archbishop, Vladika, Lords of the Council of Justice and of National Law, Archimandrites, and my brothers all. I have, since I left you, held in the solitude of the forest counsel with myself and with God, and he, in his gracious wisdom, has led my thinking to that conclusion which was from the first moment of knowledge of your intent presaged in my heart. Brothers, you know, or else a long life has been spent in vain, that my heart and mind are all for the nation, my experience, my life, my hand-job. And when all is for her, why should I shrink to exercise on her behalf my riper judgment, though the same should have to combat my own ambition? For 10 centuries my race has not failed in its duty. Ages ago, the men of that time trusted in the hands of my ancestors the kingship, even as now you, their children, trust me. But to me, it would be base to betray that trust, even by the smallest tittle. That would I do, were I to take the honour of the crown which you have tendered to me, so long as there is another more worthy to wear it. Were there none other, I should place myself in your hands, and yield myself over to blind obedience of your desires. But such an one there is, dear to you already by his own deeds, now doubly dear to me, since he is my son by my daughter's love. He is young, whereas I am old. He is strong and brave and true, but my days of the usefulness of strength and bravery are over. For myself, I have long contemplated as the crown of my later years a quiet life in one of our monasteries, where I can still watch the whirl of the world around us on your behalf, and be a counselor of younger men, of more active minds. Brothers, we are entering on stirring times. I can see the signs of their coming all around us. North and south, the old order and the new, are about to clash, and we lie between the opposing forces. True it is that the Turk, after warring for 1,000 years, is fading into insignificance, but from the north, where conquests spring, have crept towards our Balkans the men of a mightier composite power. Their march has been steady, and as they came, they fortified every step of the way. Now they are hard upon us, and are already beginning to swallow up the regions that we have helped to win from the dominion of Mahmud. The Austrian is at our very gates. Beaten back by the irredentists of Italy, she has so enmeshed herself with the great powers of Europe that she seems for the moment to be impregnable to a foe of our stature. There is but one hope for us, the uniting of the Balkan forces to turn a masterly front to north and west, as well as to south and east. Is that a task for old hands to undertake? No, the hands must be young and supple, and the brain subtle, as well as the heart be strong, of whomsoever would dare such an accomplishment. Should I accept the crown, it would only postpone the doing of that which must ultimately be done. What avail would it be if, when the darkness closes over me, my daughter should be queen consort to the first king of a new dynasty? You know this man, and from your record I learn that you are already willing to have him as king to follow me. Why not begin with him? He comes of a great nation, wherein the principle of freedom is a vital principle that quickens all things. That nation has more than once shown to us its friendliness, and doubtless the very fact that an Englishman would become our king and could carry into our government the spirit and customs which have made his own country great would do much to restore the old friendship and even to create a new one, which would in times of trouble bring British fleets to our waters and British bayonets to support our own handjobs. It is within my own knowledge, though as yet unannounced to you, that Rupert St. Leger has already obtained a patent, signed by the King of England himself, allowing him to be denaturalized in England, so that he can at once apply for naturalization here. I know also that he has brought hither a vast fortune, by aid of which he is beginning to strengthen our hands for war, in case that sad eventuality should arise. Witness his late ordering to be built 9 other warships of the class that has already done such effective service in overthrowing the Turk, or the pirate, whichever he may have been. He has undertaken the defense of the Blue Mouth at his own cost, in a way which will make it stronger than Gibraltar, and secure us against whatever use to which the Austrian may apply the vast forces already gathered in the Boca di Cato. He is already founding aerial stations on our highest peaks for use of the war airplanes which are being built for him. It is such a man as this who makes a nation great, and right sure I am that in his hands this splendid land and our noble freedom-loving people will flourish and become a power in the world. Then, brothers, let me, as one to whom this nation and its history and its future are dear, ask you to give to the husband of my daughter the honor which you would confer on me. For her I can speak as well as for myself. She shall suffer nothing in dignity either. Were I indeed king, she, as my daughter, would be a princess of the world. As it will be, she shall be companion and queen of a great king, and her race, which is mine, shall flourish in all the luster of the new dynasty. Therefore, on all accounts, my brothers, for the sake of our dear land of the Blue Mountains, make the Gospodar Rupert, who has so proved himself, your king, and make me happy in my retirement to the cloister." When the voivode ceased to speak, all still remained silent and standing. But there was no mistaking their acquiescence in his most generous prayer. The president of the council well interpreted the general wish when he said, "Lords of the National Council, Archbishop, Vladika, Lords of the Councils of Justice and National Law, Archimandrites, and all who are present, is it agreed that we prepare at leisure a fitting reply to the Voivode Peter of the historic House of Vissarion, stating our agreement with his wish?" To which there was a unanimous answer. "It is." He went on. "Further, shall we ask the Gospodar Rupert of the House of St. Ledger, allied through his marriage to the Voivode Tuta, daughter and only child of the Voivode Peter Vissarion, to come hither tomorrow? And that when he is amongst us, we confer on him the crown and kingship of the land of the Blue Mountains?" Again came the answer. "It is." But this time it rang out like the sound of a gigantic trumpet, and the hand jars flashed. Whereupon the session was adjourned for the space of a day. The same continued, September 10th, 1907. When the National Council met today, the Voivode Peter Vissarion sat with them, but well back, so that at first his presence was hardly noticeable. After the necessary preliminaries had been gone through, they requested the presence of the Gospodar Rupert, Mr. Rupert St. Ledger, who was reported as waiting in the chamber of the high officers. He at once accompanied back to the hall the deputation sent to conduct him. As he made his appearance in the doorway, the councillors stood up. There was a burst of enthusiasm, and the hand jars flashed. For an instant he stood silent, with lifted hand, as though indicating that he wished to speak. So soon as this was recognized, silence fell on the assembly, and he spoke. "I pray you, may the Voivode and Tuta of Vissarion, who has accompanied me hither, appear with me to hear your wishes?" There was an immediate and enthusiastic acquiescence, and after bowing his thanks, he retired to conduct her. Her appearance was received with an ovation similar to that given to Gospodar Rupert, to which she bowed with dignified sweetness. She, with her husband, was conducted to the top of the hall by the president, who came down to escort them. In the meantime, another chair had been placed beside that prepared for the Gospodar, and these two sat. The president then made the formal statement, conveying to the Gospodar Rupert the wishes of the council on behalf of the nation to offer to him the crown and kingship of the land of the Blue Mountains. The message was couched in almost the same words as had been used the previous day in making the offer to the Voivode Peter Vissarion, only differing to meet the special circumstances. The Gospodar Rupert listened in grave silence. The whole thing was manifestly quite new to him, but he preserved a self-control wonderful under the circumstances. When, having been made aware of the previous offer to the Voivode and the declared wish of the latter, he rose to speak, there was stillness in the hall. He commenced with a few broken words of thanks. Then he grew suddenly and strangely calm as he went on. "But before I can even attempt to make a fitting reply, I should know if it is contemplated to join with me in this great honor my dear wife, the Voivode and Tuta of Vissarion, who has so splendidly proved her worthiness to hold any place in the government of the land. I fain would—" He was interrupted by the Voivode, who, standing up beside him and holding his left arm, said, "Do not, President and Lords all, think me wanting in that respect of a wife or husband, which in the Blue Mountains we hold so dear, if I venture to interrupt, my lord. I am here not merely as a wife, but as Voivode of Vissarion, and by the memory of all the noble women of that noble line, I feel constrained to a great duty. We women of Vissarion, in all the history of centuries, have never put ourselves forward in rivalry of our lords. Well I know that my own dear Lord will forgive me as wife if I err, but I speak to you, the council of the nation, from another ground, and with another tongue. My Lord does not, I fear, know as you do, and as I do too, that of old in the history of this land, when kingship was existent, that it was ruled by that law of masculine supremacy which, centuries after, became known as the Lex Salica. Lords of the Council of the Blue Mountains, I am a wife of the Blue Mountains, as a wife young as yet, but with the blood of 40 generations of loyal women in my veins. And it would ill become me, whom my husband honors, wife to the man whom you would honor, to take a part in changing the ancient custom which has been held in honor for all the 1,000 years, which is the glory of Blue Mountain woman. What an example such would be in an age when self-seeking women of other nations seek to forget their womanhood in the struggle to vie in equality with men. Men of the Blue Mountains, I speak for our women when I say that we hold of greatest price the glory of our men. To be their companions is our happiness. To be their wives is the completion of our lives. To be mothers of their children is our share of the glory that is theirs. Therefore I pray you, men of the Blue Mountains, let me but be as any other wife in our land, equal to them in domestic happiness, which is our woman's sphere, and if that priceless honor may be vouchsafed to me, and I be worthy and able to bear it, an exemplar of woman's rectitude. With a low, modest, graceful bow, she sat down. There was no doubt as to the reception of her renunciation of queenly dignity. There was more honor to her in the quick, fierce shout which arose, and the unanimous upward swing of the hand jars, than in the wearing of any crown which could adorn the head of a woman. The spontaneous action of the Gospodar Rupert was another source of joy to all, a fitting corollary to what had gone before. He rose to his feet, and, taking his wife in his arms, kissed her before all. Then they sat down, with their chairs close, bashfully holding hands like a pair of lovers. Then Rupert arose. He is Rupert now. No lesser name is on the lips of his people henceforth. With an intense earnestness which seemed to glow in his face, he said simply, "What can I say, except that I am in all ways, now and forever, obedient to your wishes." Then, raising his hand jar and holding it before him, he kissed the hilt, saying, "Hereby I swear to be honest and just, to be, God helping me, such a king as you would wish, insofar as the strength is given. Amen." This ended the business of the session, and the council showed unmeasured delight. Again and again the hand jars flashed, as the cheers rose 3 times 3 in British fashion. When Rupert, I am told I must not write him down as King Rupert until after the formal crowning, which is ordained for Wednesday, October 16th, and Tuta had withdrawn, the Voivode Peter Vissarion, the President and Council, conferred in committee with the Presidents of the High Courts of National Law and Justice as to the formalities to be observed in the crowning of the King, and of the formal notification to be given to foreign powers. These proceedings kept them far into the night. From the London Messenger. Coronation festivities of the Blue Mountains, from our special correspondent. Blazak, October 14th, 1907. As I sat down to a poorly equipped luncheon table on board the Austro-Orient liner, Franz Joseph, I mourned in my heart, and I may say incidentally in other portions of my internal economy, the comfort and gastronomic luxury of the King and Emperor Hotel at Trieste. A brief comparison between the menus of today's lunch and yesterday's will afford to the reader a striking object lesson. Trieste, eggs à la coquette, stewed chicken with paprika, deviled slices of Westphalian ham boiled in wine, tunny fish pickled, rice burst in cream, guava jelly, steamer, scrambled eggs on toast, cold chicken, cold ham, Bismarck herrings, stewed apples, Swiss cheese. Consequence? Yesterday I was well and happy, and looked forward to a good night's sleep, which came off. Today I am dull and heavy, also restless, and I am convinced that at sleeping time my liver will have it all its own way. The journey to Ragusa, and thence to Plazac, is writ large with the pigment of misery on at least one human heart. Let us silence fall upon it. In such wise only can justice and mercy join hands. Plazac is a miserable place. There is not a decent hotel in it. It was perhaps on this account that the new King Rupert had erected, for the alleged convenience of his guests of the press, a series of large temporary hotels, such as were in evidence at the St. Louis expedition. Here each guest was given a room to himself, somewhat after the nature of the cribs in a Roughton house. From my first night in it, I am able to speak from experience of the sufferings of a prisoner of the third class. I am, however, bound to say that the dining and reception rooms were, though uncomfortably plain, adequate for temporary use. Happily, we shall not have to endure many more meals here, as tomorrow we all dine with the king in the State House, and as the cuisine is under the control of that cordon bleu Gaston de Faupas, who so long controlled the gastronomic, I might almost say gastronomic, destinies of the Roi de Diamant and the Place Vendôme, we may, I think, look forward to not going to bed hungry. Indeed, the anticipations formed from a survey of our meagre sleeping accommodation were not realized at dinner time tonight. To our intense astonishment, an excellent dinner was served, though, to be sure, the cold dishes predominated, a thing I always find bad for one to live with. Just as we were finishing, the king, nominated, came amongst us in quite an informal way, and having bidden us a hearty welcome, asked that we should drink a glass of wine together. This we did in an excellent, if rather sweet, glass of Clicquot 93. King Rupert, nominated, then asked us to resume our seats. He walked between the tables, now and then recognizing some journalistic friend whom he had met early in life in his days of adventure. The men spoken to seemed vastly pleased with themselves, probably. Pretty bad form of them, I call it. For myself, I was glad I had not previously met him in the same casual way, as it saved me from what I should have felt a humiliation, the being patronized in that public way by a prospective king who had not, in a court sense, been born. The writer, who is by profession a barrister at law, is satisfied at being himself a country gentleman and heir to an historic estate in the ancient county of Salon, which can boast a larger population than the land of the Blue Mountains. Editorial note. We must ask our readers to pardon the report in yesterday's paper sent from Plazac. The writer was not on our regular staff, but asked to be allowed to write the report, as he was a kinsman of King Rupert of the Blue Mountains, and would therefore be in a position to obtain special information and facilities of description from inside, as he puts it. On reading the paper, we cabled his recall. We cabled also, in case he did not obey, to have his ejectment effected forthwith. We have also cabled Mr. Mordred Booth, the well-known correspondent, who was, to our knowledge, in Plazac, for his own purposes, to send us full and proper details. We take it our readers will prefer a graphic account of the ceremony to a farrago of cheap menus, comments on his own liver, and a belittling of an Englishman of such noble character and achievements that a rising nation has chosen him for their king, and one whom our own nation loves to honor. We shall not, of course, mention our abortive correspondent's name, unless compelled thereto by any future utterance of his. From the London Messenger, the coronation of King Rupert of the Blue Mountains, by our special correspondent, Mordred Booth, Plazac, October 17, 1907. Plazac does not boast of a cathedral or any church of sufficient dimensions for a coronation ceremony on an adequate scale. It was therefore decided by the National Council, with consent of the king, that it should be held at the old church of St. Sala at Versailles, the former home of the Queen. Accordingly, arrangements had been made to bring thither on the warships, on the morning of the coronation, the whole of the nation's guests. In St. Sala's, the religious ceremony would take place, after which there would be a banquet in the castle of Versailles. The guests would then return on the warships to Lausanne, where would be held what is called here the national coronation. In the land of the Blue Mountains, it was customary in the old days, when there were kings, to have two ceremonies, one carried out by the official head of the national church, the Greek church, the other by the people, in a ritual adopted by themselves, on much the same basis as the Germanic folklore. The Blue Mountains is a nation of strangely loyal tendencies. What was 1,000 years ago is to be today, so far, of course, as is possible under the altered condition of things. The Church of St. Sava is very old and very beautiful, built in the manner of old Greek churches, full of monuments of bygone worthies of the Blue Mountains. But of course neither it nor the ceremony held in it today can compare in splendor with certain other ceremonials, for instance the coronation of the penultimate Tsar in Moscow, of Alfonso XII in Madrid, of Carlos I in Lisbon. The church was arranged much after the fashion of Westminster Abbey for the coronation of King Edward VII, though, of course, not so many persons present, nor so much individual splendor. Indeed, the number of those present, outside those officially concerned and the press of the world, was very few. The most striking figure present, next to King Rupert, who was 7 feet high and a magnificent man, was the Queen Consort Tuta. She sat in front of a small gallery erected for the purpose, just opposite the throne. She is a strikingly beautiful woman, tall and finely formed, with jet black hair and eyes like black diamonds, but with the unique quality that there are stars in them which seem to take varied color according to each strong emotion. But it was not even her beauty or the stars in her eyes which drew the first glance of all. These details showed on scrutiny, but from afar off the attractive point was her dress. Surely never before did woman, be she queen or peasant, wear such a costume on a festive occasion. She was dressed in a white shroud, and in that only. I had heard something of the story which goes behind that strange costume, and shall later on send it to you. Editorial note. We shall, in our issue of Saturday Week, give a full page of the romantic story of Queen Tuta and her Shroud, written by Mr. Mordred Booth, and illustrated by our special artist, Mr. Nielsen Bram, who is Mr. Booth's artistic collaborator in the account of King Rupert's coronation. Return to text. When the procession entered the church through the great western door, the national song of the Blue Mountains, "Guide Our Feet Through Darkness, O Jehovah," was sung by an unseen choir, in which the organ, supplemented by martial instruments, joined. The archbishop was robed in redness before the altar, and close around him stood the archimandrites of the 4 great monasteries. The Vladika stood in front of the members of the National Council. A little to one side of this body was a group of high officials, presidents of the councils of national law and justice, the chancellor, etc., all in splendid robes of great antiquity, the high marshal of the forces, and the Lord High Admiral. When all was ready for the ceremonial act of coronation, the archbishop raised his hand, whereupon the music ceased. Turning round so that he faced the queen, who thereon stood up, the king drew his hand-jar and saluted her in Blue Mountain fashion, the point raised as high as possible, and then dropped down till it almost touches the ground. Every man in the church, ecclesiastics and all, wear the hand-jar, and following the king by the interval of a second, their weapons flashed out. There was something symbolic as well as touching in this truly royal salute led by the king. His hand-jar is a mighty blade, and held high in the hands of a man of his stature, it overtowered everything in the church. It was an inspiriting sight. No one who saw will ever forget that noble flashing of blades in the 1,000-year-old salute. The coronation was short, simple, and impressive. Rupert knelt whilst the Archbishop, after a short fervent prayer, placed on his head the bronze crown of the first king of the Blue Mountains, Peter. This was handed to him by the Vladika, to whom it was brought from the national treasury by a procession of the high officers. A blessing of the new king and his queen tutor concluded the ceremony. Rupert's first act on rising from his knees was to draw his hand-jar and salute his people. After the ceremony in St. Sava, the procession was reformed and took its way to the castle of Vissarion, which is some distance off across a picturesque creek, bounded on either side by noble cliffs of vast height. The king led the way, the queen walking with him and holding his hand. The castle of Vissarion is of great antiquity and picturesque beyond belief. I am sending late on, as a special article, a description of it. The coronation feast, as it was called on the menu, was held in the Great Hall, which is of noble proportions. I enclose a copy of the menu, as our readers may wish to know something of the details of such a feast in this part of the world. One feature of the banquet was especially noticeable. As the national officials were guests of the king and queen, they were waited on and served by the king and queen in person. The rest of the guests, including us of the press, were served by the king's household, not the servants, none of that cult were visible, but by the ladies and gentlemen of the court. There was only one toast, and that was given by the king, all standing. "The land of the Blue Mountains, and may we all do our duty to the land we love." Before drinking, his mighty hand-jar flashed out again, and in an instant every table at which the Blue Mountaineers sat was ringed with flashing steel. I may add parenthetically that the hand-jar is essentially the national weapon. I do not know if the Blue Mountaineers take it to bed with them, but they certainly wear it everywhere else. Its drawing seems to emphasize everything in national life. We embarked again on the warships, one a huge steel-plated dreadnought, up to date in every particular, the other an armored yacht, most complete in every way and of unique speed. The king and queen, the lords of the council, together with the various high ecclesiastics and great officials, went on the yacht, which the Lord High Admiral, a man of remarkably masterful physiognomy, himself steered. The rest of those present at the coronation came on the warship. The latter went fast, but the yacht showed her heels all the way. However, the king's party waited in the dock in the Blue Mouth. From this, a new cable line took us all to the State House at Bazar. Here, the procession was reformed and wound its way to a bare hill in the immediate vicinity. The king and queen, the king still wearing the ancient bronze crown with which the archbishop had invested him at St. Sava's, the archbishop, the Vladika, and the 4 archimandrites stood together at the top of the hill, the king and queen being, of course, in the front. A courteous young gentleman, to whom I had been accredited at the beginning of the day, all guests were still attended, explained to me that as this was the national as opposed to the religious ceremony, the Vladika, who is the official representative of the laity, took here command. The ecclesiastics were put prominently forward, simply out of courtesy, in obedience to the wish of the people, by whom they were all greatly beloved. Then commenced another unique ceremony, which indeed might well find a place in our Western countries. As far as ever we could see were masses of men roughly grouped, not in any uniform, but all in national costume, and armed only with the hand-jar. In the front of each of these groups, or bodies, stood the national councillor for that district, distinguishable by his official robe and chain. There were in all 17 of these bodies. These were unequal in numbers, some of them predominating enormously over others, as indeed might be expected in so mountainous a country. In all, there were present, I was told, over 100,000 men. So far as I can judge from long experience of looking at great bodies of men, the estimate was a just one. I was a little surprised to see so many, for the population of the Blue Mountains is never accredited in books of geography as a large one. When I made inquiry as to how the frontier guard was being for the time maintained, I was told by the women, mainly. But all the same, we have also a male guard which covers the whole frontier, except that to seaward. Each man has with him 6 women, so that the whole line is unbroken. Moreover, sir, you must bear in mind that in the Blue Mountains our women are trained to arms as well as our men. Aye, and they could give a good account of themselves too against any foe that should assail us. Our history shows what women can do in defense. I tell you the Turkish population would be bigger today but for the women who on our frontier fought of old for defense of their homes. No wonder this nation has kept her freedom for 1,000 years, I said. At a signal given by the President of the National Council, one of the divisions moved forwards. It was not an ordinary movement, but an intense rush made with all the élan and vigor of hardy and well-trained men. They came on not merely at the double, but as if delivering an attack. Hand-jar in hand, they rushed forward. I can only compare their rush to an artillery charge or to an attack of massed cavalry battalions. It was my fortune to see the former at Magenta and the latter at Sedova, so that I know what such illustration means. I may also say that I saw the relief column which Roberts organized rush through a town on its way to relieve Mafeking. And no one who had the delight of seeing that inspiring progress of a flying army on their way to relieve their comrades needs to be told what a rush of armed men can be. With speed which was simply desperate, they ran up the hill, and circling to the left, made a ring round the topmost plateau, where stood the king. When the ring was complete, the stream went on, lapping round and round, till the whole tally was exhausted. In the meantime, another division had followed, its leader joining close behind the end of the first. Then came another, and another. An unbroken line circled and circled round the hill in seeming endless array, till the whole slopes were masked with moving men, dark in color and with countless glittering points everywhere. When the whole of the divisions had thus surrounded the king, there was a moment's hush, a silence so still that it almost seemed as if nature stood still also. We who looked on were almost afraid to breathe. Then, suddenly, without, so far as I could see, any flugelman or word of command, the hand-jars of all that mighty array of men flashed upward as one, and like thunder pealed the national cry, "The Blue Mountains and duty!" After the cry there was a strange subsidence, which made the onlooker rub his eyes. It seemed as though the whole mass of fighting men had partially sunk into the ground. Then the splendid truth burst upon us. The whole nation was kneeling at the feet of their chosen king, who stood upright. Another moment of silence, as King Rupert, taking off his crown, held it up in his left hand, and holding his great hand-jar high in his right, cried in a voice so strong that it came ringing over that serried mass like a trumpet, "To freedom of our nation, and to freedom within it, I dedicate these and myself, I swear." So saying, he too sank on his knees, whilst we all instinctively uncovered. The silence which followed lasted several seconds. Then, without a sign, as though one and all acted instinctively, the whole body stood up. Thereupon was executed a movement which, with all my experience of soldiers and war, I never saw equal. Not with the Russian royal guard saluting the Tsar at his coronation, not with an impi of Cetweo's Zulus whirling through the opening of a crowd. For a second or two, the whole mass seemed to writhe or shudder, and then, lo, the whole district divisions were massed again in completeness, its councillors next the king, and the divisions radiating outwards down the hill like wedges. This completed the ceremony, and everything broke up into units. Later, I was told by my official friend that the king's last movement, the oath as he sank to his knees, was an innovation of his own. All I can say is, if in the future, and for all time, it is not taken for a precedent and made an important part of the patriotic coronation ceremony, The Blue Mountaineers will prove themselves to be a much more stupid people than they seem at present to be. The conclusion of the coronation festivities was a time of unalloyed joy. It was the banquet given to the king and queen by the nation. The guests of the nation were included in the royal party. It was a unique ceremony. Fancy a picnic party of 100,000 persons, nearly all men. There must have been made beforehand vast and elaborate preparations ramifying through the whole nation. Each section had brought provisions sufficient for their own consumption, in addition to several special dishes for the guest tables. But the contribution of each section was not consumed by its own members. It was evidently a part of the scheme that all should derive from a common stock, so that the feeling of brotherhood and common property should be preserved in this monumental fashion. The guest tables were the only tables to be seen. The bulk of the feasters sat on the ground. The tables were brought forward by the men themselves. No such thing as domestic service was known on this day, from a wood close at hand, where they and the chairs had been placed in readiness. The linen and crockery used had been sent for the purpose from the households of every town and village. The flowers were plucked in the mountains early that morning by the children, and the gold and silver plate used for adornment were supplied from the churches. Each dish at the guest tables was served by the men of each section in turn. Over the whole array seemed to be spread an atmosphere of joyousness, of peace, of brotherhood. It would be impossible to adequately describe that amazing scene. A whole nation of splendid men surrounding their new king and queen, loving to honor and serve them. Scattered about through that vast crowd were groups of musicians, chosen from amongst themselves. The space covered by this titanic picnic was so vast that there were few spots from which you could hear music proceeding from different quarters. After dinner we all sat and smoked. The music became rather vocal than instrumental. Indeed, presently we did not hear the sound of any instrument at all. Only knowing a few words of Balkan, I could not follow the meanings of the songs, but I gathered that they were all legendary or historical. To those who could understand, as I was informed by my tutelary young friend, who stayed beside me the whole of this memorable day, we were listening to the history of the land of the Blue Mountains in ballad form. Somewhere or other, throughout that vast concourse, each notable record of 10 centuries was being told to eager ears. It was now late in the day. Slowly the sun had been dropping down over the Calabrian mountains, and the glamorous twilight was stealing over the immediate scene. No one seemed to notice the coming of the dark, which stole down on us with an unspeakable mystery. For long we sat still, the clatter of many tongues becoming stilled into the witchery of the scene. Lower the sun sank, till only the ruddiness of the afterglow lit the expanse with rosy light. Then this failed in turn, and the night shut down quickly. At last, when we could just discern the faces close to us, a simultaneous movement began. Lights began to flash out in places all over the hillside. At first these seemed as tiny as glowworms seen in a summer wood, but by degrees they grew till the space was set with little circles of light. These in turn grew and grew in both number and strength. Flames began to leap out from piles of wood. Torches were lighted and held high. Then the music began again, softly at first, but then louder as the musicians began to gather to the center where sat the king and queen. The music was wild and semi-barbaric, but full of sweet melody. It somehow seemed to bring before us a distant past. One and all, according to the strength of our imagination and the volume of our knowledge, saw episodes and phases of bygone history come before us. There was a wonderful rhythmic, almost choric force in the time kept, which made it almost impossible to sit still. It was an invitation to the dance such as I had never before heard in any nation or at any time. Then the lights began to gather round. Once more the mountaineers took something of the same formation as at the crown. Where the royal party sat was a level mead with crisp, short grass, and round it what one might well call the ring of the nation was formed. The music grew louder. Each mountaineer who had not lit a torch already lighted one, and the whole rising hillside was a glory of light. The queen rose, and the king an instant after. As they rose, men stepped forward and carried away their chairs, or rather thrones. The queen gave the king her hand. This is, it seems, the privilege of the wife, as distinguished from any other woman. Their feet took the time of the music, and they moved into the center of the ring. That dance was another thing to remember, one from the haunting memories of that strange day. At first, the king and queen danced all alone. They began with stately movement, but as the music quickened, their feet kept time, and the swing of their bodies with movements kept growing more and more ecstatic at every beat, till, in true Balkan fashion, the dance became a very agony of passionate movement. At this point, the music slowed down again, and the mountaineers began to join in the dance. At first, slowly, one by one, they joined in, the Vladika and the higher priests leading. Then everywhere the whole vast crowd began to dance, till the earth around us seemed to shake. The lights quivered, flickered, blazed out again, and rose and fell, as that 100,000 men, each holding a torch, rose and fell with the rhythm of the dance. Quicker, quicker grew the music, faster grew the rushing and pounding of the feet, till the whole nation seemed now in an ecstasy. I stood near the Vladika, and in the midst of this final wildness, I saw him draw from his belt a short, thin flute. Then he put it to his lips and blew a single note, a fierce, sharp note, which pierced the volume of sound more surely than with the thunder of a cannon shot. On the instant, everywhere, each man put his torch under his foot. There was complete and immediate darkness, for the fires, which had by now fallen low, had evidently been trodden out in the measure of the dance. The music still kept in its rhythmic beat, but slower than it had yet been. Little by little this beat was pointed and emphasized by the clapping of hands. At first only a few, but spreading till everyone present was beating hands to the slow music in the darkness. This lasted a little while, during which, looking round, I noticed a faint light beginning to steal up behind the hills. The moon was rising. Again there came a note from the Vladika's flute, a single note, sweet and subtle, which I can only compare with a note from a nightingale, vastly increased in power. It too won through the thunder of the handclaps, and on the second the sound ceased. The sudden stillness, together with the darkness, was so impressive that we could almost hear our hearts beating. And then came through the darkness the most beautiful and impressive sound heard yet. That mighty concourse, without fugleman of any sort, began in low, fervent voice to sing the national anthem. At first it was of so low tone as to convey the idea of a mighty assembly of violinists playing with a mute song, but it gradually rose till the air above us seemed to throb and quiver. Each syllable, each word spoken in unison by the vast throng was as clearly enunciated as though spoken by a single voice. Guide our feet through darkness, O Jehovah. This anthem, sung out of full hearts, remains on our minds as the last perfection of a perfect day. For myself, I am not ashamed to own that it made me weep like a child. Indeed, I cannot write of it now as I would. It unmans me so. In the early morning, whilst the mountains were still rather grey than blue, the cable line took us to the Blue Mouth, where we embarked in the king's yacht, the Lady, which took us across the Adriatic at a pace which I had hitherto considered impossible. The king and queen came to the landing to see us off. They stood together at the right-hand side of the red-carpeted gangway, and shook hands with each guest as he went on board. The instant the last passenger had stepped on deck, the gangway was withdrawn. The Lord High Admiral, who stood on the bridge, raised his hand, and we swept towards the mouth of the gulf. Of course, all hats were off, and we cheered frantically. I can truly say that if King Rupert and Queen Tuta should ever wish to found in the Blue Mountains a colony of diplomatists and journalists, those who were their guests on this great occasion will volunteer to a man. I think old Hempedge, who is the doyen of English-speaking journalists, voiced our sentiments when he said, "May God bless them and theirs with every grace and happiness, and send prosperity to the land of the people they rule." I think the King and Queen heard us cheer, for they turned to look at our flying ship again. End of Part 14. Recording by Thomas Pope. Part 15 of The Lady of the Shroud by Bram Stoker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Pope. Part 15. Book 9. Balkan. Rupert's Journal. Continued. Longo Intervallo. February 10th, 1908. It is so long since I even thought of this journal that I hardly know where to begin. I always heard that a married man is a pretty busy man, but since I became one, though it is a new life to me, and of a happiness undreamt of, I know what that life is. But I had no idea that this king business was anything like what it is. Why, it never leaves me a moment at all to myself, or what is worse, to Tutor. If people who condemn kings had only a single month of my life in that capacity, they would form an opinion different from that which they hold. It might be useful to have a professor of kingship in the Anarchists' College whenever it is founded. Everything has gone on well with us, I am glad to say. Tuta is in splendid health, though she has, but only very lately, practically given up going on her own aeroplane. It was, I know, a great sacrifice to make, just as she had become an expert in it. They say here that she is one of the best drivers in the Blue Mountains. And that is, in the world, for we have made that form of movement our own. Ever since we found the pitch-blende pockets in the Great Tunnel, and discovered the simple process of extracting the radium from it, we have gone on by leaps and bounds. When first Tutor told me she would aero no more for a while, I thought she was wise and backed her up in it. For driving an airplane is trying work and hard on the nerves. I only learned then the reason for her caution, the usual one of a young wife. That was 3 months ago, but only this morning she told me she would not go sailing in the air, even with me, till she could do so without risk. She did not mean risk to herself, and Janet knew what she meant, and counseled her strongly to stick to her resolution. So for the next few months I am to do my air sailing alone. The public works which we began immediately after the coronation are going strong. We began at the very beginning on an elaborate system. The first thing was to adequately fortify the Blue Mouth. Whilst the fortifications were being constructed, we kept all the warships in the Gulf. But when the point of safety was reached, we made the ship do Centrigo along the coast, whilst we trained men for service at sea. It is our plan to take by degrees all the young men and teach them this wise, so that at the end the whole population shall be trained for sea as well as for land. And as we are teaching them the airship service too, they will be at home in all the elements, except fire, of course, though if that should become a necessity, we shall tackle it too. We started the Great Tunnel at the farthest inland point of the Blue Mouth and ran it due east at an angle of 45 degrees, so that when complete, it would go right through the first line of hills, coming out on the plateau above Plaza. The plateau is not very wide, half a mile at most, and the second tunnel begins on the eastern side of it. This new tunnel is at a smaller angle, as it has to pierce the second hill, a mountain this time. When it comes out on the east side of that, it will tap the real productive belt. Here it is that our hardwood trees are finest, and where the greatest mineral deposits are found. This plateau is of enormous length, and runs north and south round the great bulk of the central mountain, so that in time, when we put up a circular railway, we can bring, at a merely nominal cost, all sorts of material up or down. It is on this level that we have built the great factories for war material. We are tunneling into the mountains where are the great deposits of coal. We run the trucks in and out on the level, and can get perfect ventilation with little cost or labor. Already we are mining all the coal which we consume within our own confines, and we can, if we wish, within a year export largely. The great slopes of these tunnels give us the necessary aid of specific gravity, and as we carry an endless water supply in great tubes that way also, we can do whatever we wish by hydraulic power. As one by one the European and Asiatic nations began to reduce their war preparations, we took over their disbanded workmen through our agents, so that already we have a productive staff of skilled workmen larger than anywhere else in the world. I think myself that we were fortunate in being able to get ahead so fast with our preparations for war manufacture, for if some of the great powers, as they call themselves, knew the measure of our present production, they would immediately try to take active measures against us. In such case, we should have to fight them, which would delay us. But if we can have another year untroubled, we shall, so far as war material is concerned, be able to defy any nation in the world. And if the time may only come peacefully till we have our buildings and machinery complete, we can prepare war stores and implements for the whole Balkan nations. And then, but that is a dream. We shall know in good time. In the meantime, all goes well. The cannon foundries are built and active. We are already beginning to turn out finished work. Of course, our first guns are not very large, but they are good. The big guns, and especially siege guns, will come later. And when the great extensions are complete and the boring and wire-winding machines are in working order, we can go merrily on. I suppose that by that time, the whole of the upper plateau will be like a manufacturing town. At any rate, we have plenty of raw material to hand. The hematite mines seem to be inexhaustible, and as the raising of the ore is cheap and easy by means of our extraordinary water power, and as coal comes down to the plateau by its own gravity on the cable line, we have natural advantages which exist hardly anywhere else in the world, certainly not altogether, as here. That bird's-eye view of the Blue Mouth, which we had from the aeroplane when Tuta saw that vision of the future, has not been in vain. The airplane works are having a splendid output. The aeroplane is a large and visible product. There is no mistaking when it is there. We have already a large and respectable aerial fleet. The factories for explosives are, of course, far away in bare valleys where accidental effects are minimized. So too are the radium works, wherein unknown dangers may lurk. The turbines in the tunnel give us all the power we want at present, and later on, when the new tunnel, which we call the water tunnel, which is already begun, is complete, the available power will be immense. All these works are bringing up our shipping, and we are in great hopes for the future. So much for our material prosperity. But with it comes a larger life and greater hopes. The stress of organizing and founding these great works is practically over. As they are not only self-supporting but largely productive, all anxiety in the way of national expenditure is minimized. And more than all, I am able to give my unhampered attention to those matters of even more than national importance, on which the ultimate development, if not the immediate strength of our country, must depend. I am well into the subject of a great Balkan federation. This, it turns out, has for long been the dream of Tuta's life, as also of that of the present Archimandrite Kazakh, her father, who, since I last touched this journal, having taken on himself a holy life, was, by will of the Church, the monks, and the people, appointed to that great office on the retirement of Petrov Lastomir. Such a federation had long been in the air. For myself, I had seen its inevitableness from the first. The modern aggressions of the dual nation, interpreted by her past history and regard to Italy, pointed towards the necessity of such a protective measure. And now, when Servia and Bulgaria were used as blinds to cover her real movements to incorporate with herself as established the provinces once Turkish, which had been entrusted to a temporary protection by the Treaty of Berlin, when it would seem that Montenegro was to be deprived for all time of the hope of regaining the Boca di Cataro, which she had a century ago won, and held at the point of the sword until a great power had, under a wrong conviction, handed it over to her neighboring Goliath, when the Sanjak of Novi Pazar was threatened with the fate which seemed to have already overtaken Bosnia and Herzegovina, When gallant little Montenegro was already shut out from the sea by the octopus-like grip of Dalmatia, crouching along her western shore, when Turkey was dwindling down to almost ineptitude, when Greece was almost a byword, and when Albania, as a nation, though still nominally subject, was of such unimpaired virility that there were great possibilities of her future, it was imperative that something must happen if the Balkan race was not to be devoured piecemeal by her northern neighbors. To the end of ultimate protection, I found most of them willing to make defensive alliance. And as the true defense consists in judicious attack, I have no doubt that an alliance so based must ultimately become one for all purposes. Albania was the most difficult to win to the scheme, as her own complications with her suzerain, combined with the pride and suspiciousness of her people, made approach a matter of extreme caution. It was only possible when I could induce her rulers to see that no matter how great her pride and valor, the magnitude of northern advance, if unchecked, must ultimately overwhelm them. I own that this map-making was nervous work, for I could not shut my eyes to the fact that German lust of enlargement lay behind Austria's advance. At and before that time, expansion was the dominant idea of the three great powers of Central Europe. Russia went eastward, hoping to gather to herself the rich northeastern provinces of China, till ultimately she should dominate the whole of northern Europe and Asia from the Gulf of Finland to the Yellow Sea. Germany wished to link the North Sea to the Mediterranean by her own territory, and thus stand as a flawless barrier across Europe from north to south. When nature should have terminated the headship of the Empire Kingdom, she, as natural heir, would creep southward through the German-speaking provinces. Thus, Austria, of course kept in ignorance of her neighbor's ultimate aims, had to extend towards the south. She had been barred in her western movement by the rise of the irredentist party in Italy, and consequently had to withdraw behind the frontiers of Carinthia, Carniola, and Istria. My own dream of the new map was to make Balka, the Balkan Federation, take in ultimately all south of a line drawn from the Isle of Serpents to Aquileia. There must be difficulties in the carrying out of such a scheme. Of course, it involved Austria giving up Dalmatia, Istria, and Slavonia, as well as a part of Croatia and the Hungarian Banat. But to the contra, she might look for centuries of peace on the south, but it would make for peace so strongly that each of the states impinging on it would find it worthwhile to make a considerable sacrifice to have it effected. To its own integers, it would offer a lasting settlement of interests which at present contended, and a share in a new world power. Each of these integers would be absolutely self-governing and independent, being only united for purposes of mutual good. I did not despair that even Turkey and Greece, recognizing that benefit and safety would ensue without the destruction or even minimizing of individuality, would sooner or later come into the Federation. The matter is already so far advanced that within a month the various rulers of the states involved are to have a secret and informal meeting. Doubtless some larger plan and further action will be then evolved. It will be an anxious time for all in this zone and outside it, till this matter is all settled. In any case, manufactories of war material will go on until it is settled, one way or another. Rupert's Journal, continued, March 6, 1908. I breathe more freely. The meeting has taken place here at Vissarion. Nominal cause of meeting, a hunting party in the Blue Mountains. Not any formal affair, not a chancellor or secretary of state or diplomatist of any sort present, all headquarters. It was, after all, a real hunting party. Good sportsmen, plenty of game, lots of beaters, everything organized properly, and an effective tally of results. I think we all enjoyed ourselves in the matter of sport, and as the political result was absolute unanimity of purpose and intention, there could be no possible cause of complaint. So, it is all decided. Everything is specific. There is not a suggestion even of war, revolt, or conflicting purpose of any kind. We all go on exactly as we are doing for another year, pursuing our own individual objects, just as the present. But we are all to see that in our own households order prevails. All that is supposed to be effective is to be kept in good working order, and whatever is at present not adequate to possibilities is to be made so. This is all simply protective and defensive. We understand each other. But if any hulking stranger should undertake to interfere in our domestic concerns, we shall all unite on the instant to keep things as we wish them to remain. We shall be ready. Alfred's maxim of peace shall be once more exemplified. In the meantime, the factories shall work overtime in our own mountains, and the output shall be for the general good of our special community. The bill to be settled afterwards amicably. There can hardly be any difference of opinion about that, as the others shall be the consumers of our surplus products. We are the producers who produce for ourselves first, and then for the limited market of those within the ring. As we undertake to guard our own frontiers, sea and land, and are able to do so, the goods are to be warehoused in the Blue Mountains until required, if at all, for participation in the markets of the world, and especially in the European market. If all goes well, and the markets are inactive, the goods shall be duly delivered to the purchasers as arranged. So much for the purely mercantile aspect. The Voivodin Janet McKelvey's Notes, May 21st, 1908. As Rupert began to neglect his journal when he was made king, so too I find in myself a tendency to leave writing to other people. But one thing I shall not be content to leave to others, little Rupert. The baby of Rupert and Tuta is much too precious a thing to be spoken of except with love, quite independent of the fact that he will be, in natural course, a king. So I have promised Tuta that whatever shall be put into this record of the first king of the St. Leger dynasty, relating to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, shall only appear in either her hand or my own. And she has deputed the matter to me. Our dear little prince arrived punctually and in perfect condition. The angels that carried him evidently took the greatest care of him, and before they left him, they gave him dower of all their best. He is a dear, like both his father and his mother, and that says everything. My own private opinion is that he is a born king. He does not know what fear he is, and he thinks more of everyone else than he does of his dear little self. And if those things do not show a truly royal nature, I do not know what does. Tuta has read this. She held up a warning finger and said, "And Janet, dear, that is all true. He is a dear and a king and an angel, but we mustn't have too much about him just yet. This book is to be our Rupert, so our little man can only be what we call a corollary." And so it is. I should mention here that the book is Tuta's idea. Before little Rupert came, she controlled herself wonderfully, doing only what was thought best for her under the circumstances. As I could see that it would be a help for her to have some quiet occupation which would interest her without tiring her, I looked up, with his permission of course, all Rupert's old letters and diaries and journals and reports, all that I had kept for him during his absences on his adventures. At first I was a little afraid they might harm her, for at times she got so excited over some things that I had to caution her. Here again came in her wonderful self-control. I think the most soothing argument I used with her was to point out that the dear boy had come through all the dangers safely, and was actually with us, stronger and nobler than ever. After we had read over together the whole matter several times, for it was practically new to me too, and I got nearly excited as she was, though I have known him so much longer, we came to the conclusion that this particular volume would have to be of selected matter. There is enough of Rupert's work to make a lot of volumes, and we have an ambitious literary project of someday publishing an edition deluxe of his whole collected works. It will be a rare showing amongst the works of kings. But this is to be all about himself, so that in the future it may serve as a sort of backbone of his personal history. By and by, we came to a part when we had to ask him questions, and he was so interested in Juta's work. He is really bound up body and soul in his beautiful wife, and no wonder, that we had to take him into full confidence. He promised he would help us all he could by giving us the use of his later journals and such letters and papers as he had kept privately. He said he would make one condition: I use his own words. As you two dear women are to be my editors, you must promise to put in everything exactly as I wrote it. It will not do to have any fake about this. I do not wish anything foolish or egotistical toned down out of affection for it. It was all written in sincerity, and if I had faults, they must not be hidden. If it is to be history, it must be true history, even if it gives you and me or any of us away. So we promised. He also said that as Sir Edward Bingham Trent, Bart as he is now, was sure to have some matter which we should like, he would write and ask him to send such to us. He also said that Mr. Ernest Roger Halbert Melton of Huncroft Salop, he always gives this name and address in full, which is his way of showing contempt, would be sure to have some relevant matter, and that he would have him written to on the subject. This he did. The Chancellor wrote him in his most grandiloquent style. Mr. E.R.H. Melton of H.S. replied by return post. His letter is a document which speaks for itself. Huncroft, Salop, May 30th, 1908. My dear cousin, King Rupert, I am honoured by the request made on your behalf by the Lord High Chancellor of your kingdom that I should make a literary contribution to the volume which my cousin Queen Tuta is, with the help of your former governess, Miss McKelvey, compiling. I am willing to do so, as you naturally wish to have in that work some contemporary record made by the head of the House of Melton, with which you are connected, though only on the distaff side. It is a natural ambition enough, even on the part of a barbarian, or perhaps semi-barbarian king, and far be it from me as head of the house to deny you such a coveted privilege. Perhaps you may not know that I am now head of the house. My father died 3 days ago. I offered my mother the use of the dower house, to the incumbency of which indeed she is entitled by her marriage settlement, but she preferred to go live at her seat, Carfax, in Kent. She went this morning after the funeral. In letting you have the use of my manuscript, I make only one stipulation, but that I expect to be rigidly adhered to. It is that all that I have written be put down in the book in extenso. I do not wish any record of mine to be garbled to suit other ends than those ostensible, or whatever may be to the honour of myself or my house to be burked. I dare say you have noticed, my dear Rupert, that the compilers of family histories often, through jealousy, alter matter that they are allowed to use so as to suit their own purpose, or minister to their own vanity. I think it right to tell you that I have had a certified copy made by Petter and Galpin, the law stationers, so that I shall be able to verify whether my stipulation has been honourably observed. I am having the book, which is naturally valuable, carefully packed, and shall have it forwarded to Sir Edward Bingham Trent, Baronet, which he now is, heaven save the mark, the attorney. Please see that he returns it to me and in proper order. He is not to publish for himself anything in it about him. A man of that class is apt to advertise the fact of anyone of distinction taking any notice of him. I would bring out the manuscript to you myself and stay for a while with you for some sport, only your lot, subjects I suppose you call them, are such bounders that a gentleman's life is hardly safe amongst them. I never met anyone who had so poor an appreciation of a joke as they have. By the way, how is Tuta? She is one of them. I heard all about the hatching business. I hope the kid is all right. This is only a word in your ear, so don't get cocky, old son. I am open to a godfathership. Think of that, Hedda. Of course, if the other godfather and the godmother are up to the mark, I don't want to have to boost up the whole lot. Savvy? Kiss Tuta and the kid for me. I must have the boy over here for a bit later on when he is presentable and has learned not to be a nuisance. It will be good for him to see something of a real first-class English country house like Humcroft. To a person only accustomed to rough ways and meagre living, its luxury will make a memory which will serve in time as an example to be aimed at. I shall write again soon. Don't hesitate to ask any favor which I may be able to confer on you. So long, your affectionate cousin, Ernest Roger Holbrook Melton. Extract from letter from E. Bingham Trent to Queen Tuta of the Blue Mountains. So I thought the best way to serve that appalling cad would be to take him at his word and put in his literary contribution in full. I have had made and attested a copy of his record, as he calls it, so as to save you trouble. But I send the book itself because I am afraid that unless you see his words in his own writing, you will not believe that he or anyone else ever penned seriously a document so incriminating. I am sure he must have forgotten what he had written, for even such a dull dog as he is could never have made public such a thing knowingly. Such a nature as its revenges itself on itself. In this case, the officers of revenge are his ipsissima verba. Rupert's Journal, continued. February 1st, 1909. All is now well in train. When the Tsar of Russia, on being asked by the Slavs, as was meet, to be the referee in the Balkan settlement, declined on the ground that he was himself, by inference, an interested party, it was unanimously agreed by the Balkan rulers that the Western king should be asked to arbitrate, and all concerned had perfect confidence in his wisdom as well as his justice. To their wish he graciously assented. The matter has now been for more than 6 months in his hands, and he has taken endless trouble to obtain full information. He has now informed us through his chancellor that his decision is almost ready and will be communicated as soon as possible. We have another hunting party at Vissarion next week. Tuta is looking forward to it with extraordinary interest. She hopes then to present to our brothers of the Balkans our little son, and she is eager to know if they endorse her mother approval of it. Rupert's Journal, continued. April 15th, 1909. The arbitrator's decision has been communicated to us through the Chancellor of the Western King, who brought it to us himself as a special act of friendliness. It met with the enthusiastic approval of all. The Premier remained with us during the progress of the hunting party, which was one of the most joyous occasions ever known. We are all of good heart, for the future of the Balkan races is now assured. The strife, internal and external, of 1,000 years has ceased, and we look with hope for a long and happy time. The Chancellor brought messages of grace and courtliness and friendliness to all, and when I, as spokesman of the party, asked him if we might convey our request of His Majesty that he would honor us by attending the ceremony of making known formally the Balkan settlement, he answered that the king had authorized him to say that he would, if such were wished by us, gladly come, and that if he should come, he would attend with the fleet as an escort. The Chancellor also told me, from himself, that it might be possible to have other nationalities represented on such a great occasion by ambassadors and even fleets, though the monarchs themselves might not be able to attend. He hinted that it might be well if I put the matter in train. He evidently took it for granted that, though I was only one of several, the matter rested with me. Possibly he chose me as the one to whom to make the confidence, as I was more a stranger. As we talked it over, he grew more enthusiastic, and finally said that, as the king was taking the lead, doubtless all the nations of the earth friendly to him would like to take part in the ceremony. So it is likely to turn out practically an international ceremony of a unique kind. Tuta will love it, and we shall all do what we can. Janet McKelpy's Notes, June 1st, 1909. Our dear Tuta is full of the forthcoming celebration of the Balkan Federation, which is to take place this day month, although I must say, for myself, that the ceremony is attaining to such dimensions that I am beginning to have a sort of vague fear of some kind. It almost seems uncanny. Rupert is working unceasingly, has been for some time. For weeks past, he seemed to have been out day and night on his aeroplane, going through and round over the country, arranging matters, and seeing for himself that what has been arranged is being done. Uncle Colin is always about too, and so is Uncle Joker. But now Tuta is beginning to go with Rupert. That girl is simply fearless, just like Rupert, and they both seem anxious that little Rupert shall be the same. Indeed, he is the same. A few mornings ago, Rupert and Tuta were about to start just after dawn from the top of the castle. Little Rupert was there. He is always awake early, and as bright as a bee. I was holding him in my arms, and when his mother leant over to kiss him goodbye, he held out his arms, doing a way that said as plainly as if he had spoken, "Take me with you." She looked appealingly at Rupert, who nodded and said, "All right, take him, darling. You will have to learn some day, and the sooner the better." The baby, looking eagerly from one to the other, with the same questioning in his eyes as there is something in the eyes of a kitten or a puppy, but of course with an eager soul behind it, saw that he was going, and almost leaped into his mother's arms. I think she had expected him to come, for she took a little leather dress from Margaretta, his nurse, and, flushing with pride, began to wrap him in it. And Tuta, holding him in her arms, stepped on the aeroplane and took her place in the centre behind Rupert. The young men of the Crown Prince's guard raised a cheer, amid which Rupert pulled the levers and they glided off into the dawn. The Crown Prince's guard was established by the mountaineers themselves the day of his birth. 10 of the biggest and most powerful and cleverest young men of the nation were chosen and were sworn in with a very impressive ceremony to guard the young prince. They were to so arrange and order themselves, and matters generally, that 2 at least of them should always have him, or the place in which he was within the sight. They all vowed that the last of their lives should go before harm came to him. Of course, Tuta understood, and so did Rupert. And these young men are the persons most privileged in the whole castle. They are dear boys, every one of them, and we are all fond of them and respect them. They simply idolize the baby. Ever since that morning, little Rupert has, unless it is at a time appointed for his sleeping, gone in his mother's arms. I think in any other place there would be some state remonstrance at the whole royal family being at once and together in a dangerous position. But in the Blue Mountains, danger and fear are not thought of. Indeed, they can hardly be in their terminology. And I really think the child enjoys it even more than his parents. He is just like a little bird that has found the use of his wings. Bless him. I find that even I have to study court ritual a little. So many nationalities are to be represented at the ceremony of the Balkan settlement, and so many kings and princes and notabilities of all kinds are coming, that we must all take care not to make any mistakes. The press alone would drive anyone silly. Rupert and Tuta come and sit with me sometimes in the evening when we are all too tired to work, and they rest themselves by talking matters over. Rupert says that there will be over 500 reporters, and that the applications for permission are coming in so fast that there may be 1,000 when the day comes. Last night, he stopped in the middle of speaking of it and said, "I have an inspiration. Fancy 1,000 journalists, each wanting to get ahead of the rest, and all willing to invoke the powers of evil for exclusive information. The only man to look after this department is Roy. He knows how to deal with men, and as we have already a large staff to look after the journalistic guests, he can be at the head and appoint his own deputies to act for him. Somewhere and sometime the keeping the peace will be a matter of nerve and resolution, and Rook is the man for the job. We were all concerned about one thing, latterly important in the eyes of a woman. What robes was Tuta to wear? In the old days, when there were kings and queens, they doubtless wore something gorgeous and impressive. But whatever it was that they wore has gone to dust centuries ago, and there were no illustrated papers in those primitive days. Tutor was talking to me eagerly, with her dear, beautiful brows all wrinkled, when Rupert, who was reading a bulky document of some kind, looked up and said, "Of course, darling, you will wear your shroud." "Capital," she said, clapping her hands like a joyous child. "The very thing, and our people will like it." I own that for a moment I was dismayed. It was a horrible test of a woman's love and devotion. At a time when she was entertaining kings and notabilities in her own house, and be sure they would all be decked in their finery, to have to appear in such a garment, a plain thing with nothing even pretty, let alone gorgeous about it. I expressed my views to Rupert, for I feared that Tutor might be disappointed, though she might not care to say so. But before he could say a word, Tutor answered, "Oh, thank you so much, dear. I should love that above everything. But I did not like to suggest it, lest you should think me arrogant or presuming. For indeed, Rupert, I am very proud of it, and of the way our people look on it." "Why not?" said Rupert in his direct way. "It is a thing for us all to be proud of. The nation has already adopted it as a national emblem, our emblem of courage and devotion and patriotism, which will always, I hope, be treasured beyond price by the men and women of our dynasty, of the nation, that is, of the nation that is to be." Later on in the evening, we had a strange endorsement of the national will. A people's deputation of mountaineers, without any official notice or introduction, arrived at the castle late in the evening in the manner established by Rupert's proclamation of freedom, wherein all citizens were entitled to send a deputation to the king, at will and in private, on any subject of state importance. This deputation was composed of 17 men, one selected from each political section, so that the body as a whole represented the entire nation. They were of all sorts of social rank and all degrees of fortune, but they were mainly of the people. They spoke hesitatingly, possibly because Tutor, or even because I was present, but with a manifest earnestness. They made but one request, that the Queen should, on the great occasion of the Balkan Federation, wear as robes of state the shroud that they loved to see her in. The spokesman, addressing the Queen, said in tones of rugged eloquence, "This is a matter, Your Majesty, that the women naturally have a say in, so we have of course consulted them. They have discussed the matter by themselves, and then with us, and they are agreed without a flaw that it will be good for the nation and for womankind that you do this thing. You have shown to them, and to the world at large, what women should do, what they can do, and they want to make the memorial of your great act, the shroud, a garment of pride and honor for women who have deserved well of their country. In the future, it can be a garment to be worn only by privileged women who have earned the right. But they hope, and we hope with them, that on this occasion of our nation taking the lead before the eyes of the world, all our women may wear it on that day, as a means of showing overtly their willingness to do their duty even to the death. And so," here he turned to the king, "Rupert, we trust that Her Majesty Queen Tutor will understand that in doing as the women of the Blue Mountains wish, she will bind afresh to the Queen the loyal devotion which she won from them as forfeited. Henceforth and for all time, the shroud shall be a dress of honor in our land." Tutor looked all ablaze with love and pride and devotion. Stars in her eyes shone like white fire as she assured them of the granting of their request. She finished her little speech. I feared that if I carried out my own wish, it might look arrogant. But Rupert has expressed the same wish, and now I feel that I am free to wear that dress which brought me to you and to Rupert. Here she beamed on him and took his hand. Fortified as I am by your wishes and the command of my lord the king. Rupert took her in his arms and kissed her fondly before them all, saying, "Tell your wives, my brothers, and the rest of the Blue Mountain women, that that is the answer of the husband who loves and honors his wife. All the world shall see at the ceremony of the Federation of Balkan that we men love and honor the women who are loyal and can die for duty. And men of the Blue Mountains, some day, before long, we shall organize that great idea and make it a permanent thing, that the Order of the Shroud is the highest guerdon that a noble-hearted woman can wear." Tutor disappeared for a few moments and came back with the Crown Prince in her arms. everyone present asked to be allowed to kiss him, which they did, kneeling. The Federation of the Balkan, by the correspondence of Free America. The editors of Free America have thought it well to put in consecutive order the reports and descriptions of their special correspondents, of whom there were present no less than 8. Not a word they wrote is omitted, but the various parts of their reports are placed in different orders, so that whilst nothing which any of them reported is left out, the reader may be able to follow the proceedings from the various points of view of the writers who had the most favorable opportunity at moment. In so large an assemblage of journalists, there were present over 1,000, they could not all be present in one place, so our men, in consultation amongst themselves, arranged to scatter so as to cover the whole proceeding from the various points of vantage, using their skill and experience in selecting these points. One was situated on the summit of the steel-clad tower in the entrance to the Blue Mountain, another on the press boat, which was moored alongside King Rupert's armored yacht, the Lady, whereon were gathered the various kings and rulers of the Balkan states, all of whom were in the Federation. Another was in a swift torpedo boat with a roving commission to cruise round the harbor as desired. Another took his place on the top of the great mountain which overlooks Pazar, and so had a bird's-eye view of the whole scene of operations. 2 others were on the forts to right and left of Blue Mouth. Another was posted at the entrance to the great tunnel, which runs from the water level right up through the mountains to the plateau, where the mines and factories are situated. Another had the privilege of a place on an aeroplane, which went everywhere and saw everything. This aeroplane was driven by an old special correspondent of Free America, who had been a chum of our special in the Japanese and Russian War, and who has taken service on the Blue Mountain official gazette. Pazar, June 30th, 1909. 2 days before the time appointed for the ceremony, the guests of the land of the Blue Mountains began to arrive. The earlier comers were mostly the journalists who had come from almost the whole inhabited world. King Rupert, who does things well, had made a camp for their exclusive use. There was a separate tent for each, of course a small one, as there were over 1,000 journalists, but there were big tents for general use scattered about. Refectories, reading and writing rooms, a library, idle rooms for rest, etc. In the rooms for reading and writing, which were the workrooms for general use, were newspapers, the latest attainable from all over the world, blue books, guides, directories, and all such aids to work as forethought could arrange. There was, for this special service, a body of some hundreds of capable servants in special dress and bearing identification numbers. In fact, King Rupert did us fine, to use a slang phrase of pregnant meaning. There were other camps for special service, all of them well arranged, and with plenty of facility for transport. Each of the federating monarchs had a camp of his own, in which he had erected a magnificent pavilion. For the Western king, who had acted as arbitrator in the matter of federation, a veritable palace had been built by King Rupert, a sort of Aladdin's palace it must have been, for only a few weeks ago the place it occupied was, I was told, only primeval wilderness. King Rupert and his Queen Tuta had a pavilion like the rest of the federators of Balkan, but infinitely more modest, both in size and adornments. Everywhere were guards of the Blue Mountains, armed only with the hand-jar, which is the national weapon. They wore the national dress, but so arranged in color and accoutrement that the general air of uniformity took the place of a rigid uniform. There must have been at least 70 or 80,000 of them. The first day was one of investigation of details by the visitors. During the second day, the retinues of the great federators came. Some of these retinues were vast. For instance, the Soldan, though only just become a federator, sent of one kind or another more than 1,000 men. A brave show they made, for they are fine men, drilled to perfection. As they swaggered along, singly or in mass, with their gay jackets and baggy trousers, their helmets surmounted by the golden crescent, they looked a foe not to be despised. Landrick Martin, the Nestor of journalists, said to me, as we stood together looking at them, "Today we witness a new departure in Blue Mountain history. This is the first occasion for 1,000 years that so large a Turkish body has entered the Blue Mountains with a reasonable prospect of ever getting out again." July 1st, 1909. Today, the day appointed for the ceremony, was auspiciously fine. even for the Blue Mountains, where at this time of year the weather is nearly always fine. They are early folk in the Blue Mountains, but today things began to hum before daybreak. There were bugle calls all over the place. Everything here is arranged by calls of musical instruments, trumpets or bugles or drums, if indeed the drum can be called a musical instrument, or by lights, if it be after dark. We journalists were all ready. Coffee and bread and butter had been thoughtfully served early in our sleeping tents, and an elaborate breakfast was going on all the time in the refectory pavilions. We had a preliminary look round, and then there was a sort of general pause for breakfast. We took advantage of it and attacked the sumptuous, indeed memorable, meal which was served for us. The ceremony was to commence at noon, but at 10 o'clock the whole place was astir, not merely beginning to move, but actually moving, everybody taking their places for the great ceremony. As noon drew near, the excitement was intense and prolonged. One by one, the various signatories of the Federation began to assemble. They all came by sea, such of them as had seaboards of their own, having their fleets around them. Such as had no fleets of their own were attended by at least one of the Blue Mountain ironclads. And I am bound to say that I never in my life saw more dangerous craft than these little warships of King Rupert of the Blue Mountains. As they entered the Blue Mouth, each ship took her appointed station, those which carried the signatories being close together in an isolated group in a little bay almost surrounded by high cliffs in the farthest recesses of the mighty harbor. King Rupert's armored yacht all the time lay close inshore, hard by the mouth of the great tunnel which runs straight into the mountain from a wide plateau, partly natural rock, partly built up with mighty blocks of stone. Here it is, I am told, that the inland products are brought down to the modern town of Plazak. Just as the clocks were chiming the half hour before noon, this yacht glided out into the expanse of the mouth. Behind her came 12 great barges, royally decked and draped each in the color of the signatory nation. On each of these, the ruler entered with his guard and was carried to Rupert's yacht, he going on the bridge, whilst his suite remained on the lower deck. In the meantime, whole fleets had been appearing on the southern horizon. The nations were sending their maritime quota to the christening of Balkan, in such wonderful order as can only be seen with squadrons of fighting ships. The mighty throng swept into the Blue Mouth and took up their stations in groups. The only armament of a great power now missing was that of the Western King, but there was time. Indeed, as the crowd everywhere began to look at their watches, a long line of ships began to spread up northward from the Italian coast. They came at great speed, nearly 20 knots. It was a really wonderful sight. 50 of the finest ships in the world, the very latest expression of naval giants, each seemingly typical of its class. Dreadnoughts, cruisers, destroyers. They came in a wedge, with the king's yacht, flying the royal standard, the apex. Every ship of the squadron bore a red ensign long enough to float from the masthead to the water. From the armored tower in the waterway, one could see the myriad of faces, white stars on both land and sea, for the great harbor was now alive with ships, and each and all of them alive with men. Suddenly, without any direct cause, the white masses became eclipsed. Everyone had turned round and was looking the other way. I looked across the bay and up the mountain behind, a mighty mountain whose slopes run up to the very sky, ridge after ridge seeming like itself a mountain. Far away, on the very top, the standard of the Blue Mountains was run up on a mighty flagstaff which seemed like a shaft of light. It was 200 feet high and painted white, and as at the distance the steel stays were invisible, it towered up in lonely grandeur. At its foot was a dark mass grouped behind the white space, which I could not make out till I used my field glasses. Then I knew it was King Rupert and the Queen in the midst of a group of mountaineers. They were on the arrow station behind the platform of the arrow, which seemed to shine, not glitter, as though it were overlaid with plates of gold. Again the faces looked west. The western squadron was drawing near to the entrance of the Blue Mouth. On the bridge of the yacht stood the Western King in uniform of an admiral, and by him his Queen in a dress of royal purple, splendid with gold. Another glance at the mountaintop showed that it had seemed to come alive. A whole park of artillery seemed to have suddenly sprung to life, round each its crew ready for action. Amongst the group at the foot of the flagstaff, we could distinguish King Rupert. His vast height and bulk stood out from and above all round him. Close to him was a patch of white, which we understood to be Queen Tuta, whom the Blue Mountaineers simply adored. By this time, the armoured yacht, bearing all the signatories to Balkan excepting King Rupert, had moved out towards the entrance and lay still and silent, waiting the coming of the royal arbitrator, whose whole squadron simultaneously slowed down and hardly drifted in the seething water of their backing engines. When the flag, which was in the yacht's prow, was almost opposite the armoured fort, the Western King held up a roll of vellum, handed to him by one of his officers. We onlookers held our breath, for in an instant was such a scene as we can never hope to see again. At the raising of the Western King's hand, a gun was fired away on the top of the mountain where rose the mighty flagstaff with the standard of the Blue Mountains. Then came the thunder of salute from the guns, bright flashes of reports which echoed down the hillsides in never-ending sequence. At the first gun, by some trick of signaling, the flag of the federated Balkan floated out from the top of the flagstaff, which had been mysteriously raised, and flew above that of the Blue Mountains. At the same moment, the figures of Rupert and Tuta sank. They were taking their places on the aeroplane. An instant after, like a great golden bird, it seemed to shoot out into the air, and then, dipping its head, dropped downward at an obtuse angle. We could see the king and queen from the waist upwards, the king in Blue Mountain dress of green, the queen wrapped in her white shroud, holding her baby on her breast. When far out from the mountain top and over the blue mouth, the wings and tail of the great bird-like machine went up, and the arrow dropped like a stone, till it was only some few hundred feet over the water. Then the wings and tail went down, but with diminishing speed. Below the expanse of the plain, the king and queen were now seen seated together on a tiny steering platform, which seemed to have been lowered. She sat behind her husband, after the manner of matrons of the Blue Mountains. That coming of that aeroplane was the most striking episode of all this wonderful day. After floating for a few seconds, the engines began to work, whilst the planes moved back to their normal with beautiful simultaneity. There was a golden arrow, finding its safety in gliding movement. At the same time, the steering platform was rising, so that once more the occupants were not below, but above the plane. They were now only about 100 feet above the water, moving from the far end of the blue mouth towards the entrance in the open space between the two lines of the fighting ships of the various nationalities, all of which had by now their yards manned, a maneuver which had begun at the firing of the first gun on the mountaintop. As the arrow passed along, all the seamen began to cheer, a cheering which they kept up till the king and queen had come so close to the Western King's vessel that the two kings and queens could greet each other. The wind was now beginning to blow westward from the mountain-top, and it took the sounds towards the armoured fort, so that at moments we could distinguish the cheers of the various nationalities, amongst which, more keen than the others, came the soft banzai of the Japanese. King Rupert, holding his steering levers, sat like a man of marble. Behind him, his beautiful wife, clad in her shroud, and holding in her arms the young crown prince, seemed like a veritable statue. The arrow, guided by Rupert's unerring hand, lit softly on the afterdeck of the Western King's yacht, and the King Rupert, stepping on deck, lifted from her seat Queen Tuta with her baby in her arms. It was only when the Blue Mountain King stood amongst other men that one could realize his enormous stature. He stood literally head and shoulders over every other man present. Whilst the aeroplane was giving up its burden, the Western King and his queen were descending from the bridge. The host and hostess, hand in hand, after their usual fashions it seems, hurried forward to greet their guests. The meeting was touching in its simplicity. The two monarchs shook hands, and their consorts, representative of the foremost types of national beauty of the North and South, instinctively drew close and kissed each other. Then the hostess queen, moving towards the Western King, kneeled before him. with the gracious obeisance of a Blue Mountain hostess and kissed his hand. Her words of greeting were, "You are welcome, sire, to the Blue Mountains. We are grateful to you for all you have done for Balkan, and to you and Her Majesty for giving us the honor of your presence." The king seemed moved. Accustomed as he was to the ritual of great occasions, the warmth and sincerity, together with the gracious humility of this old Eastern custom, touched him, monarch though he was of a great land and many races in the Far East. Impulsively, he broke through court ritual and did a thing which I have since been told won for him forever a holy place in the warm hearts of the Blue Mountaineers. Sinking on his knee before the beautiful shroud-clad queen, he raised her hand and kissed her. The act was seen by all in and around the Blue Mouth, and a mighty cheering rose, which seemed to rise and swell as it ran far and wide up the hillsides, till it faded away on the far-off mountain top, where rose majestically the mighty flagstaff bearing the standard of the Balkan Federation. For myself, I can never forget that wonderful scene of the nation's enthusiasm, and the core of it is engraven on my memory. That spotless deck, typical of all that is perfect in naval use, the king and queen of the greatest nation on earth, note, greatest kingdom, editor, Free America, return to text, received by the newest king and queen, the king and queen who won empire for themselves, so that the former subject of another king received him as a brother monarch on a history-making occasion, when the new world power was, under his tutelage, springing into existence. The fair northern queen in the arms of the dark southern queen with the starry eyes. The simple splendor of northern dress arrayed against that of almost peasant plainness of the giant king of the south. But all were eclipsed, even the 1,000 years of royal lineage of the western king, Rupert's natural dower of stature, and the other queen's bearing of royal dignity and sweetness, but the elemental simplicity of Judith's shroud. Not one of all that mighty throng but knew something of her wonderful story, and not one but felt glad and proud that such a noble woman had won an empire through her own bravery, even in the jaws of the grave. The armored yacht, with the remainder of the signatories to the Balkan Federation, drew close, and the rulers stepped on board to greet the Western king, the arbitrator, Rupert leaving his task as personal host and joining them. He took his part modestly in the rear of the crew, and made a fresh obeisance in his new capacity. Presently another warship, the Balkan, drew close. It contained the ambassadors of foreign powers, and the chancellors and high officials of the Balkan nations. It was followed by a fleet of warships, each one representing a Balkan power. The great Western fleet lay at their moorings, but with the exception of manning their yards, took no immediate part in the proceedings. On the deck of the newcomer, the Balkan monarchs took their places, the officials of each state grading themselves behind their monarch. The ambassadors formed the foremost group by themselves. Last came the Western king, quite alone, save for the two queens, bearing in his hand the vellum scroll, the record of his arbitration. This he proceeded to read, a polyglot copy of it having been already supplied to every monarch, ambassador, and official present. It was a long statement, but the occasion was so stupendous, so intense, that the time flew by quickly. The cheering had ceased the moment the arbitrator opened the scroll, and a veritable silence of the grave abounded. When the reading was concluded, Rupert raised his hand, and on the instant came a terrific salvo of cannon shots from not only the ships in the port, but seemingly all up and over the hillsides, away to the very summit. When the cheering which followed the salute had somewhat toned down, those on board talked together, and presentations were made. Then the barges took the whole company to the armor-clad fort in the entranceway to the Blue Mouth. Here in front had been arranged for the occasion platforms for the starting of aeroplanes. Behind them were the various thrones of state for the Western king and queen and the various rulers of Balkan, as the new and completed Balkan Federation had become, de jure as well as de facto. Behind were seats for the rest of the company. All was a blaze of crimson and gold. We of the press were all expectant, for some ceremony had manifestly been arranged, but of all details of it we had been kept in ignorance. So far as I could tell from the faces, those present were at best but partially informed. They were certainly ignorant of all details, and even of the entire program of the day. There is a certain kind of expectation which is not concerned with the mere execution of foreordained things. The arrow on which the king and queen had come down from the mountains had now arrived on the platform in the charge of a tall young mountaineer who stepped from the steering platform at once. King Rupert, having handed his queen, who still carried her baby, into her seat, took his place and pulled a lever. The arrow went forward and seemed to fall head foremost off the fort. It was but a dip, such as a skillful diver takes from a height into shallow water, for the plane made an upward curve and in a few seconds was skimming upwards towards the flagstaff. Despite the wind, it arrived there in an incredibly short time. Immediately after his flight, another arrow, a big one this time, glided to the platform. To this immediately stepped a body of 10 tall, fine-looking young men. The driver pulled his levers, and the plane glided out on the track of the king. The Western king, who was noticing, said to the Lord High Admiral, who had been himself in command of the ship of war, and now stood close behind him, "Who are those men, Admiral?" "The guard of the Crown Prince, Your Majesty. They are appointed by the nation." "Tell me, Admiral, have they any special duties?" "Yes, Your Majesty," came the answer. "To die, if need be, for the young prince." "Quite right. That is fine service. But how if any of them should die?" "Your Majesty, if one of them should die, there are 10,000 eager to take his place." "Fine, fine. It is good to have even one man eager to give his life for duty. But 10,000, that is what makes a nation." When King Rupert reached the platform by the flagstaff, the royal standard of Blue Mountains was hauled up under it. Rupert stood up and raised his hand. In a second, a cannon beside him was fired. Then, quick as thought, others were fired in sequence, as though by one prolonged lightning flash. The roar was incessant, but getting less in detonating sound as the distance and the hills subdued it. But in the general silence which prevailed round us, we could hear the sound as though passing in a distant circle, till finally the line which had gone northward came back by the south, stopping at the last gun southward of the flagstaff. "What was that wonderful circle?" asked the king of the Lord High Admiral. "That, Your Majesty, is the line of the frontier of the Blue Mountains. Rupert has 10,000 cannon in line." "And who fires them? I thought all the army must be here." "The women, Your Majesty. They are in frontier duty today, so that the men can come here." Just at that moment, one of the Crown Prince's guards brought to the side of the king's arrow something like a rubber ball on the end of a string. The queen held it out to the baby in her arms, who grabbed at it. The guard drew back. Pressing that ball must have given some signal, for on the instant a cannon, elevated to perpendicular, was fired. A shell went straight up an enormous distance. The shell burst and sent out both a light so bright that it could be seen in the daylight, and a red smoke, which might have been seen from the heights of the Calabrian Mountains over in Italy. As the shell burst, the king's arrow seemed once more to spring from the platform out into mid-air, dipped as before, and glided out over the blue mouth with a rapidity which, to look at, took one's breath away. As it came, followed by the arrow of the Crown Prince's guard and a group of other arrows, the whole mountain sides seemed to become alive. From everywhere, right away up to the farthest visible mountain tops, darted aeroplanes, till a host of them were rushing with dreadful speed in the wake of the king. The king turned to Queen Tuta, and evidently said something, for she beckoned to the captain of the Crown Prince's guard, who was steering the plane. He swerved away to the right, and instead of following above the open track between the lines of warships, went high over the outer line. One of those on board began to drop something, which, fluttering down, landed on every occasion on the bridge of the ship high over which they then were. The Western king said again to the Gospodar Rook, the Lord High Admiral, "It must need some skill to drop a letter with such accuracy." With imperturbable face, the Admiral replied, "It is easier to drop bombs, Your Majesty." The flight of aeroplanes was a memorable sight. It helped to make history. Henceforth, no nation with an eye for either defense or attack can hope for success without the mastery of the air. In the meantime, and after that time too, God help the nation that attacks Balkan, or any part of it, so long as Rupert and Tutor live in the hearts of that people, and bind them into an irresistible unity. End of Part 15. Recording by Thomas Copeland. End of The Lady of the Shroud by Bram Stoker.